getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Alright. This is where my ADD is going to kick in real bad. Not only because I'm tired, but for other reasons. And hold on a second here. This is going to just bother me so much. I
I started to type this out in Google, and I thought, because this song sounds like an NXS song. Somebody put in here, Devil Inside. I don't think that's the one, though. Let me see here real quick. Hold on. Is it this one? Maybe not. All right, so hold on a second here. It's not that. Let me try Devil Inside. No. It's not Devil Inside either. So let me tell you here's what I typed in originally. Because I feel like I know the lyrics that I'm thinking of for the song start off with something like along the lines of, there's a particular lyric in there where they're saying, living so large. It's not it. It's not even in excess now that I sing it out loud. Oh man, this is gonna drive me nuts. All right, I'm gonna figure it out later. I'm gonna figure it out later because I'm gonna spend way too much time on this, and that I'm more than willing to admit. And I can't think of the name of the group. It's not in excess. It's something else entirely. But that's the same drum beat for the beginning of that song. Starts out exactly the same way. Anyways, flock of seagulls. Brian's saying. Hold on a second here. Let me check it out. Brian's usually pretty on this here, so let's see. Come on, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Nope, not it. Not it. That's not the one. We'll get back to it later. Anyways, what's the title for the day today? 3:15. The end of this week is the quad witching for OPEX. In case you guys aren't aware of what that is, I pulled up a website this morning to put into the top because I always kind of figure it's helpful to kind of lead you guys in case any given point throughout the day, somebody has a question as to what it is, they can just go straight to the pin and see what it is what it's all about. But there are different types of option contracts that are going to be expiring this Friday. We have stock index future contracts, single stock options, options on stock index futures, and stock index options. And it's otherwise known as the quad witching week. And I think primarily, why am I bringing it up? I just want to let you guys know that there's a possibility for larger amounts of quantities of volume being traded, which could mean volatility in the marketplace. Specifically, I'm not specifically talking about just AMC. Across the whole board, there could be some large quantity of volatility that's going to be happening as a result of the OPEX quad witching week. So just throwing that out there because I want people to remember, especially when you take a look at the option contracts that are open in interest against AMC, you're going to see that there's quite a bit of larger numbers for this Friday, and that's the reason why. So don't freak out. Also, I got to do a happy belated birthday to Nelly and the Stash Sports Talk. Happy belated birthday. So if your birthday was truly indeed yesterday, you share a birthday with my wife. Yesterday was her birthday. And man, I'll tell you what, I have a confession. So I've been with my wife for, let's see, gosh, man, since like 2013, 2014, somewhere around there, right? And like I've known her since then. So we're going on just about 10 years. So I would imagine this happened at least once before. But like having your birthday fall on a day where the time daylight savings, where the time gets set back and you lose an hour, is got to be the worst thing ever. I can only imagine. And the reason I say that is because people like me who have no ability to be able to understand or comprehend dates and times and remembering things like that screw things up. I screwed up big time, guys. I screwed up so bad. Yesterday, I had planned on doing this. So Melissa had to work. She had to work both Saturday and Sunday nights, and she's working Monday, Tuesday as well. But so she had to work on her birthday, and so my thought was, we'll get everything all nicely planned, and we'll have a nice little dinner for her, on our way out, and have decorations and all that kind of stuff. And even though we already kind of celebrated her birthday earlier in the week, part of that plan was for me to create or make garlic knots. And there was a specific meal that the kids wanted to do for, which was going to be a takeout meal. And I had planned everything so that I would have just enough time to go get the food and have it all ready to go for her, so that, she would have this like nice little send-off to work. Yeah. Casey forgot to turn back the clocks. Casey was running right on time with every single thing that he was getting done, and thinking that he was just owning everything at that point in time because he was on time like he was supposed to be. And about an hour earlier than she should have, Melissa came walking down the stairs, turned the corner, saw me baking in the kitchen, and she goes, "Well, when are you going to go pick up the food?" And I said, "Oh, well, I got about a half hour more to go here on these garlic knots, which will be perfect time for me to go pick up. That's the normal time when I would go pick up food for your dinner." I'm like, "So I'll be leaving in about a half hour?" She'll be like, "Well, I'll be ready to leave in a half hour." And I go, "What do you mean?" And she goes, she looks at the clocks in the kitchen, and she goes, "Oh, you didn't change the times." So the knots were ready. But she had to go get her food because I had to stay at home and man the knots, the garlic knots, because I was still working on completing those. So she had to run out and grab the food. And so as an end result, she got the food at home just in time for her to have to take off for work. So, yeah, Casey, epic failure. This has probably happened before since I've known her, so... but I don't remember having this issue back then. But it definitely had an issue this time. I had not been on my phone like all day. I just simply didn't get on my phone. My phone would have told me that it was the right time, or that it was the wrong time. And I just chose to not be on my phone because I was getting other things done, including replacing a kitchen sink. So, good times. Good times. Yeah, Hayden, but on a birthday. Well, it was a good thing we celebrated her birthday already previously. This was all just kind of bonus stuff that I was just trying to, have a nice send off for her actual birthday kind of thing. So we'd already celebrated the birthday really, but it just kind of stunk a little. DM says that one time you tried not to use your phone. Exactly. I was like, I had so many other things I was trying to get done, and I was super busy, and I just didn't even bother to look at my phone. I was looking at the clocks I was looking at the microwave and oven clocks. I was so proud of myself too. I was like, man, I'm right on time. Everything's turning out exactly. I was real efficient with getting things done, beating the clock. Anyways, that's my story. So happy birthday to my love. I hope I'll probably be saying it again in about 20 minutes from now when I know she'll probably be listening. We have 6,930 shares having been traded so far in AMC this morning. Price is sitting at around $4.35, 1.16% higher than or 5 pennies higher than where it was on Friday when we closed out. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I hope, and I didn't even remind you guys. I had totally planned to remember to remind you guys of daylight savings on Friday, and I completely spaced it. I was like, don't forget to remind everybody that there's daylight savings. Hayden says you posted a pic of the knots. I thought they were cool. I mean, they were good looking. Here, let me share with you guys. I'll share before I get into the numbers. These are the garlic knots here that I made. And in case you're wondering what's on there, because I can't really zoom in on it. Well, actually, I can. The black specks on here is homemade. It's my homegrown oregano, and then in the kind of filled into it and spread all over is a garlic, hand pressed garlic, and butter over the top of the garlic knots, and so this was supposed to be my send off to work food for my wife, something she can enjoy as she was at work eating. These are sourdough garlic knots, by the way. They did not rise. The cooking time. This is the first time I've ever made them, and they didn't rise, and they didn't turn out quite like I would have thought. I think they were a little overcooked, but they were still really delicious. Anyways, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for the day today. Starting with, what do I want to look at first here? Who won? Who won the price predictions last week? Apex, not Apex, myself and TB went into the final day tied. It was for us to win or lose. I don't believe there was any price predictions that were unique that would have afforded somebody any bonus points. I don't think anybody missed either. Yeah, nobody missed. I was close. I found a way to try to be close to missing. I was still in. But TB had a much closer price prediction than I had. He had 403 to 503. And I had 423 to 523. So his prediction was closer, so he's going to get the extra tie-breaking bonus point that gives him the win. So congratulations to TB for winning out the week last week. Even though I predicted within, or actually nailed one of the price days, he still managed to pull the week out with a win. So congrats to him. That was an amazing job. Hold on a second here as I clean my glasses. Let's give him his bonus point for the week for the win. It's been a minute since I think TB won. It's a nice win for him. Alrighty. How much volume did we have on Friday? Let's see here. Final numbers for volume was 17.4 million rather shares in volume. So our short exempt volume should be really close to about what it is showing on the screen already, or thereabouts, maybe a little bit lower. Short exempt volume for Friday came in. It was much higher. 393.6 million shares. That gets me excited. That's a lot of shares. Day over day price increase, we were down 6.52%. I would imagine that a lot of the reason that some of that shortings in volume was so high was due to the fact that an excess amount of the volume that was being traded was marked short. Utilization did drop day over day. Let's see. Utilization dropped to 64.12%. Let me just refresh this one more time, make sure that's right. But it looks like 64.12% is the new utilization number. Taking a look at max pain, we about middle of the week last week, or towards the end of the week, it dropped from $5 to $4.50 for this week. Let's check out what it is now. I don't think it's going to change. I think it's going to stay at $4.50. $4.50 it is. There's an interesting thing before I switch off of the screen here. I want you to just kind of note the amount of shares that have been borrowed since, well, I guess early in the morning on the 8th. Because it looks to me like the 2.8 million shares over the weekend were never returned. What does that mean? What that means is that we should be seeing those shares showing up as additionally borrowed shares showing up on the reports here within the next day or so. So far this morning, we have seen 250,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 0.65. Last Friday, we had 2.9 million shares borrowed. I would imagine that by the time the banks open up this morning, if we don't see that 2 million shares returned, then we're going to be seeing borrow rates starting to spike a little. Fees are at 0.65%. Taking a look at exchange traded volume and where it traded at last week, we had a lot of volume going through the New York Stock Exchange. So there's a lot of lit market volume. I do believe there was an actual real sell-off by institutions on Friday. At least the data was coming through showing that. Off-exchange volume was 43.79% and EDGX was 10.05% for a grand total 53.84%. Normally, I'm used to seeing about 64% by the end of the day, which means we were 10.16% lower than that value. The off exchange was very heavily used, and yet we were still down 6.52%. Sorry, I said that backwards. Off exchange was not as heavily used as it normally is, and yet we were still down 6.52%. We would have been down probably a lot more had they chose to push a lot more inventory through those exchanges. So it could have been way worse. CHX volume was 481 shares. Which kind of, this is part of the reason why I feel like why I would say that there was an actual real sell-off going on Friday. CHX volume for GME is 400 shares for Friday. Nothing unusual about either of those two numbers. Institutional ownership was 76.199 million as of last week, and it still is the same value, no change. I've already updated the options page for the day-to-day, guys, and you're going to be seeing a lot more open interest here. So I'm also going to kind of read these numbers off a little bit different than usual. Oftentimes I'll pick whatever strike price has the largest amount of inventory closest to where our strike price is. In this particular case, I think that I probably won't go more than $1 or $2 higher because there's actually large quantities of volume on either side of this of where we're currently trading at right now that are going to expire out of the money more than likely. As of right now, $6 is the closest price on the screen right now. What you can see, $6 for calls is what has the highest amount of volume. That's $1 up from what it was last week. But as you're going to see here in a minute, a lot of this I really think is kind of noise. 24.2 thousand contracts in volume at 6, and then at $3, which is $1 down from what we had from last week, is the highest amount of open interest for puts with 25.4 thousand contracts at 3. And so what I would suggest to you is that those kind of cancel each other out. And we should be trading in a price range somewhere very close to in the middle of that. So maybe like $4.50. And oddly enough, max pain is $4.50. So it's kind of a wash. If I were to scroll up on this page here just a tad, you would see that there's 55.8 thousand contracts at 2 for puts. And if I scroll down far enough, there's 77.2 thousand contracts at 28 for calls. So there's some large quantities in there outside of the range that I gave you. Moving on, right after I move some pages around, we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with AMC. AMC on OPEX. Yeah. It appears my internet's having some issues right now. I can see it. Nothing I can do about it right this second. Utilization dropped from 66.3% to 64.12%, which means the on-loan amount will probably drop. It did. It went from 45.56 to 44.71. Let's see here. 850,000 shares returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float, which dropped from 13.09 to 12.97. Which means that Ortex is estimated about 315,000 shares were returned in short interest. On-loan average age per day when they return shares can oftentimes drop depending on how old the age of the loans are that they returned. Let's see what it did. In this case, it went up, which means that they probably returned newer aged loans than older. It went from 34.96 to 35.81. Security lending volume day over day slightly dropping from 3.46 million to 2.61. MMRI, when we closed out the week, at the end of the week last week was 260.81. It's now 260.25. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates last Friday when we started out the day was 0.421. When we ended the day was 0.4. And is now currently 0.415. SSR trips today at $3.87. Do note that when I read off this information to you guys, it's gonna look awfully weird because of OPEX, and that's why there's so many. There's 264,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 111.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on puts. 33.2 thousand contracts are in the money on puts versus 4.7 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls. 375,000 contracts out of the money. VIX is currently up 0.35 in the futures, which means that the market should be up. However, only the Russell 2000 is. Some markets are showing down in as much as 0.23. Russell 2000 is up 0.06. We have two green sectors this morning in the pre-market. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to read sectors in the pre-market because I realized last week that they don't really report anything since they are ETFs that I'm looking at. They're not really reporting anything until usually market open. At least not all of them. Some are, but not some aren't. So ignore that. Of the Mag 7 in the pre-market, there are 3 green and 4, 3 green, 4 red. Alphabet or Google is borderline. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from last Friday's close are going to get shout-outs. Coinbase is up 6.08. And that seems to be the biggest mover. Gold is up 0.04 and trending down. Silver is up 0.13 and consolidating. Ethereum Classic is up 4.72 and trending slightly upwards. US dollar is down 0.05 and trending down. SPY is down 0.24, trending down. Tesla's up 0.53 and trending up. Amazon is down 0.42 and trending down. Cinemark has not yet traded. Doge is up 5.45 and is consolidating after a trend up. Bitcoin is up 4.4 and trending up at 71.6K a coin, new all-time record. It looks like 72.2 was the all-time record that was set last night. GME is at 0.34, up 0.34 and is trending up. HYMC has not yet traded. NCMI is not yet traded. Hood is up 1.94 and trending up. And AMC is up 1.4% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow. On Friday, we had approximately $900,000 more inflow than outflow. We have 8,170 shares traded so far this morning. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.17, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.34, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.35, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.2, which is above average. Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line. Conversions below base. Price is below a green cloud. We have a red cloud forming for a potential breakthrough in the pre-market of Tuesday morning. To break into territory that would cause this to become a buy signal for the day-to-day, the lagging line would have to get over price line, which is going to ultimately be $4.53. So I'm going to write down $4.55. $4.55 or higher. would be the number that we would need to see on a short-term basis for new buying pressure. That should, going up to 455 should cause the conversion across the base, more than likely. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is on price line, conversion is on base. Those are all lined up, and price is underneath a red cloud. We have thick portion of red cloud right now and a thinning portion going in to the end portion of this week. I'm kind of envisioning price kind of staying below the cloud here before the end of the week, and then finally by the end of the week rising above the cloud, potentially. But do note that the top of the red cloud here is a solid straight line for the entire week, which means this number, the number that I'm about to give you, is more than likely not going to change too much. However, the lagging line does need to stay above price line to turn this into a buy signal, which means that we are going to see a little bit of a slope up on the number as a result because of that. But for today, it's going to be around 465. About 10 cents higher than the 1-hour chart. So more than likely, they're going to probably try to keep us underneath 455 and 465 as much as possible. Looks like our pokey stick of volume kicked in already this morning. 29,000 shares going through that, giving us a total 38.22 thousand shares traded so far this morning. That's going to give us about 5 to 25 million in volume prediction, which is the most I can do for such a low volume in the pre-market this morning. And that's all I got for you guys. It is 7 o'clock. Melissa should be probably listening by now. Hon, happy belated birthday. I love you. Drive safe. Nate says, Casey, why do you think the toots sold off? Because they're always front running the market. And if they detect that there's going to be a drop in price, they're bought in at a higher level, then they'll use that as an opportunity to sell their position and buy back in at a lower price. And Nate, no offense, but I feel like you're asking like the obvious question, like why would somebody want to buy in at a lower price? You know what I mean? Like, if they have that ability, if they have the ability to be able to pass off the shares that they own to somebody else and let them take the difference of the position, their shareholders, and then allow them to buy new shares at a lower price and then claim ownership of those instead, why not? Who wouldn't do that? Some people just want to hear me say crime, though. All right, let me head over to the back of the big tramp here and come on. Anybody who wants to join in is more than welcome to. Tammy says, Casey, when was Melissa's birthday? It was yesterday. Pirate, you have no idea. You're a victim to the time change. Yeah, I told Melissa. I said, actually, I'm going to read you exactly what I told her. I said to her, I will make it my mission to abolish it once and for all. I said, I hate the time change more than ever now. And then I said, I will make it my mission to abolish it once and for all. And she laughed. And I said, oh, you laugh now, but the cries of the time savings day lovers will ring out as a mighty roar as their precious 2 days are removed from the calendar. I come with vengeance. I am. I will. I will make it. I will make it my mission in life to make sure that we remove this ridiculous, absolutely asinine 2 days of our entire year.
My birthday was Saturday.
Happy belated birthday!
Well, thank you.
You guys are sure you're almost you're next door neighbors in birthdays. You and Melissa and Nellie in the stash as well.
My daughter's birthday was March 4th, so it's a good month.
All right, you Pisces, you're something else.
Oh, yeah.
And then let's see here.
Did you say your wife's birthday was? When did you say your wife's birthday was?
It was yesterday, the 10th.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the 5th. Never mind. I was going to say that's my.
Well, Funky, good morning to you, and Rex, good morning, and Tammy, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that time savings if it's the last thing I do.
I think Alabama is supposed to do away with it this year, or at least that's what I've heard. I don't know.
Yeah, Hodor says a bill to get rid of the time changes passed the Senate, but is sitting in the House waiting for a vote. It's on its way. It's on its way out the door here, but it's just gonna take. I guess they gotta. There's probably more hot, important things to talk about and vote on than abolishing that.
Oh, yeah, they have to give themselves a raise before the government shuts down.
Yeah. Yep.
That's ridiculous. They get way too much money to do nothing.
Yeah. Well, time will change things maybe. Just like how we're going to finally get rid of daylight savings. Maybe we'll have a chance to fix that too.
Well, as long as they're the ones that get to vote on giving themselves a raise, that's not changing. I think we should vote on it.
Right? Yeah. I'm ready to get rid of it. I lived in Arizona for a while.
Yeah.
And in Arizona, they don't have the time change. And it was beautiful. It was wonderful not having to change your clocks.
Well, it depends on if you live on an Indian reservation.
Okay.
I don't know. I do know that there was an area in northern Arizona that did acknowledge it, which is really strange.
Okay.
I guess you didn't know that.
I did not know that.
I think it's part of one of the reservations up there, Hupai or whatever, how you pronounce that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was really strange to be going up that way, and all of a sudden, in the middle of a state, time is different.
I feel like I do remember something like that happening. But it was only because we went to, I think we went to an Indian reservation to go skiing. And it was because of that we were on the Indian reservation and the time was different there. Now that you mention it, I think I do recall something like that.
It is so strange to me to hear skiing in Arizona. That is weird.
Arizona is a weird state because they've got one half of it's desert and the other half of it's very foresty. The northern part of Arizona is very, very not desert. So it is weird. It's weird. It's weird to think of it, but it does.
My kids were telling me.
Yeah, there's some mountain ranges in there that cause it to have nice weather as well. Actually, some of the best snow I think I've ever skied in was in northern Arizona. And I've been all over. I've been to Vermont. I've been to Colorado, California. I've been to a lot of the big ski places here in the United States. And I think by far one of those. It was probably the second best. There was one place called Sugar Bush in Vermont that I skied in that was way better, but it was it almost was number one.
Sugar Bush?
Sugar Bush. Yep.
That sounds delightful.
They got some amazing maple syrup there that if you've never had authentic maple syrup before, they have some. That area is known for its maple syrup.
Authentic maple syrup too, not that watered down stuff that we always have in our grocery stores.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It is way different than what you can't buy. You can't buy authentic maple syrup in the store, I don't think. At least not that I've seen. Z Wade wants to nominate me for the Timocrat Party. That's right. Our mission will be to remove time, daylight savings as a thing. And we will make it happen. I'm surprised Melissa hasn't popped up on here yet. She's usually listening in the morning. She might just be driving. Pirate said he couldn't even get on Discord this morning. He's having so many problems. Z-Wade says we will make the calendar great again. Yeah. One of these days.
Watch the Oscars last night?
I did not. How was it?
I didn't watch it. I'm kind of curious about how the Ryan Gosling and Ken musical went.
I did.
Perform it live, I think. I
actually did see that. I mean, I wasn't watching it, but I saw somebody post it somewhere. It was all right.
Oh yeah.
It was a.
I imagine that's probably pretty.
It was a little number, you know.
I seen somebody post a picture. I guess it must have been after he performed it. It had Slash on stage with him. It's like, oh, that's crazy. It's like a bunch of people on stage.
Yes, Slash being up there playing a little riff over the top of the song was pretty neat. I actually think it was live too, because I was listening to it and he wasn't perfect, and the imperfections showed up. So I think it might have even been live, which made it kind of cool. Because it's not very often you see that stuff done live.
Right.
Apex, good morning to you.
I've seen Kung Fu Panda did pretty good over the weekend too.
Yeah, let's pull those up. Let's pull up the numbers real quick here. What am I pulling up? Let's see here. Let's see.
Can you hear me a little better this morning, by the way?
Yeah, a little bit.
Than usual? Okay. New phone case. I don't know why it helps, but it does.
It sounds like you're in a box, but it's not bad though. Like it sounds okay. So we had here's the box office numbers here. we had Dune Part 2 the previous week, and the top 10 grossing was 108.9 million. The top 10 grossing for this week, Kung Fu Panda came in as the number one release with and the total amount, the overall gross was 135.3 million. That's up from 114 last week. So about 20 million more. And let's see here. We have, I guess we got 3 more weeks left in this quarter. If we pull up Q1 of 2020, and don't forget we have Ghostbusters coming out in the later portion of this month as well, which we already have tickets for. For Q1 so far, we're at $1.1 billion. So if we wanted to try and beat out Q1 of last year, we need to hit approximately, let's see here, 5. We need to pull off about $500 million over the next 3 weeks. So we may not beat out Q1 of 2023 based off of these numbers, but it'll be very, very, very close. Now, if you consider the fact that we've got Ghostbusters coming, and I think that will probably be included in the very last week of this year, of this quarter, I mean, that could help boost it a little bit. I don't know how much it's going to help boost it by, but it should give us some pretty decent numbers. And if we see a continuation of weekly numbers, if we can pull off 150 over the next 3 weeks, we'll be very, very close. It'll be so, so close. It's going to be tight. There's a chance. But we got to pull off, per week, we got to pull off about 150K or more. Or 150 million, sorry, not K. Yeah, it's going to be close. So Adam Aaron tweeted out quite a few tweets this weekend. Has there been any decoding of his of his tweets yet? I always kind of get a kick out of that. That I didn't hear. I'm not sure what you just said there, but I didn't hear that one.
I said I stopped following that decoder guy on
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He said, on Oscar weekend, I had a privilege to tour the stunning Academy Museum of Motion Pictures with Jacqueline Stewart, its director and president. If you love the movies and you find yourself in LA, the Academy Museum is a must visit. Here we are on its huge rooftop entertainment deck. Then he posted out, here I have the honor of representing AMC and Odeon at the 96th Oscars, which start in an hour at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles. Literally everyone I have talked with this weekend thinks Oppenheimer will take home Oscar gold as Best Picture. What do you think? Then he put the Oscar telecast on ABC in the U.S. and also showing all throughout the world begins in less than 15 minutes. Then he said, congratulations to Best Director Christopher Nolan on your masterpiece. Oppenheimer will be playing your Oscar-winning movie all this week at AMC theaters across the United States. So Oppenheimer must have really done well. And as per his prediction, looks like it won. So I saw Oppenheimer. I saw Barbie. I don't know why. I mean, visually speaking, I think Oppenheimer was excellent. The music was really good, but it was not as entertaining as Barbie was. And I think that's reflected in the numbers as well. Good morning, hon. So, I don't know. Interesting. I know box office numbers were much, much higher on Barbie as well, so I'm kind of surprised. I could understand maybe cinematically, like why artistically that people would have maybe wanted to have voted for Oppenheimer for its work. Apex 450. But yeah.
Morning, Casey.
Good morning. Are you up and at it now?
Yeah. Believe it or not, I had to just turn the whole damn thing off. I guess it had something to do with. I shut my computers off through the weekend, and for whatever, didn't act in this that it normally does. So, here, man.
You're dropping in and out. It's kind of weird.
Probably because this is still downloading.
What's it downloading?
Well, my other charts, my Thinkorswim and all that. I bring your chart up first, and I'm not working with I don't have the most state of the art equipment here, so.
Nonsense. Are you trying to tell me that you're running on a 380? I can't remember the numbers anymore. 286, 385. I don't remember the numbers.
Yeah, man. Right. Yeah. I have limited horsepower. Let's put it that way.
Still on dial up like me.
Yeah.
It sucks that I can't make fun of other people's internet connections.
Yeah, you guys are all driving exotic foreign race cars, and I'm in a little Kia Sophia here.
Well, I don't know about all that, but definitely not a Kia.
I made the mistake of trying to come into the back of the big tramp before the other stuff had downloaded.
Apex is saying I'm going 414 to 494. Apex, I got you down for a number. I haven't actually decided on mine yet here. I still want to see, I think, because the market's kind of reacting a little oddly this morning in the pre-market, so I want to see where it's going to kind of decide on heading. We do have some indicators that kind of cause me to believe that the market's going to be heading up today. For example, like the US dollar trending down right now, or at least it was, which means the market should be up. And yet when we look at the SPY in the pre-market is actually down 0.4, so it's kind of at odds with what I'm seeing here. And then we're also getting things like gold and silver that appear to be trending up now, and that means the market should be going down. So I'm not sure why. We're seeing SPY respond appropriately to silver and gold, but not necessarily the US dollar. And I've got to figure out why that is. Also, the futures on the VIX are showing 1528. So it should be up. The VIX should be up when it opens up. Not quite as high as it was last Friday at 1553, but we should get a gap up on the VIX, and if that's the case, the market should be down. So that could be why it's showing down right now. All right, Apex, take care. Well, I know you just got here, Pirate, but I hate to do this to you. I think I'm going to take my break.
Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. I'm still getting my shit together here. Maybe when you come back, it'll be a do-over. Things will start running a little smoother.
All right.
I haven't even had my pastry yet. I haven't had a pastry yet. And that's a big important part of my morning. So.
Oh, what kind of pastry is that?
I have a pretty regular regimen. They're a little pre-made, nothing fancy. They don't come from a bakery. It's like a strudel, I guess.
Homemade?
A little white icing on.
Oh, okay.
Fuck no, I wish.
Yeah.
No, these come in a box because I go through them too fast. I have to have. Yeah, it's something that comes from either Little Debbie's or a similar company. But no, that's my standard breakfast.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out.
I woke up this morning with the time change. I woke up at my normal time. It was way too early, and so I said I'll lay back down, which I never do. And then for whatever reason, I fell back asleep. So enjoy your break.
When you said
when you return,
you woke up way too early because you woke up at your normal time, wouldn't that have been too late?
All I know is I woke up once. I looked at the clock, and I guess it was like 3:10 or something. So I got up and milled around a little bit to the bathroom, and then I laid back down. But another thing, it's a poor excuse, but Mrs. Pirate changed all of the clocks in the house except for mine in my bedroom. Which, it's not her fault. I should have done it myself. So
yeah, that's yours. That's on you.
Yeah, that's all of me.
Yeah. All right, man.
I was excited when you get back from this morning, though, with the bank term lending stopping today. I was excited to see what happens today. But yeah, I'm going to chime in with him. Don't let my I'm way out of sync this morning, so don't let me ruin your break, brother. Go have your break, and we'll be here when you get back.
What were you going to say, Rex?
I was going to say we got to talk to Hayden about those two pilots falling asleep on the plane yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, and when you get back, man, we got to harass them a little bit.
Yeah, that's nice. We're gonna need a briefing on that for sure. We're going to have a safety meeting on that.
I mean, if no alarms are going off.
Well, I guess they do need their 30-minute breaks, right?
That's an engineer's answer right there. There's no warning. No warning buzzers. No warning lights. Nothing's flashing yellow or red. No big deal if they take a little nappy nap.
Yeah, I mean it's
That's funny.
So they overshot a little. It's not it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, they didn't even do that. They just strayed off course a little bit.
Yeah, it's like it's not nobody was hurt. There was no harm, no foul. It's
no harm, no foul.
It's just a general overshoot of where you're going. Half hour seems odd. Just throwing that out. The way it was interesting because the article that I think that I read said something about both. It said I don't remember exactly how it stated it, but it made it seem to me like that it's normal for one of them to go to sleep, but it was unusual for both of them to go to sleep. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask about that because it just seems to me like anytime you have two people operating the plane, like you oughta probably stay awake the whole time and And if there is shifts of sleeping, that somebody should, probably not be at the helm sleeping. Period. Like, go to a bunk. I don't know. Anyways.
Well, there was one guy. There was one guy there that knew. One guy was taking a nap. The other guy's supposed to stay awake. And just like two guys guarding each other in a foxhole.
Yeah. We always had in my line of work, you're on an honor system, and when somebody breaks that honor, is usually when people start getting told that they can't do something that they used to like to do that was an honor because it was an honor system, because it was being abused.
Yeah.
You end up having to everybody ends up reaping the benefits of the changes that occur. You gotta love that. It really made me upset. I remember specifically the one thing that I remember was we had the company that I was working for at the time had just started hiring a bunch of new people for my position, and they were probably a little bit too young, like people that shouldn't have been in the position, but that due to the constraints in the market, that's who they could hire. And so one of the things that ended up happening was people were put into positions that they shouldn't have been put into a lot quicker than they should have, because due to time constraints, they needed to get the body into the position and filled. So they got less training than they should have gotten. And as a result, on my shift, one of the new, younger engineering technicians had a supervisor confront them and ask them if they could help them with a particular issue that they were having with. And the new person said, "That's not my job." Which is never the right answer in any situation. When a supervisor comes to you, not specifically her supervisor, but a supervisor for another department comes to you and asks you to help with something, you don't say it's not my job. So that level of experience or lack of experience ended up affecting everybody as a result of that. And it was really, really messed up. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening here for rules for pilots now. Anyways, I'm out. I'll see you guys in a bit. Stockways, good morning. Let me put up, or I put the message up already. I just got to click out of here. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
So a lot of you guys are wondering, what was that spike in the pre-market there, where price briefly jumped up to what appears to be about 469.5. And what I would suggest to you is a lot of this is probably an attempt to draw like a false flag from trading indicators. Remember, for example, on a good example, I guess, that I could potentially use here would be Ichimoto. On a 1 hour chart here, Ichimoto's got to get the lagging line above price line. Well, that does occur going into tomorrow by, this time tomorrow morning. Lagging line's going to be wherever price is. So let's say, for example, that price were to move somewhere between where we're at currently and up to that value here. Lagging line will be over price line during some portion of the day going into tomorrow, in the aftermarket hours today and pre-market of tomorrow morning. However, what's going to happen is that at some point, if price doesn't make it above 470, that lagging line is going to run into price line, because that basically acts like a wall. That lagging line has to get above and over. So essentially what this does is it triggers any kind of algos that are trading the market. It kind of triggers a be careful, don't buy in yet, because there's a potential selling trigger point that goes up to $4.70. So I think it's kind of an attempt to try and falsely trigger indicators that would potentially cause buying signals, is what this is. The quantity of shares that were traded through that particular minute was 90 shares. And of course, it went right back down to 435 afterwards. So it's really just an attempt, I think, to alleviate stress on any kind of buying pressure that might show up. So where do I think price is going to be moving to? all the signals for the SPY are signaling for a potential failure in market price, down to numbers that may even be as low as like 505 around there. The US dollar is making a reversal. VIX futures are showing 1518, which is obviously higher. Is that higher? Should be higher. Actually, 1518 is going to be lower than the 1564 this is going to jump up to. So we're going to see a big gap up to about 1560 at market open on VIX, and then it's going to drop a little bit to 518 or 1518 or thereabouts. So it's going to gap up but trend down. Where are we going at gold? Overall trend is down on gold right now, but it may see a reversal at some point. I know we've got a lot of cryptocurrencies that are trending slightly upwards. So I'm kind of leaning towards maybe like a 443 close for the day today, maybe 444. Let me see where that puts us here. Yeah, maybe a little bit less than that. Let's do a 441 close. We're underneath 450, so we're only going to get a 40-cent range. So I'm going to go 401 to 481 as my prediction for the day today. Apex has got 414 to 494 unless he changes it. Twisty has he's 440. 1 penny below me. He's going $4 to 480. And TB has the current reigning champion, 397 to 477. It does not appear that in Apex is the only one who's eligible for an extra bonus point due to his price prediction being 10 cents uniquely different than anybody else's. I think that's what I'm going to give you guys. Okay, that's it. Twisty says, really? Hey man, I try not to look at your numbers, and so like Apex, I couldn't help it because he put it out earlier this morning, and I was there and I could see it, but I didn't see your prediction going into it, so I just now looked at your number, and we happened to get him so close. I mean, take some. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing that we're getting numbers so close all the time. Alrighty. Let's do this. Let's get this day started. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and advance.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
again, baby, that's got everything to do with you. I'm alive, so alive. I'm alive, so
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I got it, guys. I think I got it this morning. It finally came to me, the name of the group that I'm thinking of that this sounds like, and I'm thinking Toad the Wet Sprocket, but I can't think of the name of the song. Somebody's got to help me out. It starts off with like looking so nice. It like starts off like that, but I can't remember, or maybe that's not the lyrics or something, but I think it's Toad the Wet Sprocket, and I can't think of the name of the song. Somebody's going to put it in here and remind me, and we'll check it. But the title for this week, or for the day today, actually, it really should be for the whole week, is 3/15, or on Friday, is the quad witching day for OPEX. The operations expiration date is occurring then. The reason why this is titled the way that it is it's when we have the stock index future contracts, single stock options, and options and stock index futures and stock index options all expiring at the same time. And that is on this Friday. So I would expect to see more volatility in the market. More volatility means more volume. You can already see from the options chain on AMC, I think there's like 375,000 contracts that are out of the money right now. All I Want. Tom says, Toad the Wet Sprocket, All I Want. That's the name of the song. Hold on a second here. We're going to stop everything for this moment. Hold on a second. Hold on. All I Want. Hold on. I think you're right. I think that's the name of the song. Hold on. Toad the Wet Sprocket. Here we go. There it is. Hold on. Why is it so quiet? Wait a minute. Hold on. What's wrong with the volume? Why is it doing this? All right, here we go. I'm going to attempt to play these side by side. Okay, there's that one. And then there's this one. Okay, here we go. Can you tell the difference? Can you tell the difference between these two opening songs? Yeah, all right, I'm gonna play them, and you tell me which one you think is the song, which one's which here. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play the first one, and here we go. I'm not gonna tell you which one I'm playing. Okay, there you go. There's the first one. Give me a 1 if you think that is Toad the Wet Sprocket. Give me a 2 if you think that it's shoot, what's the name of the other group? Hold on. Hold on. It's Love and Rockets. Okay, well, and maybe we should do the name of the songs. The name of the songs, one is So Alive, and the other song name is All I Want. So again, I'll play the first one. Here we go. There's the first one. Living 3D says, in excess. Frank says that was not Love and Rocket. A lot of people are putting in Love and Rocket in here. I see mostly 1s. There are some 2s in here. All right, now I'm going to play the other one, just so you can remember what it sounds like. Here's the other one. Boy, those are so close. Man, those are so close. Can I play these at the exact same time? Hold on a second here. Let me try this. I don't know if I'm going to be talented enough to do this. Hold on one second. Let's try it. I got to move it over just a tad. All right, here we go. Hold on a second. I can't do it. Wait, I'm trying. Hold on a second. Let me see. They're so close.
Nothing so loud. Hearing when we lie.
Okay, so those of you who said that first one that I played was All I Want, you were wrong. The very first song that I played for you was So Alive. The second one was All I Want. Man, those are so close. Okay, so here's the difference. Here's the big difference. So Alive on the fourth measure. On the fourth measure, there's a hard snare drop. So listen after this is So Alive. On the fourth one, you'll hear a hard snare hit. 1, 2, 3. Here, there it was. It's like a it's on the fourth one. Here we go. So 1, 2, 3. Here it is. 2. Boom. Okay, so there's that one. But on All I Want, they don't do the hard snare hit. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all uniquely the same. Or not uniquely. They're all this exact same hit throughout the song.
Nothing so.
But the tempo, I think the tempo on All I Want is just slightly faster. I mean, a smidgen faster. But it is so much almost the exact same drum beat going in there. All right. Anyways, I resolved that. At least I got that out of the way, and I know what I feel, felt like it sounded like as an intro. Because I mean, I feel like you could play those two intros and ask somebody what song is it, and they would probably not know which one. Some people even thinking it was an In Excess song, which I actually was thinking as well this morning. As I was on that. Yeah, it's Toad the Wet Sprocket, All I Want. And then Love and Rockets, So Alive. Mac Nedby says, but Casey, that's like every song in the 80s. I don't know, man. I don't really feel like I've really ever felt that way. Was Toad the Wet Sprocket in the 80s? No, you are wrong. That was 1991. I was going to say, I thought that was in my high school years, and it was. It was in my high school years. So you are wrong. That is not an 80s song, sir. Please pull forward. Alrighty. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, OPEX. If you guys want to click on that link that I attached to the top up there, you can go check it out. It tells you a little bit more about quad witching, what to expect about that for the week. I'm expecting some more volatility in the marketplace, and when there's volatility, there's usually large amounts of volume. So I am expecting to see some increased volume throughout the week. Michael says, I was conceived to Toad the Wet Sprocket. That's awesome to know. Like, did your parents go like, this was the song, son. You, me, my mom, your mom. we were all together at this song. This is your song. Because if that's how it truly went down, that's a very awkward situation. What a weird conversation to have. This is your song, son. Hey, that's cool, though. You know, at least you know. All right. I am in the back of the Big Tramp. For anybody who wants to join up there, we got about 15 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. We're at $4.45, up 3.69% for the day today. Looking pretty hot and spicy right now. Crawling all over the top side of this Bollinger Band on the way up. which means the price is going to usually come back down and retest the simple moving average at the very least on a move down. How is the rest of the market looking right now? SPY is down 0.2. Let's see the Mag 7. 4 out of the 7 are red. I don't know how I came up with that song. I started to play the All I Want song, or not All I Want, the So Alive. I started to play that this morning for the intro, and I had to step away from my computer for a second, run into the other room so I couldn't hear my headset. And then I started singing the lyrics to the Toad the Wet Sprocket song and I couldn't remember the lyrics, but I could remember the tune. And I finally got to the chorus part of the tune in my head, and I was like, Toad the Wet Sprocket. It just popped into my head. And I was like, yeah, that's it. But I couldn't remember what the lyrics were for the life of me. Whale says gold is so close to 2,200. Let's check it out. Yep. It's getting no pump. Pirate, good morning. Funky, good morning.
Morning, Admiral.
What do you guys think? Since you guys are the first ones here to kind of discuss my finding or my thought on the similarities between those two songs and how they sound when they start off.
I was of the NXS camp. I fell in that category that I wanted to hear you do the third one.
What was the third one? Do you know? Somebody
exactly.
Brian listed off a song this morning. Devil Inside was the one that he said. But
maybe it's Devil Inside.
All right, so I'll play that.
Either that or
but I don't.
Or New Sensation.
Let's see here. I'll do New Sensation first.
I might be wrong.
New Sensation.
Yeah, it's one of those two, I think.
All right,
I apologize for not knowing the exact song, but I know that NXS falls into that sound, if you will.
Absolutely. In fact, this morning when I first started the live stream, I said that. I said, this reminds me of an NXS song. But then after I started thinking about it, the more I thought about it, I was like, no, this is Toad the Wet Sprocket. It's not NXS at all. But it definitely has that like NXS kind of feel to it, though. Here it is.
Yeah, all three of them.
Okay. That song starts off with a timpani and orchestral hits for New Sensation. Okay, this sounds nothing alike. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so right off the bat, it starts off with guitar, and like when it actually gets into the main meat of the song, it starts off with like guitar playing over the drum beat. It's got that real like heavy bass snare. Okay, so the difference, the big difference.
It may not be the exact intro, but
as I'm playing,
for whatever reason, there's some part of the song that.
As I'm playing So Alive, there's a do, ch, do, ch. So there's two bass hits to every one snare, right? It starts off with just one single bass hit, but then it goes into a double bass before it goes into a snare hit again. Whereas the NXS is just a single bass, single snare hit. Boom, ch, boom, ch, boom, ch, right? Like, so there's a big difference between that one. Let's try Devil Inside real quick here, just in case. Let me see here.
Mute myself so I can listen.
Well, that's just like Devil Inside is just a bunch of. There's strong bass with like some kind of like electronic not timpani, but electronic bongos or something like that in there. So it's just do. Right, yeah, so. And it sounds like a shaker that's got some kind of reverb hooked up to it. So it's got like a double reverb, a double hit on the shaker and no snare. So I don't think it's either of those.
The common thread may be, am I wrong? But do the lyrics, do the lyrics and the singers operate on a different tempo? Is there a disparity between the timing of the drums? Just, I don't know.
Let me listen to something real quick here.
Like the lyrics are slower and don't necessarily keep pace with the drums.
Let me listen to something real quick.
Common.
There's some kind of effect that's going on with the voice. If I had to guess, I'm not sure if this is like some kind of effect that they were using on a lot of voicings back then. But they do have some very strong similarities, and I think that's part of the reason why I kind of keyed in on it and thought like this is an INXS song or it sounds like one, is because of the singing and the effect that they're using on the vocals. There's some kind of like reverb.
It's almost like
effect.
Yeah, and it's almost like the vocals are an accompaniment to the drums.
Yeah.
Instead of the other way around. It's like the drum line is the prevailing sound, and then the singer is just an accompaniment to that.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
It's funny because I honestly I don't even know if Love and Rockets has any other good songs. Like I honestly, if somebody would ask me like, you know, do you know the song So Alive? I would have been like, yeah, of course I do. And then and if somebody would have said like, hey, well, who sings it? I would have said INXS? ? And then somebody would have said Love and Rockets, and I would have got that one wrong. And I would have said, who's that? Love and Rockets. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly.
This is literally the first time that I ever knew that it was sung by Love and Rockets. I would have just assumed that it was INXS the whole time.
I've been chastised already this morning by Mrs. Pirate. I guess due to my frustration with the computer, when I first got on before, I was thundering away to you guys, and I guess my voice carried through the house and woke her up.
Oh.
I got a pretty angry text message from the other side of the house.
Ooh. Man.
Yeah, I'm already on somebody's shit list today. Yeah.
I didn't even feel like you were yelling this morning.
Well,
sounds to me like you need to.
I need to practice my library. I need to practice my library voice first thing in the morning.
Sounds to me like somebody needs an area rug to kind of dampen some of that echo.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with it. We have tile floors, big open spaces, so the sound carries down. We could make a good recording studio in my living room, though.
So it's interesting that you should say that because I told you that I sang the song "Buy and Hold" in the bathroom. I have tile in the bathroom.
House, yeah.
I have tile in the bathroom. I don't have that in other portions of my house. I have carpet, so it wouldn't, the sound's not the same. So you're right. I probably could have done like "Buy and Hold" in your office where you have that tile. Would have sounded better.
We have really tall ceilings too, 12-foot ceilings. So sound carries a great. It doesn't bounce around as much. It travels farther in a straight line.
I think you should meet this anger by saving up egg cartons. Do they even have egg? Yeah, I guess they do still have egg cartons these days. You need to save up some. No, they don't have those egg cartons anymore, do they?
Fasten them to the walls.
Yeah, you need to spray paint them. Spray paint them black.
Styrofoam sound suppressors.
And throw those egg cartons up on the wall.
Yeah. Or just learn to moderate my volume when it's 6:30 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. That might be
Sophisticated Al says, "Psst, it's pronounced Lie-berry voice." Casey ate a lot of prunes.
A lot of it was a reflection of my my computer not cooperating this morning. I don't like it when I encounter those little challenges.
Andrew asked if one of your rubber bands snapped off of the computer.
Oh man. Okay. All right, Andy.
No,
I thought he was my boy because he's from Cincinnati. But all right.
I don't know why, but that's actually funny to the point to where I like envision, as I was reading his comment, I was sitting there envisioning like actual rubber bands around your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I got bungee cords, man. You know. spare no expense around here. I lived the high life, man.
Oh boy, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I made the mistake of showing you guys a picture. Those aren't rubber bands. That's if you want to keep it 100%, it's that's clothesline, a piece of old clothesline rope that I use to adjust my high-end computer here. So don't be hating.
JM is asking, how do we put in song requests? You can put it in here in the chat, hope that I read it, and then copy and paste it for you into Discord. But in Discord, there's an actual section for song requests, which I'm really far behind on right now. So if you do happen to put a request in, it could be a very long time before you see it. I know Pirates over here, I think you've been anxiously awaiting a request. I think you put in, 4 times now? Or something like that?
Yeah, I gave up, man. I gave up a long time ago.
Yeah.
Robert Plant's Ship of Fools. You know, I'm trying to tie in the whole pirate thing to ships. We're all full this year. But it's a pretty dark song, so I thought maybe you listened to it and thought, no, that's kind of a bummer. I thought, well.
Will says a lot of Bitcoin ETFs are dumping dumping Bitcoin. It was up almost like they're using ETFs hard for collateral. My ex, when I was alive, said, "Stop talking." When I was alive? What? Stop talking so early in the morning. Now that I'm just an AI, the candy... Oh, I get it. Okay. The Candy Cane Crush Saga game I'm dating messages me, "Quit clicking those relays so early in the morning." Man, I haven't played Candy Crush in forever. I can't believe it's still on my phone.
Played that game 4 hours a day for a minimum of 3 years straight. She was obsessed with it.
There was a time in my life when I played Farmville on Facebook. It is probably one of the most shameful periods of time in my life. Clearly there was problems.
You had to go to confession. If you were a Catholic, you go to the priest and confess, make a confession over it.
Clearly there were problems in my life at the time because anybody who would spend copious amounts of time playing a game such as Farmville
is escaping something.
Yeah,
it's a clear
sign of you're obviously trying to avoid something, and it's probably life related. In fact, I remember I was going to marriage counseling at the time back then. And
oh man,
yeah.
Actually, wait a minute. Let's make sure we're clear on this. This was a reflection of your first marriage.
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
This isn't Melissa.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's your problem right there.
Yeah.
The fucking minute you decided to go to marriage counseling, that was when it really started coming off the rails.
You know what?
I'm not going.
I tend to agree with you.
Down with a fucking stranger.
I tend to agree.
Put my fucking dirty laundry out there, so this bitch can bill me $200 an hour, and then when we leave,
it could have been a guy too. It doesn't have to be a bitch.
Fuck that. Yeah.
This person,
whatever. Pick your gender. Yeah.
So I tend to agree with you. I think if you've gotten to that point, it's you're beyond.
You're fucking done.
You're beyond that. You know, it's. You know, I think one of the worst things was for me, going through any kind of marriage counseling ever in my lifetime is that it was always my problem. Like I was always.
Oh, absolutely.
I was always the issue.
What can you do? What can you do to change here?
Right, and
fuck no.
Yeah,
no, but fuck no.
And I always felt like it was not fair. You know that it's always just me.
Let me get this straight. The premise is a total fucking stranger, someone who doesn't know you from Adam, can sit down with you and your wife and listen to you two regurgitate what you find wrong with each other, and then they'll be able to fix everything for you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not a buyer.
Well, my big problem is that, you know, we would go into this marriage counseling and then they'd be like, well, you need to go read this, and this book. And they'd give you like 5 books to read. And you know me, as a person who just absolutely loves reading, found that to be incredibly rewarding. To be prescribed 5 books to go read about how to make my relationship better. None of those books ever got read, and that's why I was the problem in the relationship every single time. Is because I refused to do the reading material, and it was just kind of like one of those things. Was like I'm not that. That's like you're asking me to do something I don't do. I don't read. It's not.
Well, see, you just touched on my theory of why the whole thing is just bullshit, because it's all built around change. They're going to ask me to change. You want me to change. You want me to alter who I am. And the closest I can come to that is faking for you, because I'm not going to change. A tiger doesn't change its stripes. So the whole concept of if you can do things better, you can change and alter and all that. I'm like, well, that's an impossibility. Like I said, the best I can do on that is fake those things for a while, but eventually I'll fall back into who I really am. So I always come up at it from the position of you either fit together or you don't. You have to accept each other for as you are, or fucking move on.
I do believe that there are certain situations where, you know, like maybe there needs to be like grounds for finding a middle ground.
Right. But you shouldn't need a third party. You shouldn't need a third party to broker that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. If you need to get a third party,
you should communicate. You should communicate well enough between the two of you that if something's that important, if it really bothers you that much that I fart at the dinner table, just tell me. You know, and I can't guarantee you I'll quit farting at the dinner table, but if I care about you, then I'll think about it. And if it's something I can do, you know. Exactly, but I don't think I need to go to a therapist to broker the deal.
Pirate hooker.
Yes, I am.
Who just played that? It had to be either Rex or Funky, because it wasn't me. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. The guilty party has spoken.
Yeah, we're late for numbers.
Yeah, numbers it is. Farmville. How did we go? Oh, yeah, that's right. Farmville relationships. Got it. Okay. Do not mix. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at our numbers for the very first time for the day today since the market has opened. Starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tally points. TB, congratulations to TB for winning out the week last week. Him and I went in as a tiebreaker on Friday. Both of us gaining an extra point earlier in the week with some of our price predictions being incredibly accurate in comparison to some of the others in the group guessing. And as a result, we went into it with the tiebreaker together, and one man walked out with a single point higher, which was TB. And none of us missed, fortunately. So congratulations to him. Today, remember, these are not these price predictions are not meant to be a source for financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to be by the end of the day today. We have 3 individuals who are very close to each other in price prediction. With, in fact, only 4 cents spread is a spread between us. Apex is standing out on right field on his own. or left field. Who knows? But the low man on the totem pole is TB at $3.97 to $4.97. Twisty at $4 to $4.80. I'm $4.01 to $4.81. Apex is $4.14 to $4.94. I kind of wanted to go $4.44 for an average price prediction for the day, but I dropped it just because I felt like it might be just a little too high, which is exactly what we're trading at right this second. Short exempt volume on Friday was extremely high considering the fact that our volume day over day was actually lower. We had 393.6 thousand shares get marked as short exempt on Friday, which is a big number. Anything over 300,000 shares is a big number. Utilization did drop a little bit from Friday due to some returned shares, about 850,000 returned shares. So that dropped our utilization down to 64.12%. Day-over-day price increase, we were down on Friday 6.52%. Max pain for this week is $4.50. It's been $4.50 since since Thursday of last week. We were at $5, so it was really close. Taking a look at right next to that, let me change it real quick here. Exchange traded volume. By this time of the morning, I would usually expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Off exchange is at 50.16 and EDGX is at 10.8. The combined total on that 60.96%, or about, hold a second, or about 6.96% higher than I would expect it to be by this time in the morning. CHX volume is 2,600 shares, nothing unusual there. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day coming in at 85 shares, also nothing unusually large going on there. Earlier this morning when we looked at the amount of shares that were available to borrow and how many had been borrowed, there was about 250,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. We're currently sitting at another 300,000 shares got borrowed earlier this morning, and then 150 returned, and then another 50,000 borrowed after that. So 350,000 on top of the 250 we already have. So we're looking at 600,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day, which is about how much we had going in. We had about 650,000 shares going into the day available to be borrowed. So we're probably really close to seeing the end of the borrowing available shares to be borrowed, having been borrowed. Fees are rising, and I kind of suggested to you earlier this morning that because we're starting to see the available amount of shares dipping a little bit here to lower numbers, the fees will probably start increasing, and they did. They increased from 0.65 earlier this morning to 0.86% now. Taking a look at institutional ownership, earlier this morning it was being reported at the same value as what we've had for a week and a half or so now at 76.199 million shares. That is not changed. And remember, a lot of this is due to the fact, the reason it's not changing is due to the fact that the reporting doesn't usually come through except for on quarterlies. So we might have to wait a little bit here before we see some new numbers. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day-to-day. Actually, give me just a second. I'm moving some screens around here. Come on. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today. Coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's where it was last week. We have 5.8 thousand contracts. Do note there is quite a bit of volume coming in at 5.5 contracts as well, though. Highest amount of put volume this morning is very, very low. $4.50 strike is the highest amount. That's where it was last week. We have 648 contracts. That's super low. That's not a whole lot of volume going on put contracts this morning so far. Ortex. Currently reporting about 89,000 shares having been returned so far this morning. That's going to may slightly drop the estimated short share interest of the free float, but it's being reported right now at 12.94. The cost to borrow mins at 1.02, average 1.1, and max is 1.33. Let's take a look at what some of our numbers look like here. Day over day. Utilization, here's our drop in utilization right here from 66.3 down to 64.12. On loan amount decreasing from 45.56 million shares on loan to 44.71. That's an 850,000 share decrease or return shares. It's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 13.09 to 12.97. And then the on loan average age per day, it just depends on whether or not the shares that were returned are new or older loans. Since the on loan average age per day started rising back up from 34.96 days to 35.81, it would suggest to me that newer than older positions were returned in loan shares. And then the security lending volume did decrease from 3.46 million to 2.61. MMRI earlier this morning was 260.25. Has increased to 261.28. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.415, is now 0.434. SSR triggers today at $3.87. We have 264,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 4.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 111.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 33.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. In total, we have about 375,000 contracts that are out of the money. That's quite a few. NASDAQ is down 0.63, Dow Jones is down 0.57, and the S&P 500 is down 0.62. We have 3,143 decliners to 2,114 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. We only have 3 green sectors this morning. The sector that's doing the best is materials, and then consumer staples is following that. The worst or the most declining 2 sectors currently are industrial, and it's kind of a tie between real estate and technology. Of the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. 4 are red, and those that are red are 1% or more down for the day today. Meta taking a really big hit right now, down 5%. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change this morning will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 3.36. FRC is up 7.14. NYCB is down 4.09. Lots and lots of red showing up here. I don't see any others that are worthy of getting a shout out. Gold is currently up 0.08. To me, this looks like it's really just kind of consolidating. Silver is up 0.45. Trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 4.08. The current trend, I would say, is down. Yeah. The US dollar is up 0.19 and surging up. Oil is down 0.78 and was trending down, but appears to be breaking that trend down into a trend up currently. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.02 to 0.03 and are trending down. SPY is down 0.57 and trending down after market open. VIX is up 8.21, getting ready to break 16, which is a significant number. That's quite a bit of volatility. Earlier this morning, I told you guys that it was going to gap up and trend down. It did start to trend down very briefly, and then immediately started trending up. The futures on the VIX are currently showing 1553, which is obviously much lower than where it's at right now. So I don't know if it's going to cool off at some point here, but the futures are suggesting it. VTI is down 0.6 and trending down. VB is down 0.8 and trending down. For those of you who don't know, Vanguard, those two Vanguard ETFs are the largest two holders of AMC shares the last time that I checked, VTI being the largest. Tesla is up 2.96 and trending up. It looks like it may be cooling off, so it did touch the Bollinger Band on the way up here and came back down to retest the simple moving average. Printed a TD9 touching the simple moving average, which may mean that this may have a continuation upwards, finding support there. Amazon is down 2.09, touched the Bollinger Bands on the way down, and has not returned back to the simple moving average just yet. Cinemark is down 0.29 and is consolidating. Doge is up 4.75, trending down. It looks like it may be trying to break that trend. Bitcoin is up 5.27%, and earlier this morning found an all-time high at 72.415, sorry. GME is up 0.17 and is currently trending down after an initial market move up. HYMC is up 4.82 and is kind of trending down a little bit now after an initial gap up. NCMI is down 1.02, consolidating. HUD is up 1.77, and I'm actually going to suggest that it's currently trending upwards, but I think it's consolidating for the most part. AMC is up 3.07 and consolidating after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC, we have about $1.9 million more outflow than inflow. 3.58 million shares traded so far for the morning. Putting us on a pace right now for 29.08 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 to 25 million. It was not looking like it was going to be a big volume traded day today. And I would suggest that we're going to be in those numbers no problem at this point. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 48.12, which is pretty much average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.76, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.39, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.96, which is above average. Looking at the Ichimoto cloud. A lot of people were wondering about the spike earlier this morning in price movement that got us above the cloud here. You got a signal that triggered above the cloud. I think that was just an attempt, and we've seen a lot of this lately, an attempt to try and fool trading indicators that would present buying signals. Lagging line is going to cross through price line, and when that happens, that should send a buying signal. But if price doesn't make it above this candle wick, because of that candle wick that we had this morning up to $4.70, if price doesn't hold 470 or higher, then the lagging line is going to run right back into price line again and send a selling signal. For the day-to-day, though, currently the lagging line is below price line and conversion is below base and price is below the cloud. To turn this all into a buy signal for the day-to-day, price would have to hit $4.55 or higher for the day. 455 should... Wait a minute, that's not right. Why did I say 455? Lagging line has to get over price line. It's 480. I don't know why I wrote 455 down this morning. I must have been tired. The number's 480. Very similarly to how it's going to be about 470 going into tomorrow. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line just barely. Price is underneath the cloud and conversion is below base. So in order for this to be a buy signal for the entire week, price is going to have to, at least in the current term, going to need to move above the cloud, which is going to be about 465. In the longer term, we need to keep lagging line above price line, which is going to get higher and higher and higher as the week goes on here. So that number is going to increase from 465 to higher values as the week goes on. But for today, 465 is the number. Tomorrow it would end up being actually tomorrow's still 465. I guess the first day that it'll be a higher value is going to be on Wednesday when it'll move up to about 470. And then on Thursday it'll move up to 490. And with that, that's all I've got for you.
This morning, Casey, when I was struggling to get my Discord up, while I was waiting for things
Is
to
that what you
load,
call
I
it?
had,
I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
Yeah. I had seen. I always keep CNBC on my big screens, but it's muted just so I can see the tickers. But I happened to glance up, and they were doing a live interview with Michael Saylor. I'm sure everyone's familiar with him. He's got a fund. He's a huge Bitcoin proponent. Mm-hmm. But if anyone has a chance, it was quite the eye opener. He divulged some stuff he was pretty detailed, and it's very interesting. I would encourage anyone, if they can find out on the internet. It was this morning. I don't know, an hour ago, hour and a half, CNBC. But he spoke, 7 or 8 minutes uninterrupted about his recent Bitcoin purchases and how he's borrowing. What struck me as interesting, no spoiler alert, but he said he borrowed, I think he borrowed $100 million at under 1% and bought Bitcoin with it Saturday and Sunday. Well, it was one of the things that he was bragging about was how you could buy Bitcoin 24/7, but he put some real numbers out there. And it made me think of George Soros when he was shorting the English pound. Anybody's familiar with that's how George Soros accumulated a great deal of his wealth. I know it's not exactly the same, but that's what come to mind for me. But I would encourage anybody who's interested in what's going on with Bitcoin to go watch that interview. Their new sales pitch. You'll love this, Casey. I was going to save it, but I have to err on the side of caution because you're so busy you may not watch it. So I'll just go ahead and tell you the new pitch is it's not a store of value. It is a piece of real estate. They got a whole new narrative that they're passing around, that when you buy Bitcoin now, you're not buying a commodity, you're buying he literally called it internet real estate, and he compared it to buying a building in downtown New York. So very, very interesting though, and it's not very long, so I recommend that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was. There were about, in the 7 minutes I think he spoke, there were probably 3 or 4 things that he said that kind of caused me to pause.
I found out
what's interesting is he's used the higher Bitcoin runs, the more he's able to go to his bank and borrow US dollars against it. It's the strangest thing. So his bank is a believer. So the higher Bitcoin runs, the higher his fund is valued. The higher his fund is valued, the more they'll loan him. The more they loan him, the more Bitcoin he buys. So there's a loop there. And again, I'm oversimplifying it a little bit. He explains it better than I do, but he put it right out there of what he's doing and how he's doing it. And I found it a little bit frightening, personally.
One of the, I just found out this last weekend that I know on a couple different occasions I've mentioned how I went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, actually crypto in general rabbit hole, when FTX blew up, and came into contact with some less than desirable individuals to be associating with.
Mm-hmm.
And I just found out that and I haven't gone back to listen to it to see if it's accurate or not. But I just found out that somebody actually had captured the space call recording for that particular session that I've talked about not wanting to talk about. I'm actually going to go back and re-listen to it and see if it's anything that's worth playing out loud. I don't know if I really want to do that because I might be putting myself at jeopardy by doing so. But the fact that there's,
I get it.
the fact that there's a recording that I had forgotten about that I have a link to is pretty cool. So I'm really kind of excited about the fact that I have that because I feel like, you know, most of the things that I say are just all kind of hearsay because I don't have a recording of the situation that happened. You can just trust what I say or not trust. In this particular situation, though, I have a recording. What I might do, since my Discord is private, is post it to Discord so that people can hear it in Discord. Just because I think that would
nice. That might be a good solution. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's like a way better way to approach it, and that way it's not something publicly where I'm playing it live.
Right. Yeah, that's a good compromise.
But it literally is a group of people who are talking about how they're pumping crypto to create a new genre of investors for it so that they can turn them into basically bag holders for their positions. So they can start, it's basically a nonstop repeat process of getting new investors to come in and buy at higher levels so that they can basically swing trade the movement and profit off of
the volatility.
Yeah, profit off the volatility.
He talks about he speaks about the volatility. He talks about it not in depth, but it's one of the things that he brings up is the volatility.
Yep.
I don't want to speak any more about it because I want people to, when they hear, I don't push people towards CNBC. I'm not a big fan of theirs, but in this particular instance, I think there's some value in listening to it, and I want people to formulate their own opinions. I don't want to influence them.
Yep.
I just encourage people to watch it.
That's the beauty.
We have Biggums. Welcome, Biggums. There you
Good
go,
morning.
Man. Some fanfare, a little bit.
Good morning, censored content. See, this is the reason why, and I don't blame you, Biggums, for not wanting to come in here and like put your name in and then everybody's seeing it because I know like sometimes if you're anything like me, this is what happens. Everybody makes a deal about it, and you're like, wait a minute, no, I don't want a big deal. Maybe you do, I don't know, but you know, it is good to see you one way or the other. So, welcome.
Good morning, Biggums.
But that was
funny.
That was
done. Censored content.
Yeah, that was
timing on that was impeccable.
Censored content was doing right there. It's nice job, censored.
You know, there's if you're fond of watching trends or study of human how we work, there's a trend with censored content. You know, when he comes in the morning, he kind of slips up very quietly. He just kind of comes up and sits down, and then he waits. He's like a lion waiting in the tall grass. He waits for an opportunity to do something like that, and I'm fond of it. I look forward to him.
Pirate, you don't get to say anything on this one, but this is for chat comment section only. Any of you guys sitting in the back of the big trap don't answer. Point to anybody who can figure out or remember what that charge was played for. What was that? What cartoon did that come off of? That was the intro for a cartoon. Does anybody remember what it is? There it is. Mighty Mouse by Dynamike. Yep.
Dynamike.
Nice job.
Yeah. Dynamike is not to be. He's not to be trifled.
That's Popeye. What? Music. Hold on a second. Play it again. Really? Wait.
That's Popeye. Oh, I got rid of it already.
Okay. Well, what about
Popeye?
What was Mighty Mouse's then?
When he eats the spinach. Oh, I stand.
Wait. So what was
Dynamike?
Wait.
Dynamike, we're wrong.
Do Mighty Mouse.
That's Popeye.
Wait. We got
his muscles pop open. Yep.
We gotta do.
Do Mighty Mouse like yeah.
Hold on a second. If you can't do it, I will.
I'm not. It's not connecting.
No, he's right. Dial up. He's 100% correct. That is when Popeye opens the can of spinach and downs it. That's exactly where that's from. Can't believe I got tricked on that one. See, that's what I get for being such a fan of Dynamite.
Why did I
just took it on a leap of faith that he was right, and he shit the bed. Dynamite just shit the bed on that one so bad.
Hold on a second here. Mighty Mouse. Yeah. Why did I think it was Mighty Mouse?
You did the same thing I did.
I know.
You believed in Dynamite, and we'll never make that mistake again. We'll never take it on a leap of faith.
No, but that's what I thought it was too.
It was correct.
That's what I thought it was too, though. I don't know why. And then when everybody started correcting us.
Yeah.
AMC Bigham says lending program ends today. They will now have to run the discount window. Smaller banks ran to the secondary credit facilities, and now the clock starts. Yep.
Splinter, you get the points for that. You were the first one. You kind of got overlooked there. Your moment of glory was missed because of us piling on to Dynamite. But Splinter was the first guy to put Popeye in.
We will credit due to Splinter then. Leave it up to the wise rat to get the right answer. It's really kind of funny to me that Dynamite thought the same exact thing that I did. And he was the first person to
put it. He was a superhero.
Yeah.
You can tell. My first thought was the really early Superman. But then I thought, no, it's. I immediately discounted that one. But and that's strange too, because I was a huge Popeye fan. I've seen every episode of Popeye probably 10 times.
Oh, I'm confused now.
The Popeye character was based off of a real life man. Trivia there.
Wait. Maybe we should do this since Bigham is here now. Bigham's, all right. I got something for you, man. You gotta check this out. We're gonna put Bigham's to the test. This is a little Bigham's. I hate to put you on the spot here, but I'm gonna play something for you. And I want you to tell me if you know the name of this song. Hold on a second here. Oops, that's not it. Damn it. Let's see. All right, Bigham's. This is the start of a song. Name that tune. Okay, name that tune. That's all you get. It's a drum beat. You got 4 measures. You got like 4.5 measures. I'll play it one more time here for you. Let's see if you can get it. You got a little bit of a vocal in there. Very, very little bit of vocal. There was just a smidgen of a vocal in there.
Green Thumb said Love Shack.
Now I feel like we're going to have to play that just to see how it starts off. Because
Biggums wants one more shot at it. Give him one more 4 bars of that.
All right, here we go. Actually, I'll give you just
here comes Biggums.
Here we go.
Nothing's...
Oh, that's it. That's all you get. Let's see if he gets this. And no pressure, by the way. It's okay to completely airball on this. There's no pressure. If you can just come up with a group name, you don't even have to name the song. Just come up with the group name for the song is good enough. That is incorrect. Now, I'm going to play you a different one. Nice try, but I'm going to play you a different song, but it's going to sound the same. See if you can guess this one.
Poor Biggums, man.
Oh, that's it.
Biggums comes in here. He comes in here to hang with us a little bit.
He's like,
a little bit of
he's like, damn
a
it.
little bit of his special ingredients to this little potpourri
Well, I
we
know
have
the
here.
second one, but
And first thing we do is hit him with a fucking almost impossible musical trivia.
Yeah, right to the, hey.
What a way to be welcomed in, yeah.
Here's some music trivia.
Good to see you. Here's a puzzle. Here's a puzzle. Figure this out so we can make fun of you if you can't. Yeah. And you wonder why nobody comes here.
I know, right? Like, yeah, it's embarrassing. Everybody, you come here and it's like everybody picks on you.
Yeah. Good morning. Welcome. All right, now we have a question for you.
There's no such thing as wrong answers around here. All right, do you want I can play that second one a second time. Here we go. You're going to think it's the same song, but it's not.
the second one's easier.
Roadrunner says it will be nice to know in the past 3 years how much money they spend on borrowing shares on taking the average price to see at what point they will not make money on the price going to zero. Hayden says, I remember when I used to go to the Big Tramp. Speaking of which, Hayden, I think you're overdue. We have a discussion topic for this morning: pilots and sleeping. Because everybody wants to know now how that works exactly.
Yeah. We need you to come in here and explain how some of your brethren feel it's appropriate to just have themselves a little nappy nap at 30,000 feet and 600 knots.
You know what he's going to say?
Just fucking taking a cold nap on the job.
I already know what he's going to say. He's going to come in. He's going to come in here and say those are obviously
his little union brothers.
You know what he's going to say? He's going to come in and say those are obviously Air Force pilots.
Oh man!
Guaranteed that even
he will now.
Yeah, he will now.
He will now.
Yeah,
he will now.
Yep.
Yeah, since you spoon fed him.
Oh, he says I just woke up actually, like as if it's going to make a difference on like his morning voice.
Right. Yeah. He's like, well, what it is, we caught him off guard, so he's got to come up with a well thought out excuse, to explain how these guys who are making six figures a year feel the need to take a little sleep, a little nappy nap.
It's I remember like when the blinks start to get really long and then you start hitting like the like the side and that starts happening on your tires and you suddenly pop up.
The rumble strips.
Yeah.
Rumble strips.
They don't have anything like that for airplanes. Maybe they need to have that, like some kind of like eye detecting. Maybe they need an eye detecting system where like basically like rumbles the stick if they start closing their eyes.
It's worse than that now, Casey. The commercial trucking companies, the big boys, they started putting cameras in the cabs where it's like an eye in the sky, where the people, the boss man back in the company can watch his drivers, and they can literally see them nodding off. I mean, they've got them under surveillance. So I don't know. I'm gonna talk to. I think Hayden's union, needs to let them put some cameras in there. Start keeping an eye on these guys.
Mm.
Oh, now he's playing dumb. What airline? So I can look it up. As if it wasn't all the chatter between him and all his little buddies. He knows.
Well, I'll tell you what it wasn't. Shoot, I forgot the name. Spirit. It wasn't Spirit.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Here, I'll let you know. It was, looks like the name on the plane says... let's see here. I'm not sure how to say this. BATIK? Or is it an L and an E? I can't tell. It looks like B-A-T, either I-L-E or I-K. I can't tell which it is. I don't know. You decide. There's my garlic knots. Hold on a second here. You decide what this name is. Right here. I have no idea what that is. I can't tell if that's a K or if it's an L. It looks like it might be an L and an E. L-E?
No, that's a K. That's a K. Batik.
Batik?
Batik. Sounds like a Middle Eastern airline. B-A-T-I-K, or perhaps Indian. I'm gonna go with India. Final answer. Apex says B-A-T-I-K.
Bigham's is saying Fidelity is doing bigger layoffs than they originally thought. Is that Hayden's plane? No, I don't think so. Whale, you should say, I overflew that one before. Because apparently that's what happens with that airline.
I think I've seen another thing on Twitter too. Is like another. I don't know. I don't think the plane crashed or anything, but I think there was like 50 people injured on board or something. That's something I've seen over the weekend. But yeah, all these plane stories, man, just makes me not want to ever get on a plane.
I'm flying in a month from now. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I actually don't know if I've notified you guys, but in just a little over a month from now, I'm actually going to be taking off a Thursday and Friday. Actually, I might even take off the Wednesday as well. I'm not sure because I do need to get some packing done and get everything ready for the trip for the Thursday and Friday. But April the 18th and 19th, I will not be here in the state that I live in even. So there will be no live stream on April 18th and 19th for sure. I may also take the 17th off as well, just so I can get ready to prepare for my trip. But it should be a pretty quick trip, and as I'll be back by Sunday, so I should see you guys back on the 22nd.
So we can look forward to Hunter running the stream for those 3 days.
He'll be with me. No, this is when we're going to Virginia for the Arlington Cemetery for my dad's ceremony.
Nice.
ABC says, good morning, Casey. Does this run in BTC help or hurt AMC in any way? Directly with AMC, neither. It may be, I mean, if you go back and you look at what happened in 2021, there was a run on crypto in general prior, like a month and a half prior to the run on AMC. And for a brief period of time, I've actually overlapped these before. For a brief period of time, crypto did falter in value during that time that AMC was running. So this is, it's kind of a non-related issue. Really what you're seeing here is you're seeing money flow heading for quote unquote what it thinks is safety, but is more than likely not. UPS delivery guy says, did HR approve this vacation? I bet he typed that in and then was like, no, wait, wrong thing to say. So I've actually been to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier on many occasions. I used to live in Washington, D.C. growing up. My family was in politics quite a bit. And so we spent, I I don't know. I want to say I probably attended at least 3 or 4 ceremonies of at least that. I think at least one of them the president was at, where we got to be in the audience with the president, viewing that ceremony. So I probably won't do it again. We may or we may not stop by there. We'll see. Depends on whether or not the kids want to do it. Whale says if you compare GME's chart to Bitcoin during the squeeze, you see pure inverse price action. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of money being pulled out at that time. But it immediately shot up after it stopped running upwards as well, though. And I think a lot of that was perhaps maybe investors who were perhaps maybe holders of GME or AMC during that period of time may have decided to exit their positions, and some of that money may have flowed into crypto in general. I fully anticipate that, when AMC runs in the future, people will pull out of their positions or are going to put some money into crypto, and I have a feeling that you'll see a little bit of a pump for a period of time on crypto. We got about 13 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. We can do. Let me pull it up on the screen. We can look at it. We can pull up a couple different charts here. So in the, let's put up AMC as the main tracking stock here in price movement. And then we've got in the background, we're going to put up, we'll put in Doge was a big one, where I remember it pumped at first. Where is it at? We'll put in Bitcoin. And we'll put in, I guess we'll just look at those two. I don't want to get this like too garbled up here. Oh, we'll put in GME. So first off, we'll put GME in, we'll color it red. Bitcoin is kind of in the goldish, orangish kind of looking color, and Doge, we can make yellow, I guess. So, and I do have this on a weekly chart here. I can take it down to a daily. We can kind of take a look at direct days. So during GME's big move, which is in red right here, you can see that AMC did move a little bit during that period of time as well. Leading up to that, though, Bitcoin was really kind of moving up and started actually kind of trending down leading up to. So it was actually maybe like a few days before Bitcoin, I would say, really started kind of moving down the most by January the 8th, whereas GME really started kind of moving around the 12th. So Bitcoin was kind of leading into GME really starting to run. And you can see when GME finally hit a peak, it it was shortly thereafter where some of the sell-offs started happening that Bitcoin started running back up again. And then later on down the road, nothing really kind of crazy was happening with Doge. Doge was still just kind of coming onto the scene. But then Doge, I remember this really, really well, started running up prior to AMC starting to run up. Found a high right around the 7th of May, and then started retracing way, way, way back down. And it was right around like May 13th. So again, it was like a precursor to AMC starting to run. And once it had found its peak and started dumping off, you can also see Bitcoin started dumping a little bit earlier than that, and actually did start falling quite a bit during the period of time where AMC started to run. And also GME obviously got a bump up during that period of time as well. So there's definitely some correlations to, like, money flow movement and coming in and out of crypto before runs. So if we see these big spikes on crypto and then all of a sudden they start dropping or tanking out of nowhere, I don't know how substantial you'd want to make this or suggest this is. Bitcoin, for example, went from about 40.6K a coin down to a low of about 30.6. So it dropped about 10K. Here it dropped from a high of about 63.6K a coin, and then I guess maybe at AMC's highest peak point dropped down to around 35.9. So pretty big drop there. 63 down to 35.
Morning, Kim.
Johan. Job. Good morning.
Yeah. I'll be abbreviating his name, man.
Sorry. Johan Job. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, Casey and everybody.
Good morning to you.
How are you? You had a good weekend?
I did. I had a great weekend. Thank you very much. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing?
Yeah, I just finished work for today, and I actually had the birthday yesterday. So yeah, my weekend was.
Your birthday was yesterday?
Okay. Yes.
So was my wife's, and so was Nelly and the Stash Sports Talk. So all you guys had birthdays. Let me write you down here.
Nice.
Let me write. Yeah, I'll do a toast at the end of the day to you guys for your birthdays.
I'm gonna guess your age, man. I'm gonna say you are 46.
Me?
No, he's younger.
Yeah, you.
I'm guessing younger. I'm gonna go.
No,
I'm gonna go 34.
I'm a little younger. Oh, that's too low.
Too low? Okay.
That's too low.
And if we had guessed right in between those two numbers, would we have gotten it right?
Yeah, probably.
40?
Are you 39? Nope.
Damn.
Oh, 37.
37.
37.
I was closer. Ha
Well, you have one of those deep elderly voices. You might want to lay off the Campbell filterless cigarettes and the brown liquor for a while. Let your voice heal up.
Oh, yeah, but I mean,
how's he gonna get all the chicks?
That's a Dane, you know.
How's he gonna get all those chicks if without that?
Yeah, the ladies want a deep man voice.
I'm glad you cleared up what they want a deep. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's right.
Can you say the phrase?
Pirate got a deep voice.
Can you say the phrase for us, Luke? I am your father.
Luke, I am your father.
Yeah. We were trying to build an Arnold Schwarzenegger artificial intelligence voice clip where we got Arnold to actually say the line from Star Wars. And I thought if you were there, you could have lent some guidance on that, because I think you have some similarities.
Yeah, we have had that discussion.
All right.
But yeah, some Arnold accent is the way, man.
Man, I wish. So we had actually, what Pirate's referencing, we actually played around with that for quite a while. And we actually we got a really good recording of Arnold doing.
Yeah. Eight people worked on it for an hour. We had some man hours in that thing.
and unfortunately, we got paywalled by
disappeared.
Yeah, and so we couldn't.
It was all for nothing.
Yeah, we couldn't get back to what we wanted.
So you were using the AI which can translate into other people's voices?
Yes, we used text to voice. And it was a simulation of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and we were going to create a bit where we found some unscripted voiceovers that were done by Arnold Schwarzenegger to be Darth Vader, and that they had lost them, and then we somehow managed to find the audio tapes of his attempt to
when he was reading
audition
his
for the job.
He came in to audition for the part of
so
the whole thing laid out.
and it literally did sound. I mean, we were getting it to the point to where it sounded very much like Arnold Schwarzenegger saying it, but it was taking a lot of. We had to
doing a casting call. He came in for his casting call, and that was what he was given to read for the part. And it would have been so funny.
It was sounding really good.
It's like the Nixon tapes. There's a missing 8 minutes to the Nixon Watergate tapes. So it's the same thing. It's gone forever.
It was actually pretty funny.
You know, Casey, I know we've already we already plowed this ground with that airplane, but I can't get past one thing, if I may. I just want to know who woke the pilot up. So the one pilot was sleeping. The other one was charged with, it's your turn to fly for a while. I'm going to take a nap. And I'm sure that happens. So the guy who was supposed to be the man, he nodded off. What I want to know is who woke him up. Was it air traffic control? Was it the other pilot who was, quote unquote, allowed to sleep for a few minutes? Or did a stewardess come in? I want to know, because they strayed off of course and then eventually everything was made right again. But I want to know the details on that. Did he himself wake up? And just confess to it?
They were 30 minutes. They overshot by 30 minutes, right?
I didn't know they overshot. I knew they strayed off of their course because they can tell they have to turn in their route. So their headings and all that stuff are loaded into a computer. And I know they fell off of that. They strayed off of it by some measure. But I haven't done a deep dive into this. You're saying that they overshot their airport? Is that what you're saying?
I'm pulling up the map.
The destination?
I'm pulling up the map that I saw.
I want to know who woke him up. Who woke him up, and how did that play out?
You sound like an owl.
Stuttering. Yeah. Well,
that's funny.
Think about it, man. It's kind of a terrifying concept, man. You got a wide body jet full of people, and both of them are sleeping up there. I mean, that's fucking bad, man.
So here you go. My guess. I don't know what this is supposed to be here. My guess is that they were probably supposed to fly something along the lines of this. And then they ended up doing this.
PIC. What PIC must mean, pilot in charge. It says 9211 UTC. PIC woke up. Must mean pilot in charge woke up.
I think this portion right here was when I say overshoot, like they should have probably veered in this direction at some point. I do know that a lot of planes will fly closer to land more often than not because it gives them an opportunity in case there's an in-flight emergency to be able to land somewhere. So maybe I could be a little bit wrong on this. Maybe it might be like the flight path should have been maybe more along the lines of something maybe like this, right? Like that could have been. But I just noticed here
that's pretty bad.
That's
pretty bad.
The red line that I see right here kind of tells me that that's how far they deviated from where they should have been going from. So that's why I'm kind of suggesting that they probably, more than likely, the path would have been to go this way after they. That probably should have been their path.
And I would have thought that if this happened like out over the Atlantic or the middle of the Pacific, it still wouldn't be something you'd want to applaud, but it makes sense if you're out in the middle of a long journey that maybe that would be the condition something like this would happen. But being that close to, I don't know, that's a bad one. Yeah.
Yep. NC Proud Dad comes walking in. I like mustard on my biscuit. What the heck?
Yeah.
Where does that come
Bastard.
from?
Logan G giving you a nice little compliment there.
Oh, you're welcome, Logan.
Regarding your videos.
Have you ever had mustard on your biscuits and gravy?
No.
No, that's just nasty.
That sounds.
That's an abomination.
You know, you say that, but I always thought the idea of putting ketchup on your eggs was gross too until I tried it because I was on the Atkins diet and I couldn't.
That's good.
It actually is really tasty.
On the eggs, but
I never knew that was going to be
nasty.
I thought it was gross, the idea of having ketchup on eggs, but mustard. I don't know, man. Maybe it's good. Try it. You never know.
It's not bad. I've had it.
I'll tell you, I took it another step, Casey. I've always enjoyed ketchup on, especially scrambled eggs. If it's a soft egg, I like to dip my toast in the yolk like many people do. But scrambled eggs, I have long used ketchup. But the new one for me now is to pour some salsa on it instead of ketchup. I just pour a helping of salsa on top of it, and then sometimes even sprinkle a little cheese, and you eat it with a fork. Only thing really would be missing would be the tortilla, I guess. But if I'm going to take the time to go get ketchup now, I'm going to go ahead and grab the salsa.
Have you ever had migas? You know what migas are?
Oh, yeah.
No. What's that?
It's basically like scrambled eggs, but you scramble it with like a tortilla.
Tortilla, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have to try that. Here.
My wife makes it all the time.
I really liked it until I stabbed the roof of my mouth with one of those tortilla chips, and it was very painful, and I won't eat it now.
Yeah, NC Proud Dad's talking about slow cooking a Boston butt with mustard on it. Yeah, I get that, man. I get using the mustard as a rub. I like love a mustard-based barbecue sauce, but I'm not squirting mustard on my eggs. No, thank you.
So, since we're talking about mustard, I just got to share this, and I have no idea why this popped up on my feed on YouTube, but it did, and I feel like I got to share it with you guys because it has like renewed. I'm not a hot dog fan. I won't like just go to the fridge and pick out a hot dog that the kids have in there because I just like I view it as like kind of like a low form of sustenance, and right. You know what I'm saying? It's like kid food, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah. So
for me, it's just like a rare thing. Eating a hot dog for me is just kind of like a rare thing to be done on the holidays or a little cookout. But I'm not big on making them a solid meal all the time.
I have no idea who Chris Red Hots is, but for some reason his channel started showing on my suggested videos, and I just gotta share with you just one of these hot dogs being made because this made me want to go eat hot dogs.
Mustard, chili, cheese, onion. You want the spicy onions? Sweet.
Hot dog with ketchup and chili.
I think this is mayo or some kind of spread that he's putting on there, or it could be a mustard spread, but then he puts mustard on, so I don't know, but then he puts the chili on there. I could pass on these onions, but the caramelized onions look amazing, though. That is one, I don't know why, but this makes me want to eat a hot dog so bad.
Well, that's not a hot dog anymore. That's a chili dog, or they make them Skyline. Cincinnati makes them. It's called a Skyline coney.
Right.
Cheese coney.
Right.
So that's, yeah.
I know, but I've never even thought about cutting a hot dog down the middle so I could stuff toppings in there. This whole process is, and I really want to know what this is. Whatever
I like
is.
it, though. I like the cutting of the hot dog thing. I can see merit in that.
It looks like a mayo something spread. Maybe a spicy mayo. Maybe. It looks like maybe like a spicy mayo.
I love mustard. Don't get me wrong. I love mustard, and I'm a big fan of the coarse ground spicy brown mustard. In fact, one of my favorite snacks is Triscuits, just Triscuits and cheese, and then I like a little mustard to put on it. I don't know if you like mustard with cheese or if you've ever tried that combination. I'm a big fan of mustard under certain circumstances, but not eggs. Extra sharp cheddar cheese, a nice salty Triscuit. Yeah, smear a little brown mustard on that. Good to go.
You ever had summer sausage? Like old-fashioned summer sausage?
Yeah, I like that with mustard. I enjoy that mustard.
Yeah.
Salami, I like salami. Put a little salami on a cracker and a little dab of brown mustard. Any of your cured meats works well.
Yeah, there's a local meat shop around here. They make old-fashioned smoked summer sausage, and yeah, I was craving that yesterday. But on like bread with mustard, can't beat that. Good eating.
I'm gonna have to have myself.
Do you like your potato salad, KC? We were talking about picnic foods with the hot dogs. Your potato salad. Do you like German potato salad, or do you go with a mustard based potato salad?
Mustard based that has eggs in it.
Right on.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. Yeah, I concur. Yeah. I like German potato salad. It's not repulsive to me, but given my choice, I'll take the mustard base.
Mm-hmm. What kind of potatoes do you use?
Man, you caught me on that one because I'm not a cook. I don't set foot in that kitchen. I don't want anything to do with it.
No.
I'd say russet.
I didn't even know. I just thought the same. But you don't use the same potatoes that you use for a baked potato to make potato salad.
I do.
I
do. But I feel like there's other options out there that can enhance the experience as well. So, like a new potato.
I like the new potatoes, but what they call new potatoes now, we used to think of as just a red potato. New potatoes for us for the little bitty baby ones, but
yeah.
If I had to guess, I would say Mrs. Pirate probably uses those brown, round red potatoes.
Yep.
Not the big long football ones.
Yeah, we definitely go heavy on the eggs in our potato salad. In fact, some people would say that it's more of an egg salad than it is a potato salad, but that's just because I like a lot of eggs in it.
Lucas said he'd never seen Lucas, you've never seen a yellow potato salad? If it's yellow, it's got mustard in it, buddy.
I do more.
You put a little bit of pickle juice in there?
No, that I don't do. But I wouldn't mind the pickle juice. I just don't want pickles in it. I will not put a pickle in there.
Well, dill. There's people who either like dill or they don't. So
right.
You got to be careful with dill because you can ruin a recipe with it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this then. You got your plate at the picnic. You got your beer in one hand. You got two big hot dogs or sausages there. You've only got enough room on your plate for potato salad or macaroni salad.
No, potato. Potato.
Potato?
If the potato, as long as
I'm not.
As long as the potato is done right, though.
Salad.
I mean, if it depends. Like if it's
Right.
If I
So
notice,
you'd have to choose. If you look, if the potato salad looked a little sketchy, you might. I got you.
yeah, I mean, if there's obvious pickle chunks in either one of those two, it's an automatic no. So yeah.
Okay. Let me step it up a plate. You still only got room on your plate for one item. Do you go coleslaw, potato salad, or macaroni salad? See, I would go coleslaw in that regards. I'd take coleslaw over either one of those two.
Is it creamy coleslaw or?
The creamy coleslaw, like that has the milky based, like the Marzetti.
Is it dripping?
Almost like a ranch dressing. Yeah, sloppy wet.
It's sloppy wet
coleslaw.
What were my other choices?
Macaroni salad and potato salad.
Yeah, no, I'm going with the potato macaroni over the coleslaw.
Okay.
Yep.
But you're forgetting about the barbecue baked beans.
This is true.
That's tough.
This is true.
That's
I'm not
tough.
a bean fan though. I'll take a little bit of beans if I got a space for them on my plate, but it's going to be probably the last thing I.
Is there going to be?
Beans.
Is there chunks of bacon in the in the beans?
You read my mind.
If there's,
you read my mind.
Yeah, if there's, if I can get a
that's
chunk
right,
of,
if you get the bacon off the top.
yeah, if I can get a chunk of bacon in there, then I'm probably going to go for the beans.
Yeah, you got to get the what is it? I think it's the smokehouse recipe, mush baked beans.
Yeah. Well,
a
lot of those.
Don't get the cheap can of beans with where you look at the ingredients, like the main ingredient is like
sugar.
Tomato sauce or tomato puree.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No, that was
Corn
actually
syrup.
probably good, but like my dad, when I was growing up, he would barbecue and he would get the can of beans that just like there's no flavor to it or nothing. Man, what's going on here? You gotta spice this shit up. Tastes like beans and tomato sauce. Ugh.
Yeah, that's not good.
You like a lot of cinnamon in your baked beans. You like it like some people make it. They do. Casey's laughing, but they make some baked beans where they're a little bit more sweet.
I was if Rugged was in here right now, you know, it would have been like, yeah, I like cinnamon.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
I know. I know him too well. I like cinnamon in my mouth.
I've never tried the cinnamon before.
Cue Yucca. Where's
Put
Yucca?
mustard in your baked beans too. Add a little tanginess to it.
Oh yeah, I do like mustard in that. Actually, I will purposefully accidentally miss whatever I'm putting mustard on to make sure it drizzles slightly over the baked beans. Just a little tiny hint, on purpose.
Billy 87 is talking about deviled eggs, and I'm with you on that, Billy. The trick to the deviled eggs is when you're making your way down the picnic table and you're filling your tray, just shove one deviled egg in your mouth. You eat that while you're working on everything else. That'll get you by till you get to the picnic table. So I just have a deviled egg as a traveling snack between the buffet and my seat.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever gone to get a deviled egg and realized there's like condensation like all over the damn place, like it's wet? You're like, oh man, what the hell happened here? Like must have been like a temperature change too quick or something.
I can't say I've had that.
Stay away from that shit.
I'll stay away from that. Okay.
Yeah, stay away from that. If there's any water, stay away.
All right. Mental note: we'll stay away from wet eggs. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here for some numbers. I think I didn't do the numbers yet, right? Did we blow right past the number time and not even do them? Wow, that's crazy. I felt like I said 13 minutes, and it's been a half hour or so. So I don't know how that happened, but let's do the numbers. I think we just had some kind of like event occur here where we lost track of time. Paranormal event. All right.
Lost time.
Yeah.
They call it.
Let's take a look and see what we got going on here, starting with exchange traded volume for the day today. By this time of the day, I would expect to see somewhere right around 60% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We get about 41.96% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 10.13. The combined total, 52.09%. This number is a lot lower than what it was an hour ago, and so if you want to find a reason for why we're heading up in price for the day-to-day, it's 7.91% less of our volume than normal is going through those off exchanges that don't help to see price improvement. So that's part of the reason why we're probably seeing price moving as more positively as we are. CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 2,600 shares. CHX volume for GME is at 85. Nothing unusual about either of those two numbers. Borrowing fees are at back down to 0.61, interestingly, even though there's less shares available to be borrowed. There has been another borrowing of about 150,000 shares in since, I guess, the last hour, essentially. So we're looking at 750,000 shares in total borrowed so far for the day-to-day. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 89,000 shares having been returned. It's now a borrowing of about 228,000 shares. That's going to drive up that estimated short share interest of the free float to 12.99%. The cost to borrow mins at 1.02, average is 1.02, and max is 1.33. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 44.71 million shares. That's approximately 850,000 shares less on loan today than there was on Thursday or Friday, I should say. That means Ortex is estimating 315,000 of it is going to be in short interest. It doesn't mean that. It's just that that's what they're estimating. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike. That is still the case. It went from 5.8 thousand contracts in volume to 10.4. Highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $4 strike. That's down 50 cents from where it was an hour ago. At $4.50 an hour ago, we had about 600 contracts in volume. We now have 3,000 contracts in volume at 4. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between 4 and 4.50 by the end of the day today, which is good for me because I had a price prediction lower than 4.50. So. MMRI an hour ago was 261.28, now 261.73. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.434 as of an hour ago, and is currently at 0.425, a little bit lower. NASDAQ is down 0.27, Dow Jones is down 0.32, and the S&P 500 is down 0.33. We have 3,181 decliners to 2,295 advancers. The market's more advancing than it was an hour ago, but still ultimately in decline. Sectors that are in the green for the day-to-day, we've got two, actually three now. Materials is number 1 and consumer staples is number 2. The worst performing sector for the day-to-day so far is industrial, and then the second worst being real estate. Of the Mag 7, 4 are red. They do seem to be looking a lot more positive than they were earlier. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% for the day-to-day and since last Friday's close price are going to get a shout-out. Coinbase is up 4.62, FRC is down 4.76, NYCB is down 5.12. Lots of red. No other shout-outs here. Gold is up 0.27 and trending up. Silver is up 0.65 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 5.88 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.15 and starting to consolidate after a little bit of a run up here. Oil is up 0.78 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.19 to 0.26 and trending down. SPY is down 0.35 and trending up. VIX is up 7.39% at 15.83, and it did test 16 a couple times. It did not break through completely. Futures on the VIX are suggesting 1538, which is lower than where it's at currently, and it is in a downtrend that has not broken just yet. VTI is down 0.4 and trending up. VB is up down 0.62 and trending up. Tesla is up 1.71 and trending down. Amazon is down 1.62 and trending up. Cinemark is up 1.25 trending up. Doge is up 5.25 and is trending slightly down. Bitcoin is up 5.42 and trending up. GME is down 1.23, trending down. HYMC is up 4.06 and gapped up earlier this morning. We've been trending down ever since. NCMI is down 1.79, trending down. Hood is up 1.44 and consolidating. AMC is up 2.44 and consolidating after a bit of an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $2.1 million more outflow than inflow. 6.1 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 112 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 21.24 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. Looks like we'll be hitting that pace for sure. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 45.88, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour, RSI is at 47.44. which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 51.64, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI. Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's correct. And more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 44.12, which is slightly below average. And looks like there might be some news. And it's about Reddit's IPO. Actually, AMC is moving into a downtrend. I said it was consolidating. It's actually moving into a downtrend. Good morning, Yale. Sorry to hear about a crap flight. Let me just check something real quick here. Two days ago, Rolling Stone magazine put out an article saying where to buy the viral Dune 2 popcorn bucket online. They didn't even suggest where you could go to find it in the title here at a store. They said where you can buy it online. Besides being the box office smash, the real the real star of the Dune sequel has been the mega popular sandworm popcorn bucket sold at AMC theaters. Here's where to find one online. The Duneverse giant desert creature Shai-Hulud, I'm not sure how to say it, have slithered their way into the hearts of millions in an unexpected way through a novelty movie theater popcorn bucket. recently hit the big screen with a blowout opening weekend debut to a massive $81.5 million at the box office. In anticipation of the sequel, AMC Theaters released a limited edition Sandworm popcorn bucket available to purchase in theaters. And ever since it's been announced, its unique design, in order to grab popcorn, you have to reach into a gaping hole and pull fists through rubbery worm teeth, have been about as buzzy as the film itself.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of public relations that a marketing team dreams of, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Something takes on a life of its own, and you start getting other people talking about it. That's as good as it gets. That's the gold standard.
It says the bucket has spawned everything from a raunchy SNL music video to plenty of Twitter memes about its resemblance to a popular sex toy. It goes on to say the collectible buckets were originally sold by AMC for $25 plus tax, but due to their staggering popularity, they've been selling out fast. Savvy sellers have been pushing up listings on eBay, Etsy, with prices reaching a whopping $800. What?
Flippers, man.
No way.
Yeah.
There's no way they're getting sold for $800, but nearly 30 times the original price of the movie theater merch. Those are the most expensive listings, though, but they have been sold on the retailer for around $55 to $100. While it's not cheap for a bucket, it's certainly one unforgettable collectible. Both sites also ship worldwide, and you can buy a Dune Part 2 popcorn bucket online, even if you live outside the U.S.
The used ones go for more.
Well, that's because they're broke in.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I got to look this up.
Well, look, if somebody's
true,
willing,
man.
I seen a girl that was selling farts in a jar. So if somebody can sell farts in a jar, then there has to be a market, albeit maybe a small one, but there has to be a market for used, filthy, dirty, disgusting popcorn buckets.
How many did you buy, Pirate? You knew about the parts in the jars.
Front running it.
Refilling them? That's just gross.
Here's Etsy for $179. Let me see if there's a... I don't know if this is anything like eBay where you can find like already sold or not.
I haven't been a fan of Saturday Night Live for quite some time, but there was a period in my life where Saturday Night Live was the bellwether. If you, as a person or a celebrity, if you were mentioned, or even a politician, if you found yourself part of a bit or the subject of a bit on Saturday Night Live, you were on the big stage then. So, despite the fact that I'm not such a fan any longer, I think it's cool that it made it to Saturday Night Live.
I'm keeping mine in the plastic.
Absolutely, man. That's just standard rules applies for highly collectible items.
I really feel like I don't know, maybe further down the road it'll be worth more. I come from a family of hoarders, so
Yeah. Make sure you don't store it where it's in direct sunlight with the UV rays. That would be the only thing. You don't think you have a moisture problem with that, but you wouldn't want to set it on a bookshelf that has exposure to sunlight for any portion of the day.
So here's one wrapped in plastic on eBay for $100. I think now on eBay there should be a button on here somewhere that allows you to see like already sold items though, right? Doesn't there that feature exist?
That's usually how it does on auction sites. You can look at historical sales to see what items bring.
Mercari does a pretty good job of listing it as well.
And there's little things. We joked about it, but that $800 bucket that sold, that could have been autographed by somebody. There's any number of things in a way of details can drive those prices up or down.
5 sold in the last 24 hours for $84.90.
Yeah.
There you go. So just under $100 is the comp. That's what they call comparable sales.
It says 64 have already sold. I don't know if that's real, though.
Oh, it's real, man. I got one right here from Mercari. They've had about 50 of them sold in the past. Let's see.
These aren't even wrapped in plastic.
Past 2 weeks?
Well, to take a photograph, they probably want to take it out.
You have to use the search term Dune. Let's see. DUNEUSSY, and it'll pull up a lot more, Casey.
USSY?
Yeah, Dune and then USSY.
Why? What's
That's
USSY?
like the hashtag that they're using.
Oh, got it. Okay, sorry, I wasn't. I thought you were talking about something.
No,
Okay,
you're good.
I'm tracking.
But that search term will pick up quite a few more hashtags for you to.
I got you. I'm tracking what you're throwing down now. Let's see here. Dune. Is there? You said was there just a? Let's see. Dune.
Yeah, the hashtag helps dwindle, kind of filters through all that garbage. And then I posted it in the big trap for you.
Can they just call it a Dussy?
Right?
Or a Dussy?
Right.
Dussy? I don't
I don't know
know.
why people gotta make it
Doocy.
Doocy. A Doocy. That has to be the best one. It's definitely a Doocy.
Yep.
So gross. All right. Well, I've got mine sitting right next to me right here, and it ain't going nowhere. I was so delighted that when I went to my movie theater that they had it, and the movie wasn't even out yet. And I was like, "Are you guys selling it?" And they said, "Yeah." And I was like, "Give me one." And then
Are your hands getting sweaty?
I think Melissa was sitting there just kind of like shaking her head, just kind of like just the whole I don't get it, why kind of thing going on. And I was like,
kind of like
I said, don't ask questions. Yucca, good morning.
So, would it be inappropriate? Good morning, Yucca.
Good morning.
Would it be inappropriate to put one of those candles? Didn't Gwyneth Paltrow come out with a candle that smelled like her vajayjay? What if you put her vagina candle? What if you put her vagina candle in that and made a candle holder out of it? You know, you're not necessarily
Is that true?
ruining the collectibility
Is that really
out of it.
Is that really
No,
true?
man, for real. You didn't know that?
No.
Yes, it's true. It's all over the internet. You check on it. She literally made a candle that smelled like her coochie. And I'm just saying, wouldn't that enhance it?
Oh my God.
I mean, you could crack open a tin of sardines and put in there if you wanted to give it a nice odor, but the sardines won't keep very long. Those candles have a shelf life. I'm just saying, if you want to make it, we're ever looking for ways to improve things around here and improve on authenticity.
This is all just a gag.
That's old news, man. That's been out for a while now. The Gwyneth Paltrow candle. I thought everybody. In fact, I didn't even want to do the joke because I thought it was like too outdated. But I thought it was common knowledge. I thought everybody knew that she had.
Kind of like how you wanted me to like play that whole like pineapple pin thing. You're like you thought this vagina candle was
sexual.
That you somehow thought that this was old, but the pineapple pin was new.
Well, it's new to me. You got to understand something. I mean, I don't. I'm not up to date with all of.
What
I don't know
what does
the
this
cool
mean?
kids are up to these days.
What does this mean when you seem to think that this
I'm a Luddite. That means I'm a Luddite. It means that everything else is
Paltrow
happening at
vagina
a time.
candle is old news? How many of these candles did you buy?
Oh, I haven't. I just thought it was.
Come
I just
on.
thought it was marketing genius. I thought it was marketing genius that somebody come out and did it. Not Gwyneth Paltrow. I wouldn't buy hers. Now I would buy a candle who was say put out by maybe. I'll keep that to myself. There's a few actresses out there that I wouldn't mind having a sniff of, but it's not Gwyneth Paltrow. I can tell you that. Now, Salma Hayek.
Yeah, sometimes.
Salma Hayek comes out with a candle.
Oh, gross!
I'll have the electric shut off at my house, and I'll light up my entire castle with the candles. Then.
No, that's gross. That's just gross.
Sorry, you're fucking hilarious, man.
I love
I'm
him.
trying not to lose my shit at Sam's Club right now.
He just starts laughing. He just starts laughing out loud in the middle of Sam's Club. Everybody thinks he's going crazy. They're like, "Oh shit, watch out for this guy." Do you have a bunch of meat in your cart?
Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow's coochie candle. That's just terrible.
Bob White tell me I have to stay away from Selma. That she says, "Look, Bob, you can go first, man. As long as I get to go, I don't care."
The actress that plays Wonder Woman. I'm forgetting her name. I don't remember her name either. But that's not unusual for me.
You're going to see your whole chat flood the review section of her candle. You're going to create this crazy market for these candles, man. This is brilliant.
All I can tell you, Bob, is don't blink or you'll miss it. I'm fast.
I think it's
I got
funny.
things to do.
I think it's funny that the name of the maker for the candle's Goop.
Yeah. Linda Carter. Thanks, delivery driver.
No, not Linda Carter. He's talking about the new one.
Oh, the new one.
Yeah.
See, that's again. There is no other Wonder Woman than Linda Carter for me. I don't give a damn. It's just like James Bond.
Gal Gadot.
I got Sean Connery.
They
and all the rest of
obviously are talking about Gal Gadot, which,
Yeah.
in my opinion, is way better looking than whatever the other one's name
Oh,
is.
absolutely. Yeah, she's 10 times as hot as Linda Carter was.
Yeah, Linda Carter.
Gal
Thank you.
Gadot is from but as far as who is Wonder Woman, for me it will be Linda Carter.
I was never.
Gal Gadot.
I was never a fan of those granny panties.
We got to put it is time, man. It is time to have somebody on screen who was built like that and had essentially lycra on, or I mean, it was painted on her.
I
so
mean,
you could
granny
see all the
panties have
curves.
always been granny panties. Doesn't matter.
Right, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they were going to put her out there in a thong or a micro European bathing suit when it's 1976. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, but I mean, granny panties doesn't make it better. Not for me, it didn't.
What about see-through panties?
Well, that didn't happen on TV.
I think the bustier, where she had the shoulderless, strapless top, the whole, looked like just a bustier. I think that was probably far more revealing than her little one-piece bathing suit. I didn't consider her as a granny panties. I just thought it was more like a one-piece bathing suit myself, but did have a color change to it.
I guess growing up as a kid, I always kind of viewed her as kind of like I did the lady for, trying to think what her name was. It wasn't. It was like the Conan version of like the female version of like Conan, and it was I can't. Athena,
I know what you're
something.
talking about,
Athena, the warrior.
Yeah, something like that.
I think that's what it was. Athena.
Xena.
Xena. Yeah, Xena the warrior. Is that what it was? Yeah, Xena the warrior princess.
There was another word in there. Warrior princess.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. Princess was.
I always kind of viewed like Xena as being like this like Amazon-ish kind of like woman where she was pretty, but she was just really big, you know. And it was just kind of like, yeah, probably not. She's fun to look at, but it's just kind of like it's just kind of weird too at the same time. I always kind of viewed Linda Carter the same way. Like she was like kind of like the Amazonian kind of woman where it was just kind of like she's all right looking. She's obviously a woman, but just too big.
They're both of them are like very, I guess you would call it statuesque, very, very tall and larger than life.
Yeah. Yeah, China is like another good example. China the wrestler. Yeah, exactly. Like fun to look at, but just kind of like you sit there and you're like, yeah, but just no. Pass. And it had to be the granny panties. It was not the best. Now, if you put Linda Carter in the same suit that Gal Gadot was wearing, I probably would feel different.
Right, might be different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was as modest, and for its time, Linda Carter had on a very revealing outfit. I mean, they thought they were running buck wild. You know, everything's all relative.
Well, they thought they were being wild with Batman, throwing on his underoos on the outside of his tights. They thought they were being wild by showing the belly button of Jeannie. She had to like cover it, I guess, at some point. I feel like I need to pull this. Hold on a second here. Barbara Eden or Linda Carter? Oops. All right. Honest opinions only. I loved how like neither immediately went up to like was like it was the first vote. Neither was the very first vote to go through. That was really funny. For those of you who don't know, Barbara Eden, in case you're wondering who that is, that's I Dream of Jeannie. And see, Proud Dad, I didn't say I liked Xena. In fact, I was saying the exact opposite.
We got to do Catherine Zeta-Jones or Selma Hayek.
Yeah, I'd be picking neither on that one.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You got to think for blondes. That's why if it's blonde or nothing for you.
Nope, that's not true. Not true at all. Nope. I mean, yeah, no, that's not true.
Yeah, I think it's just an age thing. I forget. I keep thinking we're the same, but I got 10 years on you, so I got to back 10 years out of the girls. Find a good comparison.
Do you remember who's my number one? Most beautiful actress all time.
I should, but yeah, I think we only talked about it once, so I'm afraid I don't remember. I did.
Halle Berry.
I remember you saying that I don't. Halle Berry. That's
Yeah,
right.
that is not blonde. I fully disagree. That is not blonde.
She'd be right. No, she would be. You could do a three-way. Halle Berry, Salma Hayek.
Oh, it'd be Halle Berry any day. Pro Jeweler remembered.
For you, but not maybe the other 200 people in here.
Oh, that's probably true. Yeah, Daisy Duke. But Daisy Duke, I guess I feel like there was like different iterations of Daisy Duke where she had like brunette hair or dirty blonde versus like really, really super blonde hair. So I feel like there was like maybe I'm just confusing
That's
things.
the same
or maybe,
thing too. There were two different Daisy Dukes too.
Yeah. But part of the reason, and if you guys don't know, and Halle Berry has been a long time favorite for me, long time favorite, long before this is even a thing. But if you have not seen this, I'm gonna link it for you.
Monsters Ball.
No. I'm gonna link this for you. You've got to check this out. I'm just going to tell you right now, nobody puts down a hot wing like Halle Berry.
I might have seen that. I think there was a clip of that on YouTube I seen.
If you haven't seen it, she will instantly become probably your most favorite person that you want to have a beer with in the whole wide world. Not even just because she'd probably be as hell as fun to just hang out and shoot the shit with.
Twisty's talking about how his wife has been made aware that if it's Salma Hayek, Drew Barrymore, that there's a divorce in the offing. What you do on it, Twisty Swifty, is you get a kitchen pass. You have to award her if you need Salma Hayek or Drew Barrymore, where you get a kitchen pass, because you got to go on the wife to get the pass, obviously. Then you need to give her she gets 2 picks of her own that are fair game if it ever presents itself. It doesn't have to be a divorce. Just be a part of the contract that you guys agree to.
Got about 12 more minutes.
I had a bad thing for Catherine Zeta-Jones. For a while there, I thought, man, she was the top, the pinnacle. But the more I seen, Salma Hayek's sense of humor, she kind of displaced Catherine Zeta-Jones as my top pick. Although I have been a fond fan of I've lost my train of thought. I can't think of it. She's a tall woman with dark hair who speaks with a real heavy accent, a Spanish accent, and I think she plays on that movie about a blended family.
Oh yeah, I can't think of what her name is either.
She was famous for a Dorito commercial.
Longoria,
yep.
Eva Longoria.
No, but you're on the right track. Eva Longoria, and I got to think she's pretty hot too. But it's the other one, the real tall one that plays it. The guy who played in Married with Children.
No, I know.
He has a new movie
I know who you're talking about. I just can't think of her name.
Yeah. But anyhow, she's.
We're getting really close.
Faded onto my radar screen here, like.
We're getting really, really close to seeing
Electra.
silver. No.
Can't believe.
Trying to think.
Al Bundy has a new sitcom out, and she plays. I think she
It's not
plays his
new.
wife or something.
It's not new, but it's
It's not new. Well, there you go.
No.
Rub
But,
my nose in it again.
No,
Casey.
but
just keep rubbing my nose in it. Yeah.
It's
Hey, when we get on the next segment, I'm going to tell you guys about this new. I found a really new sci-fi show called Star Wars. It just came out. We should talk about. JM, thank you, buddy. Sofia Vergara.
That's it.
CPR coming in with
Yeah.
it. Thank you guys. Yep. But don't let me forget to tell you about this brand new sci-fi. It's out called Star Wars. It's really cool. I think you'll like it.
Right now I'm looking at silver and gold, and I just wanted to put this on the daily here. Actually, I'm going to put it on the weekly chart. There was a point in time where I had suggested that there was going to be a breakout of potentially gold during this period of time in here, which was going to be kind of like the June time frame, June to July time frame, and we're seeing gold breaking out much earlier than what I would have anticipated. Silver, on the other hand, is also on a weekly chart here, getting really, really close to potentially seeing a breakout. The time frame for this as well was supposed to be a little bit later than the June. It's supposed to be as late as August to December was the time frame that I kind of threw up a potential point at which silver would break out going north. It still hasn't broken out yet on silver, but we could see some fireworks when it does. I would definitely say there's definitely room to suggest that money is fleeing to safety. Look at that. Linda Carter was losing to Barbara Eden, and now all of a sudden Linda Carter is suddenly pulling ahead here, pulling ahead quite nicely.
So gold and Bitcoin are running together?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Kind of weird, right?
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Well, you just never know. They'll just consider, they'll just say, you know what? Bitcoin is backed by gold.
There's kind of like this thought process, I think, out there that because it could be seen as a place to fly to safety because it can kind of avoid perhaps some of the valuation that's lost through the U.S. dollar. Right. So in other words, the inflation problems that you might experience in normal currencies aren't there necessarily in a crypto. So that's, I think, part of the reason why that argument's being made, that it's a new way or new place for money to kind of escape failures in markets around the world. But I don't necessarily agree that it's a good place. I don't even think gold is either, to be honest. To be honest with you, I don't think there's really anything out there that's really safe anymore. Like somebody say like, where's the safest place to put your money nowadays? I don't even know what. Honestly, nowhere. I don't even know.
You're wrong. You know what Pirate's going to say. Read my mind.
Real estate. Real estate.
Dirt.
I mean,
put it in dirt. Buy an acre of land somewhere.
At some point or another, there's always going to be a losing period of time, regardless, right? Like, so. Well, yeah. If somebody were to say like, okay, if you went back to 1928, and you had to live through 1928, where would you tell somebody to put their money? I would have said like cash, like hold on to it, like just cold hard cash. That's what
problem. The only way you can lose in real estate, I'll be the first one to say it. And you know my feelings, how much I love it. But there's only one way that you can lose real estate, and that's if you have a complete and utter overthrow of a government, or your country is conquered by another country, and then they come in and change the rules. But since the time of the Revolutionary War, if you bought real estate in the United States, it was never at peril. I guess the exception to that would have been the Civil War. When we had our Civil War, there were some. I think there's some stuff that went on there.
I don't think you can't say never in peril. What you can't say is that
I mean for a total loss.
Yeah.
For a total loss.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Short term, there's always peril everywhere, right? I mean,
right. Yeah. For fluctuation.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: we used to say they're not making any more dirt. You can't rehypothecate dirt. You can't if you can't burn dirt down. You know, it's at a minimum if you're the legal owner, and that comes down to whatever country you're in. I don't see how. Because they talk about Bitcoin. Think about this for a moment, and I promise I'm not going to go on a rant about real estate. They talk about Bitcoin being a store of value, and the biggest argument they make for it is that you can't print more. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but if Preacher was here, I think he would agree that one of their biggest tenets is with Bitcoin, there's a fixed amount, and once they mine them, there won't be any more. Well, that's dirt. That's real estate. There is no more. There's not like we're going to have another planet pull up tomorrow. They're not going to rehypothecate a planet. So when everybody talks about wanting to put their money into something that can't be artificially created going forward, it's real. It's land. It's the acre that you're standing on right now, or the half acre, or the acre next door to you, or the acre on the edge of town. That's the only way to park money.
AMC is not hard to borrow at the moment. In fact, we're far from it. Our utilization is only in the 60% range. Is that a stock shout out right there? I bet it is.
It was. It's gone now. I vaporized it.
I was gonna go look it up just to see before I vaporized it, but I
had my pistol out, fired the shot, put my pistol back in my holster before you even noticed it.
Yeah. Sorry, Delta Gamma, but if you read the rules on the channel, none of that allowed here, please.
Yeah, come back and tell us a funny joke, man.
ABC, you're welcome. I don't even think, to be honest with you, I don't even think Delta Gamma really stuck around for that. Anyways. Maybe. I don't know.
No. It'll fly by.
Maybe. All right. It is about 2 minutes away from taking a look at the numbers. There's some very definite, interesting things. We did see the VIX start to fall back down. And so the futures were giving a good projection as to where it was going to go towards. And so, and we're starting to see that now. Again, heading down even further, the futures are suggesting 15.13 now. It was 15.48 earlier, and we're at 15.59 right now. So the VIX is going to continue to fall here. The interesting thing is that the market's following the VIX right now for whatever reason. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. I take that back. AMC's following the VIX right now. So AMC is inverse to the market today. Linda Carter's beating up Barbara pretty bad now.
Yeah, if Linda Carter was a 10, Barbara Eden was a 8.5.
How dare you? There's no way. I refuse to believe that. Any wish. Any wish. Versus the lasso of truth. What would you choose? Any wish or the lasso of truth? What do you choose? You choose the lasso of truth?
Invisible
no,
jet,
you don't.
Man. I'm rocking an invisible jet. I'm riding the invisible jet, man.
You know you're not picking the lasso of truth.
The comparison to make has always been between Bewitched and I Dream a Genie.
I
that's
think
a more fair comparison.
I view you sitting down to eat dinner with on a date with Linda Carter, and you, and all these thoughts are going through Pirate's head, and she's like, "I'll bet you just want to jump my bones right now." And Pirate's like, "No, I really just wanted to have you out for dinner." And then next thing you know, lasso of truth. And then he goes, "Oh, I am going to do this and this and this and this and this and this to you."
And she sees him on
At
mind. I want to do her in the bathroom. I want to do her in the bathroom, that rarity stall.
At that moment is when Pirate goes like, "If only I could have taken I Dream of Genie on the date." And she goes, "Any wish you want." Boop, 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 boop. Wiggle her nose kind of thing. Any wish you want is my command. Which date would you prefer to have?
There you go.
Yeah, I want the lasso of truth. Pass. I don't want you in my mind. Get out. Oh, man. All right, let's do these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I don't want anybody in my mind like that. That would be crazy. You get out of here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 42.76% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.13. The combined total, and that's 52.89%, or about 9.11% less volume going through the exchange, through the lit markets than I would expect to see. We should be moving up in price when we see that. We may see a flippening of the exchanges that are being used here within the next 2 hours or so, since price is starting to move back down here. CHX volume for the day today is at 2,600 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 85. Nothing unusual on either of those two values. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour, it does not look like there's been any change, and fees are still at 0.61%. That's approximately... let's see here. Yeah, since there's been no change in the amount of shares having been borrowed, we're still at 750,000 shares according to IBKR having been borrowed for the day. However, Ortex is suggesting that we've been seeing about 131,000 shares having been returned. It was 228,000 shares borrowed in the last hour, so we are starting to see some shares being returned right now, and fees are not fees, but short share interest of the free float's at 12.95%. Cost to borrow numbers, min is at 1.02, average is 1.31, and max is 2.72. Shares on loan for the day today is at 44.71 million shares on loan. That's approximately 850,000 shares less on loan today than there was on Friday, and Ortex is estimating that 315,000 of that is in return short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 10.4 thousand contracts. It is now 14.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $4 strike an hour ago was 3,000 contracts. That number has not changed. Still the same. Market is suggesting a closing price between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. MMRI an hour ago was 261.73. It is now 261.82. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year bond rates was 0.425 as of an hour ago and is currently at 0.423. Small drop. NASDAQ is down 0.28. Dow Jones is down 0.18. S&P 500 is down 0.28. We have 3,135 decliners to 2,442 advancers. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, but still overall declining. We have, out of the sectors that are up for the day today, the largest or best performing sector is materials and consumer staples. The two worst performing sectors this afternoon are industrial and technology. Nope, industrial and real estate. Sorry, my bad. Of the Mag 7, 4 are red. The 4 that are red are... It's really kind of interesting. There's actually a big separation between red and green this morning. I mean, you're either really red or you're really green, one way or the other, but there is no in-between right now. Financial institutions that are plus or minus... hold on one second here. Plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change since Friday's closing price is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.53. FRC is down 9.52. NYCB is down 4.24. Gold is up 0.29 and trending up. Silver's up 0.83, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 5% and it's currently on a trend down, but it's the overall trend for a while now has been kind of somewhat up. The US dollar is up 0.12 and looks like it's moving into a reversal off of an uptrend into a downtrend. Oil is down 0.97 and starting to trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.13 to 0.26 and are consolidating after a trend down. Oops. SPY is down 0.28 and is trending up. VIX is up 5.43 and trending down. VTI is down 0.31 and is trending up. VB is up 0.52, trending up. Tesla is up 1.7 and trending down. Amazon is up 1.69, consolidating after a trend up. Cinemark is up 1.02 and consolidating after a trend up. Doge is up 4.44 and is trending down. Bitcoin is up 5.2, trending up. GME is up or down rather 1.16, trending, consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is up 2.54, trending down. NCMI is up or is down rather 1.66 and consolidating. Hood is up 1.03 and consolidating after a downtrend, and AMC is up 0.93 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $2.5 million more outflow than inflow. 6.95 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 158 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 17.17 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere in the pre-market between 5 and 25 million shares, so we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we're currently on pace to be lower volume today than we were on Friday. On a 4-hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 42.13, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 43.06, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 42.93, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.8, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
Myself a blueberry Pop-Tart. I don't like mine toasted.
I don't either, but I won't eat
Put 'em in a
blueberry.
toaster, but I eat mine right out of the box.
Yeah.
Blueberry's the best, man.
I'm out of the box. Have you tried the cinnamon
I'll do
and brown
cherry
sugar?
or whatever. I'll do strawberry. Yeah, Miss Pirate's eating a cinnamon one right now, but I'll eat it if that's all there is in there. But it's my last choice.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the brown sugar ones. You know, it's also good as have you had the fudge?
I bet you are.
No, I don't think we've had fudge.
Those are actually really good, but you got to make sure and have a glass of milk to go with it.
Yeah. I love milk. I could drink a quart at a time, but I think what they call it, lactose intolerant, whatever that word is.
Yeah, see?
It wrecks me. So.
Hayden, what's going on with the planes, man? They're all coming down. Tires are falling off. What the hell's going on?
What happened with the one in Alaska Airlines with they had their cargo bay door open?
Yeah, man.
What the hell?
Alaska had what happened with Alaska?
They let a spring went loose on their cargo door, and so their trip from Mexico to Portland, they had their cargo door was slightly ajar, and one of the dogs had a seizure, I believe, that was inside the cargo hold.
When was this?
Yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, it made the news.
That amazes me because I don't know how many locks they've got on those doors, and we've got a cockpit that says if the door's locked or not. I don't even know how that happens. But
for what? The cockpit?
A spring.
Yeah, the report said that all they had to do was replace the spring and it was back in action. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know about replacing a spring. It's a hydraulic piston that opens the doors on the bus. I can't remember on the 7.3 what they use because I don't do that stuff. I just have a, what do you call it, an indicator in the cockpit that says if it's open or I shouldn't say open, if it's locked.
Yeah, it's an actuator, but they probably took off with the damn thing open.
Couldn't do it. It would show open in the cockpit. We'd never leave the ramp.
So in a lot of industries that I've worked in before, they've got little tricks and whatnot to bypass alarms. Any chance they might have stuck something in there to stop the sensor from being triggered?
No, there's absolutely no reason to do it. I mean,
like kind of like when you want to see your washing machine spin and still be able to open the door.
No, it's not.
A coin in there.
It's not that type of environment.
Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know anything about it, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we don't get paid more for having the cargo door faked open. I mean, it just screws up the integrity of the airport.
I don't mean you specifically.
You know
I mean like any guys who might be loading it or something.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't do any. There's nothing that helps. It doesn't do anything.
What's the suicide rate for pilots?
What?
I don't know.
Where did that
Never
come
looked
from?
it up.
Just because this is too close, man. This is too many. Maybe they all want to commit suicide. And
I'll tell you right now. Anytime there's budget cuts in any industry, there's always going to be accidents that occur, and dropped balls.
Quality
balls.
Yeah, dropping a balls.
Yeah, I looked up that overseas one, and I get the whole thing of guys are trying to do their job in that, but at my airline, and I have done this numerous times in the past where we couldn't get enough sleep at the hotel, I just canceled the flight. Just that easy.
But nobody's flying.
I want to say I did it 3 months ago. I can't remember what hotel I was in up on the East Coast. I couldn't get any sleep. So, I'm sorry, that's what it was. I had a short layover, so I needed to get there anyway. It was in Chicago. And the driver, who didn't speak English, nor did he read English.
No hablo español.
Nope, he was Russian.
Oh.
And he he actually told us in English, that was his only line, was that he didn't speak English. And we said, okay. So,
well, Captain, let me interrupt you for a second.
That's fine.
But you think a junior officer, somebody who's just starting his career, is going to have the balls to cancel a flight and say the reason's because he didn't get good sleep? You might get away with that shit because you draw a lot of water. You don't give a fuck anymore. But I don't see junior guys having that kind of attitude.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I don't understand.
I'll be right back. I got to answer a call. I'll be right back.
Man, why would a Russian say no hablo español to Hayden if he's Russian? I don't understand that. I'm so confused.
You're confusing me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't even know. I'm trying to read over something right now while you're talking, and then next thing I know, you're talking about habla español or something, and I'm going like, what the? Where did we go with this?
Yucca's on the shrooms.
Yeah, like I don't understand how you got from like one subject matter to the other.
He said he didn't speak English. A Russian guy.
He's talking about. Captain Hayden was telling a story about his driver didn't speak English.
Oh.
Yeah. And he was Russian, so. What are you reading, Casey?
So Tom was looking into trying to find that Fetterman transcript from the other day.
Oh, beautiful.
He said,
beautiful.
I found the transcript for the semi-annual monetary policy report to the Congress, and they didn't post John Fetterman's comments in it. Can I post the link to the transcript? So I'm looking at the transcript right now, and we all watched it together. He was the last guy to go, and the transcript right here only goes up to
$18 cookie.
Fitzgerald, which I think might have been the second to last guy to go. I'm pretty sure Fitzgerald was the second to last.
So they edited him out in an effort to keep his ridiculous behavior from going.
I literally
being spread anymore.
Are they allowed to do that?
Who's they?
I don't know.
Yeah, who's they?
Whoever's taking the meeting whoever's transcribing the minutes. Yeah, are they allowed to do that?
No, I would think by law. But I'm saying that it's in the minutes. It's just when they published them, they deleted it. So are they legally bound to publish minutes in their entirety, or can they just publish whatever parts of it they want?
I had to take a phone call.
Oh, no problem.
What I was going to say was, no, at Delta, we're actually really good. We actually have something called fatigue awareness. And if a guy doesn't feel right, he just says, I'm not right. No, we fill out a form and we say, okay, how do you feel? I'm fatigued.
Pretty cool. Yeah,
and we stay at the hotel for another how many hours, and then we continue. We just fill out a form, and there's no questions about it. Doesn't matter if you're senior or junior.
That's pretty cool. I'd say that's a pretty strong commitment to safety.
Yeah, wow, I mean, there's not really an issue. Like I was saying, I got a trip. I landed at O'Hara, and I was supposed to go to the hotel for Midway. Yeah. Well, my man can't read, so he took me downtown, and I said, no, Midway layover. He said, oh, so he took me to the Midway airport. No. And finally we got to the hotel.
Yeah, I remember when that happened.
Yeah, where I called the van company and told them the position they put that guy in, and now the position they just put me in, where I get to call the company and tell them that the next morning, and it was the first flight of the day, which
all the Karens pissed off. All the Karens pissed off.
I can't make it. I need to know another 4 behind the door. And the company said, roger that. And that's what we did.
All the Karens pissed off that their flight got canceled. Don't realize it was because of one guy who couldn't speak English. That's funny shit.
Yep. Right. We were being safety conscious. So yeah, that's the way it works at my airline. Is that it doesn't matter. And if I look over at a guy and I say, hey man, how you feeling? He goes, dude, I'm done. I say, okay, then we're both done. And I just call the company and I say, we're fatigued, and we got to slow the operation down. That's what I get paid for, is to notice things and slow it down.
Absolutely,
That's what I do.
I get it, man.
Yep. If you look at me and I say I'm constipated, you got to call it in, man.
Right. You call it in. You sit on the toilet for a couple extra hours.
Hey,
you're always full of shit, Yucca. Hey, what's up, guys?
Danny the Deuce.
But yeah, I don't know if you guys remember. It's probably 15, 17 years ago. this same episode happened with a airline now that's merged with another airline, and they went over the top of Minneapolis, I believe, and they noticed whatever 8 minutes later. There's a lot of controversy in that too. They were saying that they tried to call in and it didn't happen, but anyway, it happened years ago, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons that the fatigue stuff has come up so much.
Who woke him up?
What's that?
This recent one right here, Captain. These two guys were flying. One of the guys was taking a little nap, and the other guy was supposed to be, he had control of the aircraft, and then he fell asleep, and the whole plane drifted off. Who woke him up? You think air traffic? You think air traffic control woke them up? Have you heard who woke up the guy?
No, they just woke up.
They just woke up on their own and realized that they were so far off track that there was no getting around it.
Well, what happened was they probably had it on. It is kind of odd that they kept going straight from where they had to go, because it should have just stayed on the same. When you program in the computer, it should stay on the same path. It just won't come down. It just won't come downhill. Yeah. So if anything, I thought it should have gone to the airport and then
stayed on that same heading. Stayed on the exact same heading.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks for those guys, obviously, and everyone go, "Yeah, it sucks for them. They should be fucking fired." Okay.
Well, see, I get it, man. No, I fell asleep behind the wheel stuff, and I know how it can happen. I'm just curious. here is how it came to be common knowledge. I mean, if it was you and I in there, I would expect you to ream my ass. I mean, I'd expect nothing but white hot vitriol from you, but I hardly think that you would make it public knowledge. So is this a case where a senior guy said, "Hey, we got to turn this in for what it was," or is there conflict?
No, the ATC turned it in.
But how does ATC knew that the reason they strayed off course was because they were both asleep? Wouldn't they have more of a? You would think they would be like, "Yeah, we just didn't pay attention," or that's egregious enough. But couldn't they just say, "Yeah, we failed to pay close enough attention and we're off course"? But I just find it weird that somebody immediately said, "Yeah, we fell asleep." I mean,
well, there's a couple reasons. One is we monitor multiple frequencies, and one of them guard, which you remember from the military.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a guard frequency. Yep.
Yeah, we're always on guard, where everyone can just send out a blast.
Yep. All call.
And yeah. So obviously they were making some transmissions on that. And then obviously they kept going. I mean, the airplane's still flying. It's pressurized, unlike the one that happened with the golfer.
How do you explain that? Right. There's no logical way to explain it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So they just took the honesty route. Right. They took the honesty route, and that's the way it's going to be.
They said, "Yeah, hey, I mean, what are you going to do?" No, we didn't hear for 200 miles, and we didn't look at where the airplane. No, I mean, that would be stupidity.
Yeah.
So that
just makes things worse. They just cop to it, and
I mean, metal wasn't bent.
Right.
Nobody got hurt. They are extremely embarrassed. The airline's embarrassed. What are you going to do? It's best
Steps
to just
will be taken.
Yeah. When it comes to air aviation safety, being a graduate of the Naval Aviation Safety School, nobody wakes up in the morning to fuck it up.
Right.
Nobody wakes up in the hotel and goes, "I can't wait to jack this away today."
Exactly.
So the more people that say something and fess up, the safer it becomes. It's still safer to fly an airplane than it is to get on a freaking train, boat, or God forbid a car.
Oh yeah. It's more dangerous. It's more dangerous on the 4-lane highway out at the end of my house. In the neighborhood I live on, the highway's far more dangerous than any aircraft.
So when something like this happens, I mean, how many people fell asleep behind the wheel last week?
Right.
I'm going to guess more people were on that airplane.
Never.
Mm-hmm. All truckers.
You never? Liar.
Yeah. But at the same time, yes, it's embarrassing. Yes, it happened. Is it the first time? No. Hence why my airline has this system, this fatigue report system, of if you can't do something, then we stop the operation. I mean, it's just that easy. That's the way we roll. But that's the reason when people make fun of legacy airlines, oh, you're so expensive, you're this and that. You know why we're expensive? Because we got lots of people and lots of planes and lots of equipment that when something goes wrong, we can fall back on our asset
Right.
and fix things. Why doesn't a certain airline...
as opposed to maybe taking chances you wouldn't ordinarily take if you had another choice, and maybe
Sure.
flying an aircraft it's airworthy, but in the perfect environment, it would be having some maintenance done on it. So yeah, I get it. I understand.
And that's not even, maintenance isn't even an issue with the legacies. I mean, we just don't plain go.
Right. It's baked into the cake, right?
There's not a, hey, well, I guess no, we don't go. I mean, that's like some guy in a 152 flying into a thunderstorm going, hey, it looks bad out here. Why'd you go?
Yeah.
As I always say, if there's a question, there's not a question. It's just the way it is. But like I said, it's embarrassing for those poor guys. It's embarrassing for the company. But as far as legacy goes, these big airlines, we're so bloated, we're so this. Well, like when it's icing at a certain airport and certain airlines, who I won't say, don't have de-icing equipment.
Spirit?
And the public screaming. Why didn't they help us? Well, I'll tell you why. While you were paying 78 cents for a ticket somewhere, we were buying proper de-ice equipment and just having it there.
Yeah, exactly.
While they
don't make fun of my frontier. How dare you?
So what you're what you're saying is it's okay if we catch a cheap ride with Frontier Spirit, as long as we only fly in the summer months.
Look.
We don't need
if they're willing to give me a shovel and tell me to go out there and shovel it off the wing myself, and it's going to cost me a lot less to fly, I will do that. I don't have a problem. I'll go out there.
But you just find that there's a lot more backup, and that's why sometimes the prices aren't the same, because we pay for we pay, like, how do you put it? We pay for things for insurance. What if? We've paid in advance for the what if.
Well, it's kind of like, and I don't never do this, but I'll throw you a bone today. I'm feeling generous. I'm filled with generosity and goodwill today, so I'll throw this out there for you. In some respects, yes, I am. In some respects, it's just like a surgeon. You can go get open heart surgery done in Argentina and get a price break on it. But the guy that's cracking your chest open may not have had the expensive education that they did at a more reputable hospital in the United States.
Right.
So,
yeah, we have a lot of assets that a lot of smaller airlines don't have, and that's
you can never confuse price with quality. They're not synonymous. They're not synonymous, and they're not the same. You don't get T-bone steaks for hot dog prices, and that's a fact of capitalism.
No, but as far as safety goes, the FAA is in charge of all the U.S. airlines, anything that happens in the U.S. There is a standard. It's not like one airline. Everyone is held to the same standard. Right. That's just the way it is. But as far as those poor guys, did they feel pressure? Well, I don't know. I don't know them. But from the outside, you go, well, they felt some kind of pressure because they went flying. But where any of the U.S. carriers, we just say no. We just don't go. We as I said, the guy in charge, which happens to be me at this time, when I'm flying, as we've got a saying, we slow the operation down. That's just the way it is. We just slow it down. If we don't like a landing we're about to do, we go around. If we don't like the airport where the weather is at this time, we go to a different airport. And we've got dispatchers that we speak to, and they plan stuff for us, and it comes in on the radio on the airplane, and we just, it's a bigger operation.
You're coming dangerously close now to one of those guys who has an infomercial at 3 a.m. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like you're running a commercial for Delta.
Well, I guess in a way I am, but it's all U.S. carriers. We all have a certain standard. That's just the way it is. That's why it's the safest form of transport. nobody can compete with us safety-wise. There's a reason that last weekend or so, I was in the simulator for 2 days
Man,
for 4 hours each.
This is like knocking on wood kind of moment right here, where I go like, I am definitely not flying Delta now. Or some of these other ones out there, because it's like I don't want to risk anything.
He's putting a hex on him.
I don't want to risk anything now. It's like I don't even want to fly now. Thanks a lot, Hayden. I don't even want to fly. I have to fly in a month. Can we not say that everybody's safety is perfect right now? Like that's like, I feel like that's like a massive like hex on.
Just asking for putting a target on.
Yeah, like I feel like there's like a major target on me now. It's like I've got a month away from this.
You're really suspicious. You're really suspicious.
I am.
Aren't you, Casey?
I am.
You don't walk underneath ladders.
I am.
I bet you don't want no black cat walking across your path. I bet you got a whole list of shit. I know your OCD, your obsessive compulsiveness kicks in.
I'm gonna
hand in hand.
I'm gonna have to, because of this conversation, I'm now going to have to walk 3 times in a circle and jump inside and outside of something in order
touch
to
the doorknob 4 times
yeah,
before you lock it. Right.
This is not making me feel any better here.
But no matter what the numbers are, you'll go drive your car.
I know. It's so weird, right? You know what it is? It's a control thing. It's literally a control thing. That's all it is. That's what it comes down to.
After me telling you, like, how many driving courses have you ever been to? High performance driving.
How many high performance driving events?
Zero. Yeah, most people zero. Yeah.
I've gone to.
He's just saying he's got to go to. He has to take recurring. He has to take recurring training.
Maybe
all the time.
one. Maybe one. No, I'm gonna say zero. I'm gonna say zero.
I and other carriers in the U.S. can have an FAA guy show up and sit on our jump seat, and if he doesn't like what he sees, can pull my ticket on that flight.
Yeah.
Wow.
That quickly. Now tell me how many times you watched a guy texting, driving his car, where he should have lost his license for doing that. Zero.
Or sleeping in a Tesla and auto driving.
Yeah, or getting in the back of the Tesla with the newspaper saying, "Ah."
Yeah.
But like, I was in the simulator flying around. I have 2 engines on my plane. I was flying around with 1, and if I was out of heading with my manual controlling within 10 degrees or 100 feet or so, I would have failed.
Yeah.
And everybody.
Let me tell you what I didn't fail at. Every time you make fun of the Air Force, I short the fuck out of Delta. Every time you make a big joke,
I gotta go to break.
Air Force or how superior Navy is, I short the living fuck out of Delta.
I gotta go to break. It's Casey.
It's all held to a high standard, and I feel bad for those guys. But it's just not that way in the U.S.
Yeah.
We don't fly that way.
Well, that's good.
We slow the operation down, and we make up for it. But we don't make up for it by going when we don't need to.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. I don't have. It's not braggadocious. It's the way we roll. Period.
Braggadocious?
Casey's.
Yeah, it's not saying, "Oh, we're so much better. We're so much better." No, actually, we just make really good choices because that's what we've been trained to do. That's what we do. Period. It's like when I'm in the airport and there's thunder and lightning going on, and somebody comes up to me and goes, "Should we go?" And I go, "I'm not." So no.
I gotta go to break, guys.
I
gotta eat.
We gotta go. No.
I gotta eat.
So anyway, those are my thoughts.
I'm glad that there's higher standards in the U.S. That's good. It makes me feel safer.
We have high standards, and everyone's held to them.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
We have high standards, and that's why our safety records in the U.S. are so high.
And I'm glad. It's a good thing.
We measure standards in the U.S. by millions of hours, not thousands, not days, by millions of hours is what we're held to.
Wow.
And yeah,
hey, Cap,
that's why
Hayden, I got a sell ticket out right now. I got a ticket to short Delta, 500,000 shares.
All right, I'm out.
Execute button.
I'm out.
If you say
I'm heading out of here.
The Navy, if you'll tell me the Air Force is.
All right, I had to walk out. I gotta go. They're just gonna keep on going forever. All right, let me see here. I'm gonna put on some music for you guys. I'll change up the music a little bit. I think I don't know. I feel like Melissa's like at least mentioned like 2 or 3 times the music's awful. So I will try to switch up the music here to, let's see. Let's just try some random new stuff. See what this is like. Oh, we're going to go on a limb here and just try something different. Put the message on the screen. I am so hungry. I got to go eat. Got to see if I have any hot dogs. And by the way, guys, it's not that bad for me. I really won't go turn a doorknob 3 times or something like that. It's just makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. It's like watching it's like knowing that you're gonna have to go in a dive cage or something like that, and then watching Jaws the night before. It's just like, it's not really exactly my favorite thing to do in the whole wide world. It's not how I like living life. All right, I will see you guys in a bit.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
You can feel alive now. You can feel alive now. You can feel alive You can feel alive now. You can feel alive now. You can feel alive now. You can feel alive
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Oh yeah, this is the groove. What the heck is this? Alright, who's having sex in the back of my big tramp? Yucca? How many times have I told you? Stop bringing your girls back here. Everybody else has to be back here too. Oh, I just feel dirty keeping that going. I gotta go. Wait, hold on a second.
Bank's term lending rate thing that they did, which was bailout for the banks, is ending today.
Yucca, why are you putting on the dirty music in the back of the big tram, man? And I come back here and I find you with real rugged and preacher, pirate.
Ooh.
Who's putting dirty music?
I'm assuming it's you. I come back, and next thing I know, it's nothing but the slow, easy listening kind of bow chicka bow bow kind of music going on.
Damn it. Subliminal.
Mm-hmm.
They can't hear it. Only newcomers could hear it.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's right.
I see what you did there.
Nice.
Yeah, he's like,
that's how you killed.
That's what I meant to say. Right. Okay.
That's how you kill.
2 birds with one stone?
stone with 5 birds.
No, 5 birds.
No, it's the other way.
Okay.
5 birds. That's how you kill five stones with 1 bird.
Mm.
Or 2 girls with 1 cup.
Yeah. or
Blue Angels are beating out WWE and Thunderbirds. That's kind of crazy.
Did you hear the story? Your image was left back here. Did you leave your mic on or something?
Did I?
I don't know.
It's
the
a
icon
magic.
was. And I thought you were listening.
It was going on my screen. It might just been you didn't refresh or something there.
Oh yeah, I think I did it. Yeah, it's glitching. Well, Rex told us a story. Some of us heard, some of us didn't.
Okay, well, I got to do numbers, but I'll let you tell the story real quick.
Yeah. No. I don't know if he wants us to say it publicly.
Oh.
So I'll wait until he comes back. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm bothered. I know it's a little thing, but I feel like it bothered me a lot of what happened. Not of him, but somebody did something. And I'm like hurt. Like, I want revenge. But I'll let him tell you. Okay, numbers time.
Did they do it to him?
No, they did it to his animal, his fish, and a tortoise,
Oh.
You might as well tell him now, Yucca. Give him the
I
entire
fucked
story except for
a fucking
that
kid,
punchline.
a damn kid.
Hold on.
Wait. There seems to be some. Maybe you guys should go to a different room real quick and discuss whether you should say this or not.
No, that's fine. I think it's fine because it's fine.
Rugged seems to have a difference of opinion here.
No, he's getting, I think, a drink or something.
Oh, he's just moaning randomly.
I'll come back. Before you go with the numbers, I'll jump in real quick.
He's groaning.
Okay. You go. Yucca, you go, sir.
Okay. So a kid came in. Obviously, I think he said he was 14. I don't know where he got bleach from. He poured in one of his tanks, bleach. And he killed a bunch of fish, and there was a turtle in there. Now the turtle's blind.
That's messed up.
That's some bullshit there. And I don't know, that bothered me a lot. Because from one point you're a turtle and you're fucking seeing the world and enjoying life, and then all of a sudden you're fucking blind. You're like, what the fuck did I do? And then that was it. Yeah,
that is pretty.
Bum Yucca out, man. Yeah, there's good and bad in the world, man. There's real evil out there every day.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up. They catch the kid?
Yeah, that's why. And then nothing happened. I think it's like they're trying to cover it up because they're like, not cover up. Like they don't want to let it get out into the public. I guess it's a big chain, so I don't know. But I would say an eye for an eye. Fucking throw bleach in the kid's eye. No, that's maybe a little too much.
Yeah,
but-
that's going too far. But I see
But,
what you're
you know,
saying. Yeah, yeah. Throw 'em in jail for a night.
Yeah, or teach them because you know how those kids that they grab puppies or they at a young age, then they start to become cruel with animals. Then they grow older and then they become cruel with people. You need to put a stop to it at a young age.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that was it. Sorry. Go ahead, numbers.
Well, I think Ruggeds wants to say something real quick.
Rugged.
Just before you do the numbers, just because I see we're getting a couple pennies up here. Now there's just those of you who subscribe to Investor Connect, you may have seen an email that just came through about basically a release, a news release, press release that basically stating the increased distribution of the popcorn and all that stuff, and so they're increasing that distribution. So I think that hopefully that starts hitting mailboxes of the community, and maybe some people are feeling like they want to average down. This may be a little catalyst for that. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, it's a Business Wire article. It's on Weeble. I just seen it.
Very nice.
Nice.
Nothing new that we don't know, but at least positive news. Positive article.
Little pop gives me a little pop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Ooh.
AMC significantly expands the availability of its popular grocery store popcorn through the addition of Publix and Kroger stores and Amazon.com.
Because we've seen this before, right, Casey? We've seen where the stock starts to run up, but they need a reason why it's running up. They're not telling us that the shorts are starting to cover, but they need to put something behind it. So I think this could be it.
Oh, this is the one?
It's not big news.
This is the one. This is the news article that's going to cause it all to come down.
Yeah. No way.
All right. Well, let's move into the numbers and see what these numbers look like here. I mean, what if you end up being right? That's one hell of a thing.
That's what Project Popcorn is all about.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Price prediction tally points for the day-to-day. We've got, not price prediction tally points. What am I saying? I need to move on to different screen here. Give me 1 second while I move it around. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect there to be about, bless you, 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, there's 45.07% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.5. The combined total is 54.57%, or about 8.43% less volume going through those exchanges than normal, which is partially, perhaps maybe why we're up for the day-to-day. Taking a look at CHX volume, it's 2,600 shares. Nothing unusually large. GME CHX volume is 85 shares in total. Nothing unusually large on that either. No change in borrow fees or shares available in the last hour or two. In total for the day-to-day, IBKR has reported about 750,000 shares having been borrowed. Ortex is currently reporting 424,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day, compared to the 131,000 shares it was suggesting were returned an hour ago. That's going to raise the estimated short-share interest of the free float to 13.02%. Cost of mins at 1.02, average is 1.44, max 4.7. Total amount of shares on loan for the day-to-day is coming in at 44.71 million shares. Ortex is estimating that 850,000 shares were returned, and of that 850,000 shares, 315,000 of those were returned in short interest. Taking a look at options, as of an hour ago, the highest amount of call volume was at a $4.50 strike with 14.2 thousand contracts for the day-to-day. It is currently sitting at It's not going to pop up. Hold on a second. $16.2. So from 14.2 to 16.2. Highest amount of put volume was at a $4 strike an hour ago. It was 3,000 contracts in volume for the day. It's now 3.3 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50. MMRI an hour ago was 261.82. It's now 261.22. 22. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.415 and is currently at 0.431. NASDAQ is down 0.17, Dow Jones is up 0.06, S&P 500 is down 0.09. We have 2,958 decliners to 2,685 advancers. The market keeps advancing hour over hour, but is still overall in decline. Sectors. The worst performing sector right now is currently an industrial sector, with the real estate in a follow-up behind that. Best performing sector is currently materials. Second runner-up to that would be a tie between energy and consumer staples. Of the Magnificent Seven, 4 are red, 3 are green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change from previous day's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.4. FRC is down 4.76. NYCB is down 4.68. Seeing a lot more of these financials turning green for the day today. But we are still a heavy mixture between green and red. No other stocks worth shouting out. Gold is up 0.27 and is currently trending up. Silver is up 0.87, trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 6.94, trending up. US dollar is up 0.1 and trending down. Currently, it was on a big trend up earlier this morning. WTI, or oil, is down 0.97, is consolidating after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.1 to 0.17 and are slightly trending upwards. SPY is down 0.08 and trending up. VIX is down, or sorry, not down, up 4.34% and trending down. VTI is down 0.11 and trending up. VB is down 0.28, trending up. Tesla is up 2.2, consolidating after a downtrend. Amazon is down 1.62, consolidating after. It's just been consolidating for a while. Cinemark is up 0.88 and is trending down. Doge is up 4.79, trending down. Bitcoin is up 5.62, trending up. GME is down 0.55 and is trending up. HYMC is up 2.63 and trending down. NCMI is down 1.66, consolidating maybe a slight downtrend. Hood is up 2.03 and is trending up. AMC is up 2.53 and trending up after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $2 million more outflow than inflow. 8.27 million shares traded so far for the day today after 240 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 13 point. Sorry, I had like a hair in my mouth or something. We're on pace for about 13.43 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which is on pace for the pre-market prediction of 5 to 25 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, there is currently more. It looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 47.31, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.49, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.35, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.89, which is above average. We are hitting the Bollinger Band on the way up here, which usually means price is going to try to correct itself and come back down to the simple moving average before perhaps either breaking through and changing the trend in direction in which price is moving, or seeing a continuation on price movement upwards. And with that, the Blue Angels are winning 47% to Thunderbirds 31 and WWE 22. Whew. I was kind of worried when I decided to put WWE in there that it was going to get a lot more than the Blue Angels or the Thunderbirds. So, kind of glad to see that's not the case.
Casey, I have a theory on the press release, what have you, from concerning the popcorn. Is it possible that the key word in that is expanding? You know, when they first started doing this popcorn, we were a new player in the space, and the way I understand it, Walmart and them works. You know, they stick your toe in the water before they let you dive in. So, is it possible that we were profitable and proof now that it's a go? So when they say expanding, that maybe they'll be taking on more product and more stores.
It's possible.
If that's the case, then the numbers, then whatever boost we have seen to the bottom line, however modest it was from popcorn sales, is not only likely to continue going forward, but be a bigger number.
And it's certainly possible.
I mean, that's the only reason why you would come out and say, hey, we're expanding it. You know, it may be just, like I said, a reflection of, if they had just renewed the old contract, that would be bullish enough, because that's proof that the product is moving. You don't get to keep your product in Walmart if it's not moving. So when they say they're expanding it, I think that's indeed a little bullish statement there.
Ron wants to know if anybody captured the "I got hair in my mouth" clip. Like it's never happened to you, Ron? Come on, man.
Never happened to you? Come on, man.
Stockwitz, good morning. Preacher, good morning. I think I'm gonna. You know, the interesting thing is that I think I've left up this Blue Angels, Thunderbirds, and WWE poll longer than I did the poll for Linda Carter and Barbara Eden, and it's gotten less votes. We had 70 votes when I ended that other one. We only had 58 so far. And I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but we actually have far less people watching today than normal.
I noticed that.
We're kind of at abnormal
levels. I
levels.
up at those things and I watch the.
Which is okay. I don't have. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say like, oh, we need to get more people in here. Kind of. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying
curious, though, yeah.
It does seem like there's a definite like.
See, I would assume that there's like a constancy to it. That the people who listen 7 days a week, 8 hours a day, like myself, that there's a regularness to it. Even if someone comes in like some strange person who doesn't even engage in chat, just comes in and listens for an hour once or two, you think that they would continue that habit. So in any way you look at it, you think that it would be a rather consistent flow.
Yeah.
That's not the case. It comes and goes. It's like a tide that comes in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a bot farm. I don't know if it's a bot farm that's being turned on and off, or if it's just, I don't know. But there's something about it.
I've often joked about the idea that the amount of viewership levels are kind of consistent with like how the price movement is working for the day. And so like if you were to take the if you were to take the two and kind of
there's a certain logic to that.
If you were to chart the two and kind of say like, is there some kind of pattern recognition that, you know, you could say like, oh yeah, those patterns look really close. I can just take a picture here for you, for example.
But that's always kind of like a lagging indicator, though, isn't it? We get a big run up on the stock, and then the viewership runs up. But the stock always makes its move first, or the stock starts trading sideways for a long period of time, and then the viewership drops off.
Let me see if I can overlap this. I've done this before. Let's see if I can do this again real quick here.
Yeah, I'm quite certain that there's a correlation there. Probably pretty close. I can tell you one thing I'm relatively certain of, Casey, and it's just anecdotal. I don't have any tracking algorithms or anything like that, but there's all but zero shills anymore. We used to have a regular onslaught of naysayers, haters. We've called them shills around here forever, and there's been a marked decrease. I don't know what that's all about either. If I had to put a number on it, I'd say that traffic for the shillery has fallen off by a solid 90%.
There you go. There it is right there. Can you see it okay on the chart right now?
Yeah. I see it. It's a little small, but I can see it.
Those are the amount of viewers in the chat, consistent viewers compared to price movement. Tell me there's not some kind of correlation there. And I see it all the time. It's always like this.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Tell me we're not as a group of individuals dialed into we are
watched, yeah.
We are like dialed into this stuff and we can't help ourselves. We can't stop ourselves from going and viewing something. We're sick. We're sick in the head.
I own it though. I mean, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
My wife tells me, she's like, "You're an asshole." I'm like, "I know. What do you want me to do about it?" I try. I don't want to be. I can tell you, I don't want to be. That doesn't change the fact I'm still an asshole.
I just think it's really interesting at how similar they are. Anyways, just thought that was fun.
It'll be really interesting when we see an appreciable run, and I'm not even talking about the great MOAS in the sky. Just any solid movement to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting to see if we double or triple participants in a single day.
Kim says, Casey, is there a cap on how many folks can get in the chat asking for when we really start running? Thanks. Kim, not that I'm aware of. But even if there was...
But Kim, he put a limit on how the new people could chat. So people like you, Kim, could always find a space. You heard.
There is right now there's a 5-minute subscriber amount of time. So somebody has to be a subscriber for at least 5 minutes before they can start chatting. And it's just because I found that, and I lost sleep over enabling that at the time because I really felt like that was like me forcing people to subscribe in order to chat, and I didn't like that. I thought that was really kind of lame. But I also felt that it was a way to be able to kind of reduce the amount of shill bots that would come in because nobody's gonna bot up and wait 5 minutes to throw in some kind of BS information or something. It's too long of a wait. And I started off with testing it at just 1 minute, and then we increased it. We kept increasing it until we saw a reduction in the amount of bots that would just kind of come in and drop random bits and pieces of who cares information. And 5 minutes was kind of the magic number. CPR says change it to 30 days. To be honest, CPR, there may come a point in time where I do change that to something much higher.
That may be warranted. It may be warranted at that particular time. And that's how you stop it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how KC will be able to shut down the screaming masses who come in on, whether it's to spread fuckery or just and to express their excitedness and to keep the chat from turning into just a giant screaming match. He'll have that tool available to him.
Audio Tits, nice name. Are the shills not representative of the caution on this play? Meaning, if they're not here, there is no need for them to be doing their job currently. Or they're not getting paid.
Right. There's a limit to how much somebody will continue to pay on that. It's a law. I would argue that it's if they're what we suspect and they're being paid from a call center, which I'm not saying there isn't one or two of people who come in here who've got a bad taste in their mouth, so they want to piss and moan. But I'm of the philosophical group that the larger part of the shills are paid from a call center or work at home computer, whatever. They're paid to come in and talk shit. And I think there's an expense of that. It's expensive, just like paying somebody to pass out flyers in the neighborhood or do mass callings for I've been trying to contact you about your insurance. That it costs money to do that. And I would argue that they've done it to the point to where they realize, yeah, we're not having any more of an effect. See, they can track all that. In the beginning, they probably said, hey, look, this is paying off. We're spending $10,000 a month or whatever for this call center, but we can see a direct reduction. And I'm quite sure that happened for a while, but they couldn't keep it up forever.
So there's this Twitter account that I've always kind of wondered about. There's certain things that people do that cause me to go like question an account, right? Like I see something that they'll say or they'll do something and it makes me wonder.
Red flags? You mean like red flags for you?
I don't know if I want to say red flags. Is it possible to have like something in between? Like, do they have another colored flag besides red? Is there like caution?
Yeah,
is there caution flags?
Maybe just a hair on the back of your head. Neck stands up.
Yellow flags? Is there yellow caution?
Yeah, yellow flags.
Yeah, yellow flags.
Caution means slow down.
Yeah, yellow flags, right? And I one of those accounts was sitting in a space call this weekend. And I decided, like, well, I'm going to join this space call because there was only 2 space calls open, and one of them was one that this account was sitting, the yellow flag account was sitting in, and the other one was something entirely not related to anything I would care to listen to. So I was like, well, let's see what they're listening to, since this is I'm following this account, and I'm just kind of just some yellow flags, right? So I go in, and the space is about how to market your space calls, which I thought was really kind of interesting, because this particular person is a quote unquote maybe kind of sort of an influencer in the community. Not kind of, sort of is. No, definitely is. Definitely is an influencer in the community. And I don't have any problem with people who want to expand, I guess maybe their viewpoints on, maybe perhaps how they're going to get more people into a room or something like that. I don't care, really. It doesn't matter to me. But one of the things that I thought was really interesting that happened in the space call was the doctor that was talking about, basically how to properly run or efficiently run a space call, was talking about how there are paid shills out there. People who are paid to go. That's literally what they get paid to do for a living, is to go out and just shill away on different and he was saying that you could actually pay somebody to come in and do a fake shill on your space, so that it can make you look as a host of your space, can make you look better.
Like the fall guy on a WWE wrestling match.
Yeah.
The guy who knows he's going to lose going in. Yeah.
I was flabbergasted. I was flabbergasted.
But I'll tell you, along those same lines, is when I hear somebody say, when I get the sniff that somebody is looking for a way to market their space call, see, that screams out to me that they're way too desperate for attention. If you have an interest in what I have to say because you have stumbled into me or listened to a conversation I've had, then I welcome you to the conversation. But I've never felt the need to go out and say, well, how can I get more people to listen to me? And how can I game the system to make that happen? Because I think if you're dealing with a person with that personality, that they're willing to do or say anything, how can they speak with any authority that you won't question, whether they're just doing it for the clicks? Because if that becomes if the driving write up, if the target is to get as many eyeballs as you can, then I want nothing to do with them. I think.
So
think
part of the
those
problem,
type of
though,
people
that
would
you have
just
to
be willing
remember
to-
is that some of these people have lives outside of AMC. And in this particular account's case, this person does have a life outside of AMC that does have to do with things that they may need to be researching that kind of information for. And I'm trying to be very, very vague because I don't want people to guess what account I'm talking about or anything like that. But and so I understood. I understood as I was listening. It was it wasn't another yellow flag for me. But it was interesting because some of the information that I heard as I was sitting there listening to it is some, it just kind of, the idea that somebody would pay somebody to come in and make a fool of himself so that they could make them look better as a host was crazy.
Well, I don't have as much a problem with the actor, the guy who's willing to do it, because hey, anything for a buck, man.
Yeah.
But what I have a problem with is the people who's willing to pay for it. If your desire is so strong to manipulate somebody else's opinions, then that, to me, I got a real problem with that. I'm like,
it's
man,
all about a show,
that's
though.
Deep.
It's all about a show.
Right. It's all about a show.
Yeah.
And I'm not interested in participating with that. I'm interested in participating and having conversations with real people who have a passionate opinion about something that they're doing in life or as a hobby or whatever. But once I get to sniff out that they're just trying to drive eyeballs to a certain area, then I know that they're chasing the money. They're not chasing the topic. And so I don't trust their position, because I'm quite certain that in the end of the day, their first calculations will be what brings me the most viewers, and consequently, I'll stay away from any subject or topic because I don't want it to cost me any viewers. I'm like, well, now you're censoring yourself. You're just censoring the topics. You're censoring the content. You're censoring everything about it in an effort to not do anything inflammatory, to lose. And once they do that, for me personally, I don't have any interest in anything you have to say.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Pirate, how do you feel about giveaways on radio, TV, etc., like Price is Right or sweepstakes?
I thought The Price is Right was a wonderful TV show. I don't know about giveaways.
But it was literally an advertisement the whole time. The whole game show revolves around an advertisement of some product.
The products up on the stage.
Yeah.
And as far as giveaways for TV and all that, or radio, I understand it. Radio is the same way. Listen, it's all a business. I don't beat up on nobody for their business. A radio station is a business. They get paid from advertisers. People don't pay you don't pay like a jukebox to listen to songs. But if they play the right songs and they get enough people
say
to
that
listen
again?
in.
You don't what?
People who listen to music on an FM radio, they don't pay money to listen to the songs. They listen to the songs for free. But if the radio station plays enough good songs and enough people listen, then Allstate can buy an ad. So the revenue is generated from advertising and radio.
Oh, I got you.
So I understand. He was asking me, how do I feel about radio, TV sweepstakes, and I'm only assuming. But I get it, and I get it too that YouTubers, that's what they're going towards. They're going towards if they have the best content, they'll get the most eyeballs. And then if they have the most eyeballs, they get the most watches. And I think this is the way it works on X. Then you get a check for that. Where I don't have a problem with any of that process. Where I have a problem is people who are trying to manipulate the system, like Casey said, hiring a bot farm to pretend to watch your show so that it looks like you have more viewers than you do, or having someone come to your show and pretend to do something in an effort to bring some drama to your show or whatever. I guess what I would say is faking it all out, faking it, and that's the problem I have.
Yeah.
Probably not making myself clear, but that's okay.
Hunter just walked up. He's standing here beside me. I think he's going to vote on the poll here. And is that what you're doing?
No, I just want to know what the poll was. Hi, chat.
He was asking me. He was pointing at it. He was like, "What's the poll for?"
I just saw Blue Angels, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
Also, it looks like Angles.
Oh, did I type it wrong?
I don't know. I can't tell. I feel like I'm being dyslexic.
I probably did. I probably typed it wrong.
Chat, is that angels or angles?
That's probably angles. Thanks for noticing. Oops.
But I don't know how to spell angels.
ELS.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I spelled it wrong.
Angles.
Who doesn't like the blue angles?
Right.
Thanks for noticing. Appreciate
That's
that.
the dollar store. That's the dollar store version. Those guys all fly Cessnas.
Like, wait,
they fly single engine Cessnas. Yeah.
But I appreciate the fact that you guys still voted on it though. That's great. Blue angles. What happened to your neck?
It's just.
Did you slice your throat?
No.
Oh.
I'm fine.
All right.
I'm headed out.
All right. Take care. Drive safe.
Okay, will do.
Love you. See what time? What time will you be back?
Roughly around like maybe 2, 3-ish.
Do you need dinner tonight or no?
No.
Okay.
Of course he needs dinner, man.
Well, no, he's going to a concert tonight, so he doesn't. He said no. He was a negative on dinner.
Well, okay. Can I have it then?
He's taking his girlfriend. I think you got low priority. Actually, I don't even know what concert. I forget the name of the concert is that he's going to.
I've often wondered about that. Tech We Love just put in that he posted a few giveaways, as cash giveaways on YouTube, and I appreciate you sharing that, Tech, because I clicked on one of those one time. I took the bait. It was something, I don't know who it was, somebody I follow for probably his political postings or jokes, but they said, click here, I'm giving away $500 to, somebody. And I sucked into that. Like, to me, I sold it as a free lottery ticket. I understood that by clicking on it, that I was giving him a view, and that I kind of figured the play out right away, that if he got enough people to engage in it, he could give away the $500 and still get paid for it. But I'm unfamiliar with the pay scale or the pay ratio, clicks to dollars and all that. I did see an interesting thing on X the other day from someone really famous, like Cat Williams or one of the other real famous comedians. And I think he said he got 800,000 views, and they gave him I think it was like $6,000 or something. It was like a tip. It was almost nothing. And so I don't know. I'm the wrong guy to talk to on whether or not X/Twitter pays well or not. I was just trying to share my opinions on, I like the people. That's why can't never say enough about KC that comes. He doesn't get a dime for it. So I never have to ask myself. I never have to filter the old bullshit meter. I don't have to run it through my bullshit filter to see if it was driven by money and whether it was driven by his true feelings.
But what's funny is even for example, when Hunter and I will start talking about a game, I feel bad just doing that because sometimes I feel like it feels like an advertisement.
You're selling it.
Yeah, even though it's literally just us just talking about it, it feels like an advertisement
Sometimes
to me,
it
and
does.
I go
I usually try to make a joke about it when it happens. I noticed you have to say, "Hey, listen, we're not pushing nothing here," but you can see how that can happen. Though I think people are smart enough to know. They're smart enough to ferret out the difference between somebody who's honestly giving a review of a product or service versus somebody who's every day comes in and tells you how that by the way, it's like 12:15 every single day that you should come to shitcoin. For
Pirate
us
Coin. You could have said Pirate Coin. That was
today.
perfect plug for Pirate Coin right there.
Exactly. I missed the chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've actually had a couple instances when I've done interviews with people in the past. I will usually tell them that I don't want them to advertise anything in particular. Just because I don't want there to be advertisements, and I don't want anybody to think that I've got them here so that they can
bring that into your environment. Yeah.
But I will.
Because you've managed to keep from it for a solid 3 years. There's never been not a single product on here outside of Bitcoin. Bitcoin has an exclusion because it's an in-house product.
But I will let them if they're like a YouTuber.
In Casey's basement by Brian.
But if they're like a YouTuber, I'll let them talk about their live stream or something, or their channel or whatever it is, because I think that's.
But you don't have them on here and then let them give a 10-minute spiel halfway through the talk about how Voyager is the best place to get Dogecoin.
Right.
I get it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's
You're the
and
better
that's
for it.
that's in the stipulations. Whenever I'm kind of like going over like having somebody do an interview, it's like, you know, look, you can't come on here and start advertising. Somebody wrote moo in here earlier, and that's probably like a good one to as an example. You know, don't come in here and start saying moo this, moo that, because I don't want none of that. Pass.
I get it, Tech. He says it's nice getting paid too, but see, this is where you and I differ, Tech. I don't view the internet as my job or a workplace. I don't even view it as a digital flea market where I can come in and maybe sell goods. You know, I view it more of a county square where I can go and talk to people and visit with people and listen to what a guy up on a soapbox is preaching about. So I come for information. So I guess in that metaphor, maybe there could be somebody going around, you know, selling the cold beer here. Get your cold beer. I get it, but
You know, it would be like the ultimate slap in the face, though. Like price.
I would think if you had a large following of a huge amount of people who tuned in every day, just like you would a radio station, and that you didn't see any money for that, I can see how that would be.
What would be no? What I mean is it would be crazy if like all of a sudden the price of AMC started running. I suddenly made it a subscription channel. Can you imagine how like pissed off people would be over that?
That's a pirate move. To see now, see, that's where you shouldn't have even said that, because now I'm going to be advocating for that. I'm calling an immediate board meeting. I'm going to get Rugged, Yucca,
I could
Yukon,
never.
Food
I could
Dog,
never.
Nana. I'm getting all the heavy hitters into a room. We're going to have a board meeting.
I would never do that.
This needs
But
to happen.
it would be. It would be
we'll
like
tie you up. We'll put a ball gag in your mouth. We'll put you in the basement, and we will take over the ship at this point in time. And we're going to get paid. You hear me, people? We're getting paid right now. There is a. What they call it, Captain Queeg. It'll be the mutiny instead of the mutiny on the bounty, man. It'll be the mutiny on the big tramp.
What we do actually, this is what we really should do is if you're already a subscriber, you get like you get free admission, but anybody who's new who wants to come in has to pay.
Yep. Right. If you instead of it says you can't chat, when it says you can't chat unless you've been a subscriber for 10 minutes, instead it'll say you can't even watch this stream unless you
$20
been a registered chat member. Yeah,
$20
behind a paywall. Behind a paywall. Yep, exactly. Oh yeah, man, I'm telling you. Yeah, we know how you feel about it, KC. Don't worry. You'll have plausible deniability, man. Oh, thank you.
I'd be like, hey, no, you've been here for a while, so you're free. But anybody else who wants to come in and jump in last minute on this ship's gonna pay to ride.
Yeah. Well, listen, you could even I know you guys with computers are good at this shit. You can just make a preacher. You can come up with a logarithm or algorithm that says if it's a name that hasn't been here before, they got to pay. So even if somebody come in here 3 years ago and talk shit for 5 minutes and got kicked out, they can still come get a free pass.
I think the
But
best
if
part.
you have ever been here before, you got to pay now.
The best part about something like that would be the fact that if there was, one of those individuals who wanted to come back and just talk.
Flat Earth could be grandfathered in.
Yeah.
Flat Earth could be grandfathered in, man. Yeah. He would not have the paywall. He would not have the paywall. It's real simple. He's been here before. He gets to come back, and that's the way it would work. Everybody else, $20.
We could start selling our alternate accounts, man. We got some grandfathered accounts in.
Yeah, your grandfathered accounts would go for money.
Oh man, this thing's gonna pay.
This is how you reap the benefits of being a longtime AMC KC watcher.
It is so very piratey. It's got so much piratism to it right there. Yeah.
I'm not doing this. This is all just fun and games. I'm not doing this.
We know you won't.
Yeah.
We know you won't. We know you won't. You're not. We're going to start off with that. You remember that meme from the captain where he says, "You are not the captain now. Look at my eyes." That's going to be us. That's going to be me and Dino Mike and Franklin and all of us. we're going to be like KC. You're a captain now.
Pirate's gonna sell his. Yeah. You're gonna sell your account name. I just know it. You're like this is.
That's
you're
the
like,
first thing that goes.
This will get me.
The first thing that goes. Yeah.
This will get me 100 more shares. I'm selling my name.
Exactly. Done. I'll do a auction, like one of those auctions to the highest bidders. I'll publish the number, and you have to bid higher for it. Yeah. You're grandfathered in. You're grandfathered in. If you have been here before, ever. If you came in one time 3 years ago and told all of us to suck your toes and then ran off, that's cool. You get a pass.
Now, I want you to think about this. I want you to think about this because this is what was claimed had happened to some of the moderators over at Wall Street Bets. And there were so many people that were saying like, no, they would never do that. It's the actual owners of the accounts. Do you know how much money some of those people made from selling their account names?
I imagine some of them made $20,000 or $30,000.
They made bank. They made absolute bank off of some of their account names. Why? Because it's all down in history. Yeah, it's all
there. Yeah.
It's all there in history, and if anybody wants to go look it up, they can see that the person's either was there before or not, and so it gives it credibility.
That was the beauty of what I said is my litmus test. When you say who is excluded from the paywall, it's real simple. I know that KC has all this shit on tape. So you have a record of every name that's been here before. Even if they were a son of a bitch, they were here before. And it's real easy. Newcomers pay $20.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, man. We're going to need a truckload. We're going to need a bigger boat to carry the money.
I mean, you wait and you start seeing when things start really flying and shit starts going. You watch how many people come after you and start sending you private messages and DMs asking you questions and wanting to know if, just all kinds of crazy stuff. And I hope you guys, I sincerely hope that you guys talk about it. Because I think it's important for people to know that you're getting offers for your accounts, because that means that there's some value. There's some sentimental value to somebody out there for a long-standing account that has some kind of ties to something. But yeah, anyways, it's 1:00. It's time for numbers. You have to buy Pirate Coin from Pirate and then pay KC to watch the stream. Holy crap! This is how you get a token to start taking off. All right, I'm taking you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at our numbers for the day today. See what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 45.4% going through off exchange. EDGX is a 9.13, 54.53%, 10, no, not quite, 9.47. Yeah, 9.47% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,600 shares. GME CHX volume is only 85 shares. Nothing unusual about that. We do need to talk about something with GME, by the way. Somebody remind me after I get done with this, talking about the numbers, that they changed their Facebook background profile image. I don't know if you guys know or heard about this or not, but it's kind of interesting news. Anyways. Shares haven't been borrowed according to IBKR. Has not changed. Fees are starting to go back up, though, 0.68%. Ortex an hour ago was stating 424,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That has not changed. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float and cost to borrow numbers all the same. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 44.71 million shares. That's 850,000 shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex is estimating that 315,000 of those shares were in short interest that were returned. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 16.2 thousand contracts. It's now currently at 18.1. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $4 strike. There was 3.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. Still 3.3 thousand contracts. No change there. Market is still suggesting by the end of the day today a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 based off of the largest quantities of volume in contracts today. MMRI an hour ago was at 261.22, now 261.94. Some of y'all just started like seeing dollar signs as we had that conversation. Don't do it, guys. Don't sell your soul. Two-year, 10-year bond rates. The spread an hour ago was 0.431. It's now 0.438. Who am I to tell you guys not to do something? Do it if you want to. Just let me know in a DM somewhere that you did it so that I don't think it's still you. NASDAQ is down 0.23. Dow Jones is up 0.05. S&P 500 is down 0.12. We have 3,038 decliners to 2,633 advancers. That is actually slightly down from where it was an hour ago, so the market's a little less advancing or more declining than it was an hour ago. Sectors that are performing well today, top two performers are materials and consumer staples. Worst performer for the day today so far is industrial, followed by real estate. Of the Magnificent Seven, 4 out of the 7 are red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.31. FRC is down 4.76. NYCB is down 5.15. And that might be it. Does seem like there's a little bit more red now than there was last hour. Gold is up 0.27, but currently trending down. Silver is up 0.87. Also looks to have changed directions here. Might be consolidating. Looks like some consolidation for silver. Ethereum Classic is up 6.68 and trending up. U.S. dollar is down, up 0.15. Does look to be perhaps maybe making a reversal in the up direction. Oil is down 0.19 and is starting to trend up after some consolidation. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.12 to 0.2 and consolidating. S&P 500 SPY is down 0.12 and trending up. VIX is up 3.19 and trending down. VTI is down 0.18 and trending up. VB is up, or down rather, 0.39 but trending up. Tesla is up 2.31 trending up. Amazon is down 1.18 and trending down. Cinemark is up 1.34 and started to take off and is starting to pull back a little bit after that launch. Doge is up 4.53 and consolidating with maybe a slight bit of a downtrend. Bitcoin is up 5.49 and trending up. GME is down 0.85 trending down. HYMC is up 2.19 trending down. NCMI is down 1.66 and consolidating. HOOD is up 1.35 trending down, and AMC is up 2.91 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. 8.77 million shares traded so far for the day today after 280 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for about 12.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which is within the 5 to 25 million share prediction I made. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 47.93, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 51.42, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 56.67, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 62.56, which is above average. Looks like there's...
Don't forget about the GME.
Yes. let's take a look at it. Let's see here.
Yeah, and I did, Casey. I sold my soul.
Well, I mean, we'll be able to tell real quickly from the people who come back to the back of the Big Tramp and actually talk, but
Yeah, I sold it, Casey. I sold something that's not even mine.
You did?
That's
for real?
Yeah, it's impossible. How can you sell something that doesn't belong to you?
Like, what do you
You've
mean?
never seen it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like your soul. Have you seen your soul?
Oh.
It's not Friday. I'm sorry. That's not
I feel like that's more like a
I know it's just a saying.
Yeah.
Not a literal. Well, here I am.
No, GME. GME's logo change. What do you call? It's not their logo. It's what do you call the
emblem?
No, it's not the emblem. It's the It's the banner. Banner.
The banner.
Yeah.
Banner. Yeah, banner. Their banner on what? They changed their banner. Yeah, their banner. That's what it's called.
So this is the article that I saw. I think it was this morning. GameStop changed their banner on Facebook 3 hours ago and has had over 100 comments, a weird amount of engagement for a Facebook banner change. Go check out some of the comments if you're looking for a laugh. There it is, though. Instead of being I think it was supposed to be a red backdrop originally, and is now black. I think it was red and white. Now it's black and white. Some people are suggesting that means that there's potentially that they're in the black now instead of in the red, and that maybe that will be expressed in their next quarterly meeting. I don't know if that's the case or not. Actually, hold 1 second. And just in case you wanted to see that, there you go. Hayden said, whoever voted for the Thunderbirds must have never been to an air show.
Does anybody know when GameStop's quarterly earning is, by the way?
I knew that was coming. Dang it. I was going to go look up, and I was like, I know that I'm going to get asked that question.
You're lucky I'm eating. You're lucky I'm on. I got my mic on mute. I'm eating right now. Or I would cut you from asshole to appetite.
Yikes. The company will host its investor conference call at 5 p.m. on the same day to review. Okay, hold on a second here. It looks like, this is 2023. Hold on a second. That is not what I want. We went fourth quarter. I still don't see a release on it yet. So I would say that it's an unknown. And I'm looking at their newsroom. The last time something was posted was on December 6th. But we can go over to GME and we can take a look and see about what time last year they did this. March 21st was the last time that they did this, the Q4. So I would imagine they would have already announced by now if that was going to be the case, but obviously they have not done so. Text says expected March 27th, but unknown. Hayden says, I flew in tighter formations in training command flying T2s than a T-Bird air show. Man.
Yeah, he's trying to get a few punches in because I can't type and I can't talk because I'm eating. So do your best, Hayden. Just come on out with some more of that bullshit while you can.
Man, that's crazy. I have in my room growing up, I had a lot of different. Man, I gotta ask my mom if she's got a picture of it. But I had a lot of pictures from both the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, and both of them were in tight formation.
Pervert.
Just saying.
Nasty.
Just saying. Or as I like to refer to them, the Blue Angles.
You also have the Chippendales.
Angles, Blue Angles.
Did you have the Chippendales as well?
No, I never had Chippendales. I didn't really like those guys too much. They always had nuts in their mouth.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, okay, how was your...
Why isn't there a... Why isn't there a fourth option here? What if I want to say none of the above?
Because I wanted you to choose.
I'd rather not.
Which would you rather go to? Like, if you had to be forced to go to one, which one would you pick? Have you ever been to an air show? I mean, you live in California. They're there all the time, like constantly, every year.
Donkey show?
The air shows.
Oh, okay. Like the Blue Angels?
Yeah. No, the Blue Angles.
Okay, right on. Blue Angles. It's better than the Donkey Show, I think.
That's down to TJ. You can't get that in LA.
So you have been.
I have not.
I knew it.
Look, I was from San Diego, man. How would you not know about that and live in San Diego? I mean, that's like it's very commonly known about.
Clerks?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't find anything.
Wasn't his name Kelly?
I don't know. You're asking me names of people? Do you know me?
That's a good point.
Do you know me? Come on. It's like you don't even spend time with me here. What the hell? No, those are Blue Flames, CPR. Blue Flames. And we used to do those all the time as kids. And then somebody told us that we could light our intestines on fire if we weren't careful. And so then we thought, well, if we wear underwear, then we'll be okay. Because then the flame can't come back in. That's what we convinced ourselves.
So you told yourself that those tidy whities was like a spark arrestor?
Yep, exactly. Plus, nobody wants to see your jewels hanging out anyways, so CPR is laughing. That's good. I got one laugh at least. Yucca, how was your weekend, man? Did you do any shrooms this weekend?
It was good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Did you do any shrooms this weekend?
I did one.
Did you really?
I did one chocolate, just a small, just one cube.
Okay.
It wasn't anything like. It was just like.
It was
It was
microdosing for
it was
you?
just, yeah, that was it. Microdosing, and because I haven't done it for like months. So I think you're looking at. Is there cameras here? Let me see. How do you know I did them?
No, I don't know. I just had a feeling. Projuler says, Projuler, I'm gonna find, and if I can't find, I'm gonna make one for you, a bumper sticker that says "Ladies love my jewels," because it's the truth, and it's funny. It's really funny. And if you don't have that as a bumper sticker already, I don't know why not. What a missed opportunity. It's like me. I've got that bumper sticker that says "Divers go deeper." Ron says, I grew up in Vegas, so I might be partial to the Thunderbirds. I was also Civil Air Patrol before I joined the Army and aircraft sheet mental mechanic. Well, thank you for your service. Sheet mental? I think that's supposed to be sheet metal. Maybe? I don't know. Those really old Thunderbirds, though, man, they would look like a big old piece of sheet metal. Those were the ones that I had the most pictures of, I think. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it was the... I think this is it. I don't know what this plane's called, though. Help me out here, Parrot. What is... What is the name of this one right here? I mean, they all kind of look like sheet metal, but... Actually, there's one that's older than this one that I've seen before that's got rivets in it. I wonder which one that one was. Hey, Yucca, you know those pictures that you posted of a real estate company this weekend of a project you were working on?
Yeah.
What was the story behind that? I felt like there was like the reason why you were trying to share that. Was there a story?
Oh, no. The story is that I was working, and I'm still finishing that job. That was it.
Okay.
That's my story. Nothing. It's just the story, you know.
That was a nice lunch. Mrs. Pirate fixed me leftover manwich and some leftover tater tots.
You ate a manwich? You ate a manwich?
I love manwich. We've ate manwich probably at least once a month, sometimes twice a month for 20 years.
Pirate, what?
Excuse me. Pardon me.
So I found a plaque. Of all these airplanes here, and I can't make it out. Can you tell me? I was trying to elicit you for help here a second ago, but I think you might have been AFK eating your manwich. What is this?
The one at the very top is a Strike Eagle. It's a F-16 Strike Eagle. The one below that, I believe, is a Sabre.
I'm looking for this one right here, and
Sabre
I can't tell what it says on the plaque there. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think CPR is right. There's a Phantom, not the F4, not the Vietnam era Phantom, but the older one. Thanks, CPR. I'm stumped by mine. Yeah, then on the far right there, that's a F-16 Strike Eagle.
Far right.
Or Falcon.
Over here? Yeah.
The far right as a Falcon.
Yeah, it's
then the
very
next
clear
one is
there.
a training bird. When you heard
T-38 Talon.
Hayden talking about Tweety birds, that's a Tweety bird. That's the first jet. When they teach you how to fly, they take you up in a propeller-driven plane. But when you move from propeller to jet, that second one's the one they put you in. Then the one above that is the F-4 Phantom. Yeah, that's the Falcon.
This is the Sabre. This one I can't make out. I can't make out anything beyond the separation here.
F-4 Phantom.
But this is the one that I had a picture of growing up, and it like you could even see like I think it was this one here. It could have been this one, but you could see the rivets in the actual plane where the pieces of the plane were put together.
Yeah, those are all, I think, Navy birds on the left.
The F-84.
Marine Corps.
Let's see.
Yeah. That's a Thunderbolt. That one's a Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
One in the middle.
Thunderjet. F-84 Thunderjet.
Thunderjet.
Yeah.
Thunderjet. I thought it was a Thunderbolt. Yeah. I know they had one called a Thud because it was a lawn dart. Killed a lot of guys. They weren't real happy with them.
Alrighty, guys. I think I'm going to take a break and let me put up the message.
Hayden was talking shit. He said all those planes look like targets to me because his plane wasn't represented there. So in his mind, every one of those is just something for him to shoot at.
Mm-hmm.
Little girly non-carrier planes.
Yeah. All right. Sherry.
Yeah, Sherry.
Nice going, Sherry.
Our love holds on.
Yeah. Whatever you say, Sherry. All right, I got to go to break.
See you.
I'll see you guys in a bit. Yucca's going to turn on some love music for you while I'm gone. Enjoy. You know what to think about. Think about having a good time.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now. Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Alright, I'm back. And sure enough, look at that. Nice little push down there to try and keep price away from my closing price for the day today. That sucks. 441 is what I had. We were sitting at 444 not too long ago. 1410. An hour ago. Alright, let's do this. Let's do some numbers here. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a rise before the end of the day is over here. Let's see what everything is looking like. I'll take you guys to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I'd expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we have about 46.56% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 8.61%. The combined total is 55.17%, or about 10.83% less than I would suspect there should usually be going through there. So part of the reason why we're probably up as much as we are today is simply due to the fact that we're not seeing as much volume going through lit exchanges. Or we see more volume going through lit exchanges, sorry. CHX volume for the day today is at 2,600 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. Taking a look at GME CHX volume for the day today, it's currently at 85 shares, nothing unusual. Shares, according to IBKR, that have been borrowed so far for the day today, no change in a couple of hours now. We're looking at about fees at 0.68, and the total amount of shares right around 750,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. According to Ortex, 424,000 shares have been borrowed so far. That hasn't changed for a couple of hours. It's going to leave the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 13.02%. The cost to borrow mins at 1.02, average 1.44, and max is at 4.7 million shares, or percent rather, sorry. Shares on loan for the day today is at 44.71 million shares. That's 850,000 shares less than what there was on Friday. Ortex is estimating about 315,000 of that's in closed short interest. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of call volume for the day has been at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, we had 18.1 thousand contracts. We now have 19,000 contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume an hour ago was at a $4 strike with 3.3 thousand contracts, now 3.5. MMRI was 261.94 an hour ago, now 261.83. NASDAQ is down 0.33, Dow Jones is up 0.08, and SP 500 is down 0.12. We have 3,030 decliners to 2,699 advancers. That's actually up just a hair from the 2,633 advancers we had an hour ago. Oh, shoot, you know what? I forgot to tell you what the spread was on the 2-year, 10-year bond rates. 0.438 is where it was an hour ago. Now at 0.436, so just slightly down. NASDAQ is down 0.33, Dow Jones is up 0.08, SP 500 is down 0.12. We have 2,690 advancers to 3,041 advancers. It's even worse than it was a second ago. Taking a look at sectors, we have approximately 5 sectors out of 11 that are doing well. The best sector is materials. The runner-up for the day-to-day is energy. Sectors that are not performing very well. The worst right now is industrial, and the second best is real estate. Second worst, I should say. Second best of the second worst. Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are currently in the red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more will get a shout out here. Coinbase is up 2.51. FRC is down 4.76. NYCB is down 4.68. And those have been primarily the only ones that I've been reading off for the day today. Let me see if there's anything that's changed. Nothing. Gold is up 0.27 and is trending up. Silver is up 0.87 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 6.63 and trending up. Dollar is up 0.16 and consolidating after a trend up. Oil is down 0.78 and is consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.08 to 0.09 and slightly trending up. SPY is down 0.11 and trending up. VIX is currently up 2.92 but trending down. VTI is down 0.17 trending up. VB is up, or down rather, 0.42 trending up. Tesla is up 1.56 trending down. Amazon is down 1.69 and breaking a trend up into what appears to be a trend down. Cinemark is up 1.49 and consolidating after an uptrend. Doge is up 5.87 trending up. Bitcoin is up 5.95 trending up. GME is down 1.47 and trending down. HYMC is up 0.66 trending down. NCMI is down 1.4 consolidating. Hood is down 0.17 trending down. AMC is up 0.7 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have approximately $2.7 million more outflow than inflow. 9.66 million shares traded so far for the day today. Volume really died off this last hour. After 347 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on pace for about 10.85 million shares traded. We lost about 2 million share pace in the last hour alone. That will be over. We're already over 5 million shares traded for the day today. 5 to 25 million was what I was suspecting in the pre-market. So it's looking good on prediction. 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 43.49, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 44, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 44.54, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.79, which is below average. And with that, that's all I've got for you guys. Let me head back over to the back of the big tramp. They're off. Parrot has both his headset and his microphone off, and Hayden is back here, which leads me to believe that Parrot can only be possibly going na 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 na, as Hayden has been saying awful. Oh, there he is. He's listening again. Welcome back, Parrot.
Hey, thanks for the heads up. I always forget.
I just envisioned you.
Warboards always look good, Pirate, but they're always like one frayed cable away from a mishap.
Who?
What'd you say? What's that?
I said those old Warbirds look great, but they always seem one frayed cable away from a accident.
The truth of the matter is, I after I typed that, I thought about it. They make those little quarter scale or half size modern planes that are good for kids, young guys to play with. Those might be fun. Yeah, I get it.
There's a company, I want to say it's Chino, but it's in that area by Ontario, Chino. There's a couple of them actually, but where they take the airplane, whether, I don't know how it gets there. It could be in pieces, U-flight, whatever. And they literally take it down to the zinc chromate. Like they rebuild the entire airplane. That's the
like
only way I did one of those things.
Yeah.
It's like a P-51 sounds really cool until it goes straight up and kills you.
Costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
I put both you, Hayden, and Casey. I added you guys, and you don't have to go look at it now. But in summation, I found a clip that, surprise, surprise, our friend Bob Ross, he was Air Force. That's right. our beloved Bob Ross, he wasn't Navy. No, he wasn't Marines or Army. He was Air Force. So recognize that.
So when everybody keeps talking about his, having a bunch of action induced trauma, what do they call PTSD from war, would not be true then, is what you're saying? Because there's no way if he was in the Air Force they would have seen any real.
Oh, okay. Right. All right. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like,
it could be he just wasn't good enough to land on the boat.
I could give you some Air Force names to research and what they did, how they met their end, but it would just send me over the hill into a funk. And so I'm going to let that one pass there, Casey. I'll let that one go. I just know everyone here holds him in high esteem. He has a special place among us, and I just thought it was worth pointing out that he was indeed Air Force.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, man. Speaking of which, let's get a quote from him real quick here.
Let's make some nice little
he apparently isn't working. He only gets half the job done and goes home now.
Hayden missed a point. You teed that up for him. You teed that up for him like a t-ball for a fourth grader.
I did. I
would have been
wiffle balled.
All over that. I'd have been all over that. Yeah, that was like he could have took that out of the park. If there was ever a softball, it was that one, and he completely missed it. So whatever, man. I'm not going to make his jokes and mine.
Yeah, he airballed. I feel like I have to play a little bit of love on both sides, seeing as how I had two Air Force parents, but then one of them turned into a Navy guy.
You're like the Joint Chief of Staff or something like that. You're up where you can't show favoritism, and
right.
You can't show favoritism in the interagencies.
I've got my ankles in both pools. I'm willing to use funds to get the job done and have either side work for me, but I'm not. And I'll joke around with each side, but then at the end of the day, I'm still Joint Chief of Staff.
We've slipped into, so many of us here love airplanes and things that fly. We slipped into the old, someday if we had the money, what we would buy. And somebody in here was talking about World War II planes and how the P-51 Mustang was a cool airplane. And I made a comment that was something I'd love to buy one for my sons. But Hayden's right. Those old ones they require a great deal of maintenance. All aircraft do. All aircraft are like a damn beautiful young woman. They're costly to have, costly to hold, and far better use out of a modern day aircraft where you can travel with family and friends.
It'd be a lot more fun to just flying to Vegas on a corporate jet, up down. And
I agree. I couldn't agree more. Yeah. You want to go to the? You want to go see horse races in the Triple Crown? You go. If you want to go see Charlottesville NASCAR, you fly and go. You want to go see a concert in Red Rock? You go.
Yep.
I think there'd be a certain freedom that would afford you, where you could be home sleeping in your own bed.
A corporate jet going down to the Reno air races and actually flying one of those airplanes.
Yep.
You can't eat a shrimp cocktail in a bent wing Corsair.
What are these fancy words?
In South Florida, they got a trainer, a P-51 Mustang 2-seater, and I guess for $10,000 he'd take you up for an hour or two. And my buddy's just a hobby pilot, but he told me it was worth every penny. I asked if he'd do it again. He said, "You damn right." He said it was the most powerful thing he'd ever said. Yep.
There was a guy in Livermore where I got my license. He had a P-51. I can't think of his name for the life of me. He had the same thing. He had a 2-seater where guys would go up.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be a hoot. It's like in a Top Gun where you saw Tom Cruise's airplane. You know that thing. He's probably got 4 mechanics on that thing.
I'm pulling up.
P-51
I think if I was in my late 30s, as opposed to learning to fly, I think I would do the air balloon. For some reason or another, I've always had this gnawing desire to, I don't know if it's the romance of that hot air balloon where you could just have like an open bottle of champagne and you're just drifting slowly and panoramic views of everything. And something about the whole thing of you don't know exactly where you're going to land. You know, you kind of got an idea, but the adventurous spirit tied with the romance on that, I think that would be maybe in my next life that might be something I would do.
To me, that's like a sailboat, a powerboat. So I'll counter you.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
I'd love to become a blimp pilot. I'd fly a blimp. I'd fly a blimp in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but I don't think you could keep a blimp in like your barn though. See, we could keep a blimp. I could keep. I've had 200 or 300 acres in Alabama or Georgia. I could keep a blimp. I mean, not a blimp. I could keep a hot air balloon in the garage. All I need is you on the ground with a pickup truck to follow us.
Yeah, blimp. You'd have to have someone because they got to park them on a pole.
Yep.
It'd be fun to have a blimp. I think that would be. In Hayward, California, they had a blimp school. I thought that'd been a hoot.
So I pulled up on the screen here the option contracts for NVIDIA because I think that was, to me, that was probably a really big story that I really didn't see anybody reporting on. But it is, as was stated, in a free fall right now. It's not just NVIDIA. There's other stocks that are also falling as well. But if you take a look at the option contracts for the day-to-day, there's just so many contracts out there. It's insane. Even the open interest has large quantities. Yeah, that's nuts. There's some very hefty volume on 850, and it's sitting at 853. There's at least 28,000 contracts in volume today alone. Not to mention the 11,000 contracts that were open previously, open interest that were there. If there's going to be call contracts that are closing on the way down, it's only going to help to drive the price down even further. As those close out, and you can see there's quite a bit of volume underneath the current 850 strike price that are closing their positions because currently they're still in the money at 830, 835, 840, 845, 850, all those kind of numbers. But you can see here there's a lot of volume right now. Blimps are just as regulated as airplanes, very pricey.
Yep. Hayden mentioned sailboats versus powerboats, and I can tell you, hands down, it's not even close. A big sailboat. I'm not talking about a little skiff or some little weekender. I'm talking about a sure enough sailboat, something that's got about 60 feet of water line. There's nothing like it. I went one time on a real sailboat, and it was an amazing experience to feel something go that quickly through the water and hear that shush of the water as it knifes through. It's on a knife's edge. Hear music playing, speaking in a calm, quiet tone of voice, at least the quietest I can manage, as opposed to running along with the engine screaming in your ears. They were just two completely different experiences. I'm a power boater. I've always been a power boater because I just didn't have. It takes money to get into the real big sailboats. You have to have a crew, or at least a spouse who's willing into the sailing. All things being equal, if money's no object, a sailboat is the experience for me. Not to mention the fact you can sail it for free. I mean, you have to upgrade your lines and sails, but even your average powerboat burns through 1 gallon per mile, if it gets that, and you don't have that with a sailboat.
I don't know that I've ever gone sailing before.
Man, you should put that on your bucket list. You should take Melissa. You could just find somebody that has a, and I'm not talking about some little piece of shit 16-footer with 1 sail, day sail, or something that's got proper cabin and bed and all that. Has some size to it. I know there's vacations. I think there's vacations, and a friend of mine went to, I don't know if it was the Bahamas, somewhere down in that area. But they do charters where you can go and you can either participate in helping operate the boat, or you can go and just be a passenger. And you can go, like, I think some of those boats hold maybe 3 or 4 families. You can find one that holds 2, take another couple with you, and try that out sometime. Costa Rica. He went to Costa Rica, is where he went. And they stayed on the boat for like a week.
Hey, and I got a question for you. You still there?
He's got his mic turned off. Nope, he's gone.
Have you seen the parachute planes where you basically have like a big fan strapped to your back and you've got like it's like a hang glider kind of plane?
I'm looking at one right now. He's in the air as we speak.
I don't know what those things. Powered parachutes, or I don't know what they're called, but
paraglide.
Yeah, paraglide, whatever it is.
They fly them off the beach out here by us every day. There's a little club. There's 5 or 6 of those guys that have them.
Yeah, I was kind of curious if Hayden would say if he'd ever used one of those. I mean, I know he already talked about not using a P-51. I'm just curious, would he strap a motor onto his back and a parachute and call it good? That actually kind of looks like a lot of fun.
I'm amazed at the guy. I can see why they do it on the beach here, because there's lots to see and it's easy. What I don't get is when they go out over the deep water, and I've seen them several times cross. Because with that much weight, if that engine was to fail and they were to come down, I'm almost certain that they would drown in that thing. So
I'm pretty sure you could get out of it pretty quick.
I really get a kick out of the ones that I get a kick out of are these damn guys that have these windsurfers. They got some. I seen a guy come by our house in a windsurfer, and he was traveling so fast that
kiteboarding,
he went airborne, and crossed our boat dock. Yeah, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
They got a kite that goes up. Yeah, I call it whatever it is. And there's, I couldn't believe the altitude that he could get and the longevity, the time that he could stay in the air. He crossed like our boat dock, and then the boat dock next door as well. Crazy.
CPR says, you guys see the Jeff Bezos sailboat? I don't think that thing's called a sailboat. I think that's called a yacht.
I thought he had one of each. I thought he had a sailboat that has like these modern engineering, these sails that work like an airfoil. I thought he had one of those, and he had his powered motor yacht, but I might be wrong.
Okay, so it is. Secrets leak about Jeff Bezos' new 417-foot long sailing super yacht.
Yep.
Isn't that what I said? A yacht?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, all big boats are yachts. It doesn't. You can have a sailboat that's a yacht. It doesn't have to have an engine in it. Yeah, that's a monster right there.
Actually, he's buying a whole fleet of yachts. Not only is Bezos reportedly buying one of the largest sailing super yachts in the world, he's also reported to be buying a smaller support vessel that will follow the big yacht around carrying all the toys. Personal submarine, aircraft, various other yachts, cars, etc. that just won't fit on the mothership. And by mothership, I mean super yacht, not spaceship. That's a whole other story. I don't know if any of these pictures came out all that great, but there it is right there.
I know the one boat that he had built, they had to tear down a bridge. He paid to have a bridge tore down.
Yeah.
So that it could leave whatever particular place it was. What it was in one of the fjords or someplace.
500 million.
Yeah. I tell you, you don't want a boat that big. That's just the biggest dick contest is all that is. You can't. There's places you can't go. It draws too much water. You're limited to some of the areas you can visit and see. It takes a big crew to operate it, so you got a bunch of strangers around you, and I wouldn't want anything to do.
Somehow I happen to believe that they're not strangers. I bet he knows them very well.
You come to know the crew. I guess if you spend enough time on there, but if you own that boat and you only go on it 2 weeks out of the year, I know people who pay to have their boats taken to like Italy, then they fly over in their jet and then stay on the boat for a while, and then fly home. I'm like, what's the point of having what they call a blue water boat? But they don't, man. Their time's too valuable to them. I have a friend who gets paid every year to leave the Gulf of Mexico here in Pensacola and take a boat down and through the Panama Canal so it can go back to California every year. So it's amazing these people have all this shit, these toys, but they don't play with them. I drive the wheels off that thing. You can check it out, Casey. They have a transport ship that literally takes on water so that it sinks down in the water. And then they sail a bunch of big yachts up on top of it. I mean, by big, I mean 60, 80 footers. They put them all up on there. And then the boat pumps the tanks out, the ballast tanks out, and it lifts up out of the water. And then they'll cross either the Pacific or the Atlantic to deliver people's quote unquote little boats for them. Yeah, that's a beautiful vessel.
Boat's not bad looking either.
Yep.
That's just craziness.
Good afternoon, guys. What's going on?
Who we got in here? Tom, how's it going, man?
Good to see you, man.
It's going good. You got me all stirred up talking about sailing and memories of the BVIs and and just I used to take leave and had a buddy who had a 6-pack license, which was means he's a captain to take up to 6 people. Right. And we chartered those sailboats right out of like the BVIs I think we got sailboats in the American Virgin Islands and then just sailed over to the BVIs. But it was a blast. I did it many, many times. Key West. Of course, I just got back from the Keys from that field trip. It was a good time. If you get a chance, I recommend it.
You know, that's where I went when Melissa and I we went over to shoot. Where were we at, Pirate? I can't remember. I just forgot the name of it.
Key West.
Yeah.
The Keys. You were in Shaw Key or something.
Hold on a second here. No, I can't remember.
I was down there at Pigeon Key with all these kids.
I had a really good friend of mine, the guy I talk about all the time, that had the fishing boat charter, and he owned a boat
Siesta.
called the Entertainer. It's a Siesta Key.
Siesta
But,
Keys.
my buddy owned the Entertainer, which is probably the single most famous fishing boat in Pensacola to charter out. It's 60-foot long. He owned a house in Cujo Key, and he'd go down there in the wintertime.
Very nice.
Come back to Pensacola for the summer.
It was beautiful down there. I bet the water temperature was, I don't know, 76, 78 degrees down there at Sombrero Key, or Sombrero Reef. And a little cool, but it was nice. It's not like the rest of the nation.
Yeah.
Kids. All the parents were happy when we got back with them.
And the one thing that I thought was kind of interesting was I was expecting bigger waves. There was like no waves.
Yeah, waves are a factor of offshore storms. We don't have a lot of reefs, at least in the Gulf Coast, and large wave actions are largely a function of big swells of water coming up onto a reef, which causes the water to get real shallow real fast, so that the wave grows. Because we lack that in Florida, it's basically a sand bottom. It's like a desert out there. We don't see those huge reefs like you would see in Hawaii or any other Australia. But if we have some offshore storms, then guys around here get some surfing in.
Come on, 441. We're getting a little bit of a pump here right at the very end. We're starting to see it.
Diesel agrees, man. He agrees with you.
We're starting to see a little bit of a pump here in the market right towards the very end. SPY is starting to move up. Maybe they can close out the day flat even. Previous close was 511.72. It's at 511.46 and getting this last minute pump. And we do appear to be benefiting from it. CPR says, I heard it would cost more to shut down Amazon than it would just to keep it running. Who had...
If you had to choose, KC, you're filthy rich. You just got through cashing in all your Mo-ass money, and you get two choices. You can either, for the rest of your days, you can occupy your time being a gold prospector, a gold miner, anywhere in the world, or would you be a treasure hunter on the high seas for sunken treasure?
I'll go
Which
with
one of those two would you lean toward?
treasure hunter.
I knew you'd say that because you're a diver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about it after I said it.
That's really just... That's a no-brainer for me. There is a game series... I can't think of the name of it right now. Uncharted. There's a game series called Uncharted. And it reminds me of like a modern day Indiana Jones kind of thing, where he like goes around and basically uncovers or a male version of Tomb Raider. He's kind of like, he's like the male version of a Tomb Raider.
Right.
And doing something along those lines would be probably really kind of fun and interesting.
Is that like the same thing as being a muff diver?
I'm sure he is was. Nathan Drake was probably. What's that, Tom?
I said it's real close. Just to throw it out there, since we're talking about now, we're on gold prospecting and stuff. I just got rid of a 4-inch dredge, and at least you have the opportunity to find gold if you go out there, as opposed to like hunting for treasure and not finding anything. So just throwing it there. There's a club in Georgia called the Weekend Gold Miners, and I've been a member of that for several years. And I just took the dredge up there and went in the river and dredge up some gold.
That's
I've
cool.
I've been doing it since 2000. I think I started in 2000.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Never made really enough to pay for the gas to drive to Georgia, but
nah, it's not about making the money.
No.
It's about the adventure.
I have about three ounces of gold that I've picked up off the bottom of the river up there. So it's good time, and it's nice. It's got a hookah system, and you go down. I go down 15 feet on average, working my way down to the bedrock and stuff, and it's a good time. It's just like that show on TV.
Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So you can have it both ways. You can look for treasure on the high seas, or you can go into the mountains and do a little dredging.
So my cousin did panning when we were younger, and I hung out with him on a few occasions where he would pan, and we never really got anything. I mean, there's always flecks, little flakes that you would find and stuff like that. But it was never, for me, like a few flakes was never enough to really kind of like, I don't know, it just didn't excite me very much.
Get you excited about it.
Yeah, I you could throw a couple flakes in a vial and you go like, look, I found gold, and it's like I just kind of look at that and I go like, yeah, whatever. And so, like I'm thinking like, oh, we're gonna find nuggets. I'm waiting for like these big, huge nuggets that we're gonna pull out of the ground or something like that. And,
I got a pair of nuggets.
yeah, that's what I was expecting, but all we got were these flakes, and so it just never really kind of, I guess,
looking for nuggets.
It never rubbed off on me. Panning.
Oh. Oh man.
Well, guys, I enjoyed it. I got to pop smoke on you. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Take care.
Have a great afternoon.
See you, buddy. Take care.
Well, it's one after. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You here for the Nuggets too?
Brandon's here for the Nuggets.
I'm coming in late. I don't know what the Nuggets are.
Whoa, you're coming in late, all right.
You get what you get.
You don't get upset.
Does it come with sweet and sour sauce?
Beaufort cannons in the house. 40 millimeter Beaufort cannon just showed up. What's up, Will?
The Beaufort cannon. I thought you were talking about dandruff. Well, I got enough of that. If that was gold, I would be well rich. I wouldn't be here right now if that were the case. Yeah, I was passed down the terrible dandruff gene, and so now like I use nothing but Head and Shoulders. It's like my only go-to shampoo. Anything less than that will cause severe flaking.
Of the what? Of the nuggets?
Of the scalp.
Oh man, scalp.
Yeah.
Oh.
Butt nuggets equals chicken eggs. Currently we're at $4.33. We are approximately 0.037 higher than our closing price Friday. Market's being really, really kind of testy right here at the very end of the day.
Testy.
Nuggets, testes, testy.
Censor content.
Man, did
Canadian detected.
you see that one girl beating up the other girl? She's like slamming her head down into the cement.
Don't get me started, Casey.
Oh
I'm
my
just stopped.
gosh.
It's
Okay.
10 minutes to 3.
Where
at?
I'm-
I
She killed
couldn't.
her, man.
Did
She fucking killed her.
Did she kill her? Is she die?
She's dead.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she fucking killed her. People stood by and watched it happen.
Wow, that's crazy.
So we just
Where did this happen?
It was.
we'll just forget about it. Just go look it up on your own time.
Yeah.
Down here because I'm gonna fucking go off. I'm gonna piss off a whole bunch of
You
people.
know what? You should be more upset about the guy throwing bleach and the kid throwing bleach in the. I don't care about. People are
Fuck your turtle.
grown up.
Fuck your blind turtle.
No.
These aren't grown up. These are fucking
I don't
young
care.
kids, man.
I don't care. It's freaking. These are grown ups. They should know what they're getting themselves into. The turtle did not have fault here. Poor turtle, man.
So that's what we're down to now. When it comes down to fisticuffs, it's fucking to the death, right? It's bashed their head. It's bashed their skull into the concrete.
I guess.
Until they're gone. Until you see the light disappear from their eyes. I just need to know the rules, man. I just want to know the fucking rules, so I and my boys can work accordingly.
All right. Here, I'll change the subject. Did you see?
Yeah, you did
the humiliation ritual for what's his face when he had to step onto the stage naked. I can't think of it. John Cena.
Yeah,
John Cena.
They did a comedy bit with John Cena. They tried to do a little comedy bit reminiscent of the old days when some naked guy unscripted streaked across the Oscar stage. So they made that was the setup. So they're going to do it again to get excitement and some buzz going. And they got John Cena to do it. And he walked out and he covered his wiener with a piece of paper.
Here, we're always putting up pictures on the screen here of the girls and stuff like that. So we should at least do the girls a favor here.
Right. Yep. AT&T, the AT&T girl. And
yeah.
Everything. Yep. Throw a bone to Hazel, Rose. Yeah. Melissa, Mrs. Pirate, whoever's tuned in. Give them a little peek of John Cena.
There you go.
All natural.
Yep.
Enjoy, ladies.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this is the one that's in the high school. Okay. Is that the one we're talking about, Casey? I have to Google it. I don't watch the news. It's toxic.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay, let me go watch
I like John Cena. I just don't care for Jimmy Kimmel. I'll just leave it lay there.
I'm not a really big fan of Kimmel either. And it was crazy because I told my wife that he was involved in this whole like pedophilia ring and everything. How he was like one of the names of the list on the Epstein list or whatever. And she got upset about it. I was like, what do you? It was like she was invested somehow into not him too kind of thing. And I thought that was kind of interesting because
That's how I feel about Tom Hanks.
Well,
I felt the same way about Tom Hanks.
I mean, I can understand legitimately. Tom Hanks is her guy. That's her guy. She's a huge Tom Hanks fan. So I would have felt that way. She would have felt that way about. But I didn't see that coming with Jimmy Kimmel. I didn't understand that she was a fan of Jimmy Kimmel. So that kind of surprised me a little bit. She came to his defense. It was unexpected. Will says, not real unless we see wiener. You saw enough, Will. Settle down.
I mean, you got to give it to the guy, though, man. I mean, that's a pretty big room to walk out in front of, for all intents and purposes, naked. I mean, it took a pair to do that. But then again, if I had a body like his, I wouldn't fucking get dressed day to day. I'd walk around like that 24/7.
I mean,
yeah. You have to walk out on that stage. I like John Cena. I think he did a good job. He sold it. I watched the little clip. He did a good job of selling it. He pretended like he got remorse at the last minute. All I thought it was moderately cute or whatever. But my distaste for Kimmel probably colors my.
Did you see what was on his feet?
No.
Birkenstocks. He had a pair of Birkenstocks on. I'm like, why? Just do it. I mean, if you're gonna go there, like, why would you wear the Birkenstocks? Like, just go full nothing at that point. Why Birkenstocks? I don't know.
Holly weird.
Maybe they couldn't. Are they do they
know,
serve
man,
food
that's-
at that event? They probably don't serve food, do they? Yeah, they don't serve food. I don't think there.
I don't know much about it. I've never been like a big super fan, and I've never watched the Oscars or any of that shit.
I just finished watching it. I paused it. Yeah, fucking animals. It's like a bunch of fucking animals. Everybody starts fighting.
My biggest fear isn't just the fighting either, and it's not this particular clip isn't an example of this, but I have a real problem of people getting jumped, or one person gets jumped by 3, 4, 5, 6 people. It's like a wolf pack. It's like a murderous pack of prey animals that are seeking out the weak from another herd. You watch them, wolves will do it to a herd of buffalo or of cattle. A cow who's halfway through giving birth, she's vulnerable. An old cow, a young cow that's learned how to walk, but he can't really walk real good yet. They'll target all those, and then they swoop in. I'm seeing the same thing with a whole bunch of these videos of it's not so much two guys that are in a fight over their girlfriend and they're maybe going to knock each other around a little bit. We've gone so far past all that, and it's troubling. You can't really speak about it because you get dangerously close to some issues that are so inflammatory.
Speaking of which,
so many other
look at
things.
that. It's the end of the day.
Isn't it?
Pull up.
Yeah.
Pull up.
Good.
Wouldn't you know? Wow, it's numbers time.
Don't start this shit at 8 in the morning. It's a good thing you didn't mention it at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all day long
I'm going
today.
to turn on the poker table here. I'm going to get myself a gummy.
Yeah.
And I'll get a poker game going here, and we'll just let it go.
All right, cool. I'll see you guys back in the back of the Big Tramp here in a few minutes. Ooh-wee. Man, I hit him hard with that one at the very end of the day. That was probably uncalled for on my part. That was my bad. All right, let's get this day over with here, guys. As usual, all good things eventually must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk too, because these kind of things help you keep your sanity. But above all else, go see an AMC movie, because that's what you know you want to do, is help support the company you love the most. Don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now to Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.